Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Once she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Or she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Hey, hey. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Hey! Ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Munton, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Play like a pro with ROG Phone 7. The Republic of Gamers is the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12 bersiaran langsung dari Dewan Seri Putra Bukit Jalil. Anda bersama dengan saya, Rose, hos anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan sekarang kita dah masuk hari ketiga untuk minggu ketiga. Untuk orang yang tak tahu lagi, minggu ini ialah transfer window. So kita dapat banyak players baru, coach baru, analyst baru. So technically banyak benda yang berubah dalam lineup players. So, sebelum kita mulakan match pertama kita, mari kita tengok jadual untuk hari ini. Untuk match pembukaan hari ini, kita akan saksikan perlawanan Team HAQ yang menentang Team Lunatix. I rasa match ni akan jadi interesting sikit sebab kalau korang look back pada musim lepas, kita tahu Hito, seorang player Team Lunatix sekarang, was a player of Team HAQ. Finding Hito, guys. So I rasa this is gonna be a little bit of a, tak tahu ke balas dendam ke, dia nak menang against Team HAQ ke, dia nak tunjuk ke. Kita tak tahu apa yang menjadi dalam game ni. Untuk match kedua pula, kita akan saksikan MPNC yang akan menentang Red Esports. Dua-dua pasukan tak dapat lagi mata semalam. So, siapa akan dapat mata hari ini? Dan untuk last match, saya rasa match ni akan jadi paling interesting hari ini sebab match last hari ini ialah RSG MY yang akan menentang Selangor Red Giants. Kalau kita tahu Repo is the taunting king dekat Malaysia, tapi lately Gorgeous tengah naik rank, tengah naik leaderboard taunting. Semalam dia punya taunting memang pedas. So later it's gonna be battle of the EXP lane dan juga who's the better taunter dekat MPL Malaysia. Korang rasa excited ke tak? Nampaknya semua nampak excited. Okay, kita tengok players dah ready. And with that, mari kita ajak ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia, Team HAQ. Team HAQ membuktikan mereka mampu menjadi juara sekali lagi. Perubahan gameplay yang positif dapat dilihat berbanding musim lalu. Adakah strategi baru akan dibawa oleh Coach Jun dan analis Yun untuk menumpaskan pasukan serigala? Sama-sama kita saksikan. And the Wolves of MPL Malaysia, Team Lunatix, berjaya mendapatkan kemenangan pertama musim ini. Pasukan serigala memperkuatkan lagi pasukan dengan kehadiran Coach Danny. 3 mata penuh menjadi target utama untuk ke top 5. Adakah mereka bakal memberi kejutan sekali lagi? Let us see what the Wolves can do. Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Nampaknya Hito tadi game belum start tapi dah taunting sikit I'm pretty sure semua orang nampak. Dia dah taunting tapi game belum start. Tapi jokes aside, saya rasa game ini akan jadi game yang intense juga sebab dua-dua pasukan tengah kejar top 5 dalam regular season. So, before we begin, Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready? sekali lagi. Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready? Nampaknya semua dah ready. Audience ready, players they're ready. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Emotions run high, spirits run strong, and momentum flows unending here in the MPL MY Season 12 stage. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching the English cast for Week 3, Day 3 of MPL MY. My name's Stafa, alongside Terrence, aka Icy Baby 12, bringing you some more MPL action.
And speaking of action as well, there is a little bit of a taunt between Hito as well as Gary. He did call him out as well, where, hey, I was your former teammate here, you were the jungler, but at this time, I'm going to be gunning for you on the gold lane. So I'm looking forward to see how both of this team is going to be playing here. But before that, here's a special tip for you guys, all right? For you MLBB skin lovers, you can actually get your MLBB skins for absolutely only 1 ringgit with Hotlink. And it's pretty much the easiest way to unleash your style and upgrade your heroes. And of course, when you want to win your games, you gotta have lightning fast internet speed. Why don't you get your Hotlink all new 5G prepaid right here, right now?
Hotlink always going to be your everlasting support as you grind all the way up to Mythic and of course get all the wins that you need under your belt. And speaking of wins under belts, we got 2 teams up on stage right now that are going to be looking to add 1 more victory under their belts here. It's going to be Team HAQ versus Team Lunatix to start off the day. And both these teams are coming off of some interesting momentum shifts with the recent transfer windows as well. So I'm going to be interested to see which of them are going to perform.
Exactly. When we're talking about who, we gotta vote on our MVP of our matches here. Scan the QR code right now below, and 5 of you lucky winners who got the guesses correctly will be walking away with some exclusive prizes. And so far this past few days, it has pretty much been very, very unpredictable to see who is going to be winning the match as well as being the MVP of the entire series for the games thus far. And I don't know, man, like when it comes to this match, Team HAQ going up against Team Lunatix, it feels like there's a lot of things that is happening behind the scene here, especially when during the walk-in, I didn't see Amox at all.
That is true. We're gonna have to talk about that in just a little bit. But of course, let's focus on the faces that are here. With Team HAQ up on screen right now, consisting of Gary, Noir, Panda, Yura, and Iris.
Now, when it comes to this roster here, they are back in action. They look really, really strong, starting things off with Week 1 and Week 2. But in yesterday's games, it looked a little bit lackluster when they took the L against RSG. There was a rivalry between Iris as well as Repo, but based on the draft, it felt like Iris was given a tool where he couldn't do what he's needed to do. And there is a change here from HAQ as well, where Amox is not going to be playing. So I'm curious to see how will this affect this right now.
It's going to be very interesting, especially up against Team Lunatix, who just came off of a victory just a couple days ago against Team Secret. We got Esha Ohana, we got Finding Hito, we got Yuna, Detto, and Kian making up the Lunatix lineup.
Yep, and when it comes to this roster as well, they have finally broken their lose streak thus far, still currently in the bottom of the standings. But despite that here, this is going to be a very, very big challenge coming from Team Lunatix to try and not stay out of the relegation zone. They have to find a way to score points in order to make it in towards the playoffs. And currently, Hito, he's calling out Team HAQ. This might be the perfect chance for him to prove himself right now.
Yeah, based on what has been happening so far, Team HAQ has been performing better in Season 12 as compared to Team Lunatix. But based on matchup history, Lunatix has always come out on top. Of course, there are very different lineups up on stage now compared to how they've matched up before, so we do have to keep that in mind. And because Team HAQ has been performing so well here in Season 12, it's understandable why their win rate, their KDA, their first tower, first objective, looking pretty strong overall. But Lunatix is also a very scrappy team, which is why we see that the total damage dealt between these two teams, despite their win-loss record, is pretty even.
Yep, it all comes down to adaptations, right? And when it comes to this stats as well, the thing I want to talk a little bit more is going to be the hero pool selections as well. Obviously, Team HAQ, they are leaning a lot on towards Yura playing that Novaria, and so far Yuna has been playing really exception in opening up the map as well as hitting some crucial Astro shots. And right now, the question here for Team HAQ is that will he be able to do his own thing, especially when now they're getting Yuna on board, Yoon on board to replace Amox as the coach for this particular match.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Like you mentioned, Amox is not part of the on-stage lineup today for Team HAQ, with Jun taking over as the analyst, as well as as the coach, and Yoon coming in as the analyst here. So we're going to expect some slight differences in the draft, and this does get you wondering a little bit what has happened behind the scenes. Why is Amox not up on stage?
Ooh, that's a little bit of a tough one here because I was here yesterday. There were a lot of internal discussions. We heard a little bit of heated moments with I heard from the owner of Team HAQ. So that's going to be a little bit of a problem. However, let's talk a little bit more on Danny right now when it comes to Team Lunatix, because so far, ever since the transfer window coming in for Lunatix, Danny has not lost a single match yet, and his drafts and coaching style might have been a very big factor for Lunatix now revamped version of them.
It does sound a little exaggerated when you say it like that, because he has only joined for one match so far, which they did win, but admittedly, it was against Secret, which is not in a good state right now. So this will be a really good test of what Danny is capable of. And we already have the hot topic up on screen. Where is Amox? We're not going to be seeing him coaching today for Team HAQ. His familiar style of drafting, which unfortunately didn't really work out for Team HAQ when they faced off against RSG. I wonder is this the origin? Is this the source of why the man is not here today?
Well, sometimes people gotta take a little bit breather. Sometimes you gotta take a little bit backseat to see the bigger picture. In this case, I do agree with you as well. The draft against RSG didn't seem solid enough to enable them to win the game against RSG. So, when it comes to this match as well, here's another hot topic for you guys. Finding Hito's revenge coming from Lunatix. Calling out Gary in the previous interview. This time, he's looking to prove himself whether or not can he beat both Gary as well as Panda on the goal lane when he was playing in Team HAQ.
Hard to say whether or not Hito does have hard feelings here. I'm pretty sure they are still friends off stage, but on stage, you can expect that he wants to prove himself to his former team when he really didn't get a lot of chance to show himself on the Land of Dawn. And we have the Team HAQ reserve members down in the crowd as well, Man and Lola, who just rejoined the roster in the recent transfer window. Not going to be fielded for this game, as Team HAQ seems to be looking for that synergy with the current 5-man lineup, which was doing very well in the first 2 weeks.
Agreed. At the same time, so the championship lineup didn't exactly help out for them during season 11 as well, which pretty much got them relegated here. But of course, it's always good to have a safety plan in case things don't go the way they expect to be. But for now, we haven't seen much action coming from Lola and Man. Not sure what Team HAQ is going to be up to, but for now, I want to see whether or not can they put Hito back in his place, because this is something that we kind of saw how Team HAQ played in the previous season, right? They got Hito to play the goal lane, Panda playing on the tank role. It was a complete chaos during season 11, and it didn't exactly work out in their favor. But this time, it's time to get serious, right?
Yep.
You need to get points. You need to catch up in order to qualify to the playoffs and then hit towards M5.
Yeah, it was a big mess back in season 11 where initially Panda was taking the wrong position, didn't quite work out, and then we ended up in a duel, a feud between these two gold laners for that coveted role in Team HAQ, in which Panda seemed to win out a little bit. I'm assuming thanks to his experience as well as closer relationship with the Team HAQ members due to having been part of their championship lineup before as well. We got fans predicting some 2-0 clean wins, but I get the feeling things are going to be a little bit scrappy here. Team Lunatix has found their stride recently thanks to their win against Team Secret, but comparatively, Team HAQ are going to be much more difficult foes, and this is also going to pose a challenge to our brand new head coach here. Will he have the expertise necessary to face off against the renewed Lunatix?
Now, when we talk about drafts as well, you know, Team HAQ, they do try to favor around Gary being the playmaker coming from Team HAQ to kind of enable things, which a lot of teams find it as a threat, but RSG was pretty much the only team that took it as their weakness and used it against them, because in their match against them, it felt like Team HAQ was forced to play a Fanny matchup, which eventually RSG was able to actually kind of capitalize on and just punish that by taking away, by using Grok's wall barriers to kind of limit his movements and also pressure the purple buff. So maybe this might be Lunatix's angle in trying to handle Gary coming in from Team HAQ instead.
Yeah, being able to deal with the star players of your opponents is always going to be key, and we're seeing a lot of teams do this recently, where they're actually using the information that these players will always fall back to comfort picks that stand out to counter play, counter draft, and I'm excited to see whether or not we'll see that kind of Grandmaster chess play on the stage as we enter the draft for game number 1.
Well, Grandmaster on a different title is a pretty high rank. Not in ML.
Not in this one.
In ML. But
that's why I had to add the chess.
But at that's not that high as well in Magic Chess, bro.
Not.
Bro,
Oh,
come on, bro.
You know what? We do have a chess here. My bad. We need some mythic level plays in the draft phase.
Fair enough. Without further ado, here, welcome to day 3. We are going to be jumping into the draft right now. This is game 1. Team Lunatix on the blue side, Team HAQ on the red side. Starting things off, we do see the Paquito and Turisla band. Comfort bands coming from, I would say comfort picks coming from Team HAQ in particular. Bands-wise, it is going to be them doing their homework right now. So I like these adaptations coming in as well. We did catch a little bit of stats earlier on. And I feel like Export might be something that Team Lunatix will be leaning on as well, especially with yesterday. There has been a rise of picks coming from that particular hero.
Yeah, especially against the Lunatix, a lot of team banned the Export, which is very weird that it was let through, and I think that was what led to Team Secret's demise in day 1 here, because Kian, that is obviously his most comfortable hero. This is a very new EXP laner here in the MPL, and he has been a little bit shaky, especially on more mechanically intensive EXP laners, but on the Export, he was one of the major reasons that Team Lunatix was able to extend that game so long with the Hanzo defense as well. So you gotta respect that, and I like that both these teams are being quite respectful, not going for the more default bans. Lunatix focusing more on Iris, Team HAQ making sure Yuna doesn't get his Martis too.
You know, one thing about Team Lunatix is that ever since they got Yuna and Finding Hito back into the same roster, it felt like Yuna was able to play very, very comfortably as well. And even in their mic checks, what's really interesting is that they were talking, despite people speculating that, hey, there's going to be communication issues, they felt really, really comfortable communicating with each other in Bahasa Melayu, which is interesting because Hito was the one that is commanding in VM, which is surprisingly, wow. Like, hey, you're a Filipino and you can speak BM and communicate while playing competitive.
I mean, when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade, you know? When you're in Rome, do as the Romans do. Being able to suit yourself to the current situation and being able to make sure that you're able to deal with communication issues is always very clean. Hito's been around here for a little while now since he came in last season, so I wouldn't be surprised if he took it upon himself to improve upon his communication skills. Hopefully that will avail him, especially with a fellow Filipino on his side. But with the bans now concluded, Team Lunatix are gonna start off with the Eve. Not gonna focus too hard on the EXP lane or jungle picks as of now.
To be honest, if I was in his shoes, if I was in Philippines trying to speak a language here, playing with a Filipino friend, the only 2 things that I would be able to say is Tara and Sige. That's all I know.
I don't even
Tara
know what that
and
means.
Sige. It means go and yes.
You know,
that's all I know. That's all I know.
It means that you can never retreat. You just always have to just
Exactly.
go.
Never back down. Say what? Never back down, bro.
Well, never backing down, always going to be useful here, as Team HAQ will go with the Lancelot very early on, actually. I do question this choice a little bit. The Grok will be pretty flexible, but not that effective against Eve as well, so I do wonder if this is the right choice.
Agreed. But of course, when it comes to comfort picks here, Eve as well as Edith, I can see where you're coming from as well. He could actually open up, maybe try to deny the Novaria away from Yura, right? But at the same time, you know, Team HAQ, they have been leaning on Yura, landing those insane shots on his Novaria, opening up the map here. And what really surprises me is that both bans coming in from both sides does not include the Fanny. So Yuna does have the capabilities to actually play that. Maybe they're just keeping it up for later here, but First phase picks, Export, Dato, Asballs, Edith, Comfort Heroes coming from Lunatix means that maybe they're going to be forced to play ban the Fanny later on for Team HAQ.
It doesn't feel like either of these teams are being particularly reactive to one another here. I'm not actually seeing a lot of counter picking. It's more of focusing on their own draft and giving their plays as comfortable heroes as possible. And sometimes that is a good idea, but there's a reason a lot of teams go for counter picks in the first place. And right now, I'm liking Lunatix's draft a lot more. Just the fact alone that Kin got the X-Borg again will already make life very difficult for Iris because he likes to play more aggressive EXP laners, and X-Borg is very good at just slowing down that momentum. I like the Aeritel because it enables Panda to be more aggro, but he really needs a team that he can play around. And when you're against X-Borg and Eve, I'm not sure I'm a big fan of it anymore.
Yeah, but at the same time, HAQ now starting to respect the Hanzo. Even though they have not faced it yet, it's just not worth taking a risk to play this kind of composition. So it seems like maybe Team HAQ still wants to rely on Europe playing this Novaria, which is one of the biggest problems, right? Novaria being all the way to the back lines, you know, always in the safety here. It's hard to flank over the back lines. And yesterday's games, we did see how a Hanzo just completely destroy a Novaria who can't even do anything to actually escape. So I guess this is just Team HAQ saying that, hey, let's take away things that may or may not be affecting Europe when he picks the Novaria. Whereas Lunatix, do they sense this? So do they respect Bandits or, well,
they do? All right.
They do? All right, all right.
Nice,
okay.
Nice. Not bad. Coach Danny definitely doing his job right here, showing how he was able to get Lunatix their first victory the other day, making sure to continue giving respect. They know that Team HAQ is still looking for the mid laner, still going to be looking for the EXP lane as well. And these are two very important and volatile lanes. I was wondering whether the Claude would go all the way through. I'd be very surprised if it did. I like that Team HAQ will decide to get rid of it. They already have Airtel. Do not give Hito his signature hero. After everything else, that would be so much AoE on the Lunatix side, and that would just be a bad time.
No, that's the thing, right? Like, I think the AoE coming in front is one thing, but it's more like Hito, he does have a comfort, which is pretty much the Beatrix here. Beatrix versus Irritil, you know, to be honest, I think Beatrix definitely outscales Irritil in the early stage of the game here, even in the late game as well. If the Beatrix gets an early one, it's very difficult for the Irritil to do his own thing. But the one plus side of having this Irritil on Team HAQ, it is going to force a lot of agility item build in terms of the emblems for Team Lunatix because of the fact that they need to have that extra movement speed to kind of catch up or deal that extra slow from the ice cream ones to kind of slow Panda away. So based on this draft, I really favor Danny's play style if you think about it.
A little bit of taunting from the original twins in the crowd there. Min and Man asking, where's Xavvsz? We want to see Xavvsz on the field here. But unfortunately, not going to get to see that for now, as we do see the Labu ban. So a lot of focus towards Iris here. And this worries me, because Iris is a really strong player, but it feels like he wasn't... Oh! Whoa, whoa, whoa! What do we got here? It's the Vexana!
Okay, I did not expect this as well. You know, the Terrify kind of works in a similar way-ish, but at the same time, it feels like an extra unit or one-shot capability. So I'm not sure where entirely are they going at this angle with this Vexana. But now with the Fanny being picked up from Team Lunatix, Team HAQ, they have no choice but to pick either a Kufra here and force Iris to play the XP perhaps. Actually, or maybe even a Saber robe if they want to.
Well, a Saber robe would be insane, but I really would not like giving Grok to Iris here. He would lose to the export even harder. Maybe he can be uninteractive, but I'm not sure. I'm a big fan of that. I don't think we've seen Yunnan play on the Fanny yet. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. So we're seeing a very hard and fast lineup from Team Lunatix. Fanny and Bruno really want to start scoring kills right from the get-go, and if they're able to get a snowball, it's going to be very difficult for Team HAQ to deal with it, because right now their comp really isn't bulky enough just with Grok alone. They need another source of frontline, but also something that's not going to get easily bullied by the X-Borg in lane, which is... I don't see a very good option based on what's common in the meta.
Yeah, this seems very, very scuffed here, but I don't know what's going to synergize with Vexana. We got to set it up as well. Maybe an Atlas, I don't know yet, but seems like they're playing the Arlet. Makes a little bit more sense now. The final slasher to set up for the Vexana burst seems to be a little bit difficult, but it is very, very doable if they are all clumped up together.
That's a tall order there. I like the combo potential from Team HAQ. Arlet definitely has some viability into export, but it requires so much mechanical execution. And if you make a single mistake, Ken just wins out the lane and Lunatix runs away with the game. Team HAQ are going into this with a very experimental idea, to the point that, again, I've completely forgotten that Arlet exists as a hero since he's just fallen off the map. But guess we'll find out whether or not that status is deserved.
Well, seeing how things are going as well, for first ever Vexana being played from side Team HAQ in MPL Malaysia, it is going to be a very tall order, like you said as well. The wombo combos coming from Team HAQ. Can they get the catch? Meanwhile, Team Lunatix starting things off with a very strong composition where they actually play around Yuna for the Fanny here. But, of course, seeing how interesting this draft is, we are going to be going into a very short pause in order to figure out whether or not if this strategy is going to be viable.
Yeah, of course, we do have some small technical complications that we got to deal with, so this will give us a bit more time to think about things. Now, Vexana, I feel like this is not just a Season 12 debut, I feel like this is an MPL debut. Has this hero ever been played in the history of MPL? I personally don't think I've seen it.
Okay, I've heard rumors. I think there was one game in Indonesia, but there's not been a single win yet. So I'm not entirely sure, but we have to check on that later on here with production. But of course, I really want to see this wombo combo from Team HAQ because, like you said as well, it's very difficult to pull off. The idea is there to have somewhat of a chain CC AoE synergy composition, but to pull it off where all 5 players are clumped up for that second skill burst, it is going to be very difficult because the thing about Vexana is that you need to be able to kill somebody to actually have a forced chain reaction to burst other people.
That is true. And while the Terrify from Vexana is going to be very annoying to deal with, it does require landing those skill shots. There's a reason why Vexana isn't picked up very often. While she has a good amount of burst, she lacks mobility, she isn't quite able to land things reliably. I would even argue that getting Eudora under certain circumstances has a bit more reliability due to how her stun works, but we'll find out.
Yep, at the same time here, without further ado, we're going to be jumping straight into the game here. This is Game 1, Day 3. This is Team Lunatix versus Team HAQ.
Alright, starting things off, let's have a look at what kind of emblems we're looking at here. On the side of Team Lunatix, things are pretty normal. We do see the killing spree onto Yuna, so he's very much intending to go for those kills here this game. As for Team HAQ, killing spree on Gary as well, so an aggressive Lancelot so far has been kind of 50-50. This hero fallen off quite a bit from the meta. Iris on this Arlet, not going to have a very fun time against the Xborg as well, and we know how volatile the EXP lane can be. Iris really needs to be enabled for Team HAQ to use him as a source of engagement.
Agreed. I see where you're coming from as well, but as of now, my biggest question is, do they have a way to deal with his Fanny? Because right now, Yuna is going to try and chip away Noir, almost half HP, less than half, but Team Lunatix, they are going to try and go for sways here. The Wanderer will be in the hands of Lunatix for now.
I can see Hito as well. While he has taken a lot of damage, this is still a favorable lane for him. Bruno has so much inbuilt damage. Esha trying to engage.
Oh my goodness, the confidence coming from Noir, trusting that he's got the nature's power to keep you in check, force Esha to waste his spell, but that is still going to be a little bit of a check coming from both sides. Nothing super major yet. Gary already in his 4. He's going for pressure on Dato, half HE. Then that's going to be pressures off in mid lane right now.
Yeah, I like the activeness from Gary here. He is instantly able to unlock Yura from his lane quite early on to start rotating over and secure some control over the turtle pit, which is going to be very important. They cannot allow Team Lunatix to get an EXP lead here. With heroes like Fanny and Brody, that's going to be very dangerous to deal with once the time comes around. And looking at the emblems here, I'm not seeing anything too unusual. A good amount of tenacity on the side of Team HAQ, some agility here and there, but the turtle now going to be contested.
Agreed. Now Chen already hitting his level 4. He does have his sanity. Gary dropping down very low, but the turtle is dropping very slow as well. Does he get a kill? Yes, he does. He steals it away while Iris zones Yuna out. So that's going to be Team HAQ winning the turtle trade.
Yeah, that seemed kind of disconnected from Team Lunatix there. They had control over the turtle pit. They already zoned out Gary, dropped him real low, and they decide that they gotta back this off. Now, I feel like Yuna may have overextended himself, but his team needed to be closer there to make sure that he wouldn't get cut off. Like, where was Kian in that situation? I feel like he may have been, because like if he was zoning out Team HAQ, they needed someone on the backside of the turtle pit.
Oh, Yuna tried to be, Noir tried to actually be a little bit annoying here to try and, you know, slow down their farming rotations coming from Fanny, but you can only do so much. Meanwhile, Gary now, this time, he's going to be the one that gets pressured as well. Asia scouts out Yura. Doesn't want to take the risk, just doesn't have the backup to do so as well. So he is going to be the disengage coming from Asia, or Team Lunatix looking to try and secure the farm of Hito. Do they want to make an attempt? No, I don't think so. Seems like they're still going to be trading between each other for now.
I'm surprised we're not seeing more side lane pressure here from either of these teams, actually. Team Lunatix should definitely be playing around the gold lane more, because Hito can easily get unlocked. He just needs one other person. Get a stun in, Panda is basically dead at that point. And Team HAQ should probably apply a little more pressure to the EXP lane, because Iris is actually doing a very good job in a matchup that's not very easy. And if they're able to disable Kian before he gets that Ice Queen's wand, then they have some good team fight.
Agreed, great setup here coming from Asia. Yura and the other hand here, not going to be focused on Noah. He gets terrified by Yura, finally finishes his mob. That's going to be first blood in his flavor. And that's going to be Team Lunatix getting first blood.
Yep, there we go. There's the side lane pressure I'm looking for there. A little bit slower, but I'll take it here. Better late than never. Lunatix will be able to find that out. And you do see on paper what Vexana is able to do to the Fanny. Get that Terrify in. Doesn't allow him to move, but hold on.
Oh, that's a little bit scary here. Great attempt coming for Team HAQ, but he needs to steal his purple buff here. Yuna is looking for the fight here. Chen is there. He does have an insanity. Gary, does he get a steal? No, he does not. So that's going to be disengaged. But Gary, he's so low, he's going to get bursted down. And that's going to be the punishment coming from Team Lunatix.
Yeah. Now, this is the problem with Team HAQ here. They may have gone a little bit too hopeful. They have utility. They do actually have CC, but it's not reliable enough. And you need reliability when you're up against a hero like Fanny. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to stop him. You think, oh, I can terrify him. He's not going to be able to fly me down. But then
my god! Hito! He gets the kill, but he needs to get out. Yura's going to be there. He sidesteps it! He survives! And Yura goes down. That's going to be 2 for 1. But meanwhile, Gary going to be looking to try and catch another trade, but Yura is not going to be able to finish him off, so Yuna is going to be able to get out here. Meanwhile, Lunatix, they trade off a middle turret on top of that setup. What a play from Lunatix.
I was positively scrumptious right there. Chef's kiss for finding Hito. Yes, he did get picked off in the end, but that's the mental damage already. Being able to escape the 2-man vice grip from Team HAQ. The turtle will now pretty easily fall into their hands because Gary already got very low earlier. Not going to be able to proceed down on that, and they weren't able to pick off Yuna. The Fanny currently 3-0.
Oof, Tito, Deto, like he's taking a little bit too much damage from Gary. He needs to respect this, but at the same time, no attempts yet coming from Team HAQ. And so far, we haven't seen Team HAQ kind of clump up yet. It seems like, you know, because of this Fanny coming from Yuna, they're forced to be taking this fight split off most of the time, actually, you think about it.
It's actually more because Team HAQ doesn't have enough map control. They don't have lane priority anywhere other than maybe the EXP lane, and even that is a little bit dicey. Panda can't quite chase Hito out. Vexana, well, not going to quite match up to Deto, even though her clear speed is pretty solid because her mobility not going to be there. Asia!
Oh, here he comes. They find Panda. He needs to get out. He can't. Asia will be the sacrificial lamb. But they do trade one as well. Iris comes in to go in for the swipe against Hito. Can they get a finish as well? Noir looking to go in for the wall charge, but does not have the flicker. He already used it as well. So that's going to be Lunatix trading off a marksman for a roam. Absolutely worth it. Unless Hito makes a mistake. Iris thinking about it.
Iris wants to engage so badly, but Arlet is quite conditional. And look at Yuna. He's taking the tier 2 for free mid here. Gary will make it just in time to make sure that doesn't go down. But Lunatix is doing a lot of damage. They've got better mobility, they've got better damage, and the snowball is already starting here. Team HAQ, again, doesn't have the right resources. This comp may have been a bit too experimental, as Esha has so much more engaged potential than basically anyone else.
Yeah, but at the same time, Iris finds Ito. Noir not able to interject this as well. Instead, he gets caught up. Asia now comes the wall charge as well. Hito finally gets bursted down. Hito thought he could be able to kill him off, but that's going to be the price he has to pay here. Yuna finally joining the fight, but it's a little bit too late. The rest of Lunatix has to back out. Gary as well, looking to try to extend this fight, and he finds it as well. Goes to the back lines, gets the kill, and Team Lunatix loses 2 at the expense of Noir.
That is pretty scrappy there. At first, it definitely looked like Team Lunatix could counter back there, but Team HAQ were actually finally able to get that combo down, get the wall in, get the wall charge, set up the Eternal Guard. Finding Hito goes down, and then after that, they try to chase down the Remnant. You can see that Iris is definitely having a little bit of difficulty. The Arlet does feel kind of clunky nowadays since he's not quite as tanky and does a little less damage than before, but still does provide a lot of value with that final slash, being able to zone people out, force the flicker very early on, which is why Hito couldn't escape in the end. They'll even things out just a little bit, but Team HAQ needs to gain a little bit more of lead, especially they gotta give Panda more space.
Yeah, that's something they definitely need to do, but at the same time, with that small skirmish coming in, AI winning prediction says, hey, you know what? A little bit of bounce back coming from Team HAQ, but it is still 61% in Team Lunatix's favor, and currently, because of this fan, you can see Team HAQ, they're setting up top as well. And it seems like they want to make sure that Panda gets his farm, like you said as well, the space needed for him to scale back the game.
If Panda's able to get 2 or 3 items pretty soon, then Team HAQ will be able to start really rushing people down. The Lord will fall though to Yuna, as Team HAQ are not quite in battle-ready position to contest it, it seems.
This is so smart coming from Team Lunatix here. They're making forced rotations of Team HAQ to play the cross-map plays here, and every single time they do that, they're always one step behind. And even here, Gary is trying his best to actually keep up. He wants to chip the Furaga armor, but what does it gonna do? Because Chen is just so strong, he still has the immortality, and as of yet, it's just so difficult to challenge Lunatix right now.
It is a mistake to give Kian the export here. It allows him to play so comfortably. There's basically no bad matchup against the hero as well. There's a reason why teams ban out Paquito and Charizla against Iris. This is the same reason. I feel like Team HAQ didn't quite give enough respect there. The possibility, though, still gonna be there.
Oh boy, Asia trying to make an attempt as well. Noir, he's in a little bit of trouble as well. Chen, he can look to go for the insanity. Finally drops in as well. He catches Panda, sends him home back to the base as well. Needs to go in for a reset, but with the Lord collapsing on the tier 3s, we might see an inhibitor fight. Team HAQ, they're trying to extend this wall. Lunatix needs to get out of this wall, but a big slam with the Vexana connects on 4, but there's no kills. He needs a kill to actually set it up, so there's not going to be enough damage here. Yuna tries to steal a little bit more down bottom, but unfortunately, it is going to be half HP only. Damage has been done, but seems like Team HAQ still loses in all these trades.
A good defense by Team HAQ, but they definitely should have gotten 1 or 2 kills there with the kind of setup that was being done. Team Lunatix right now has enough of a lead that they're bulky enough to survive a lot of these extended trades. And with Esha and Kian being their front line, you can see just how solid they are, even though they tanked a 3-man Eternal Guard from Yura. And now, while I was definitely very interested to see how well the Vexana would do here, I'm definitely losing some confidence in the value of this pick. It's just not quite reliable enough in terms of damage output or crowd control. And that's very important under these circumstances. Right now, Team HAQ are not quite able to stop the mobility coming out of their opponents.
You know, that's the thing about having this Vexana, right? You gotta hit as many players as possible, landing those marks on Lunatix, and within 5 seconds, you need to get as many kills as possible in order to proc those explosions, which need to remind you here, it's about 400 to 1,000 damage per explosion if they get the kill. So right now, they need that activation coming from Team HAQ. That one big team fight is going to be able to set things apart. So as of yet, with the help of Panda, hopefully he's going to be able to finish things off, because Lunatix right now, they are going to be in some pain if they group up as 5.
Team HAQ trying to bait an ambush using Panda here, but I like that Team Lunatix are not biting the bait. There's no reason they need to force a fight right now, and there's no way an Irritel alone in the mid lane is not going to look suspicious, but here comes the conceal. Ooh, that's unfortunate.
Yep, Gary not going to be able to secure his buff here. Panda only level 12. Got his Wind Talker, but I don't think it's going to be enough to challenge against Hito yet, because as of yet, it's going to be on the run. They really want to try and catch him off guard, but with the Lord coming in, Gary, they make an attempt here to force a flicker out, but Lunatix gets out, and guess what? look at the middle lane. Yuna is going to be pushing the mid lane as well. Chen is also going to be pushing the bottom lane. And looks like they are going to try and keep them at bay here. Asia, they force the fight, but it's going to be very, very tanky. Team HAQ needs to retreat and get the heck out of there. Then they can't back out. Guess what? They'll lose the middle turret here. And now Team HAQ, they're scrambling. Chen finally joins them up as well and cancels off all the retreat to even recall back to the base. And just like that, they lost 2 inhibitors from the side of Team HAQ.
That was just perfectly done. I have no other words to say about it. That was 100% how you should do it. They see Team HAQ extend too far out of their base. They got 2 waves pushing. They see Team HAQ trying to back off to defend the base. Instantly, Esha flickers forward, starts the engage, slows them down as much as possible. Honestly, if Panda wasn't just barely able to finish his recall there, Lunatix would have ended the game. That's how much of an impact that decision actually made. And you can see how much pressure Team HAQ are under right now. In terms of itemization, they're still lagging a little bit behind. We got 3 items on Panda in comparison to 4 on Hito, including that Wind of Nature, so it's going to feel very safe here.
Actually, agree here because Seal Play comes in. They are going to try to make an attempt. Lord hitting onto the crystal, dropping very low. They lose the final inhibitor, but here comes Insanity from Qian. Connects on everyone. They quad Nor, but at the same time, the crystal's exposed and Team Lunatix takes game 1 against Team HAQ.
Surgical precision right there, as we can see the tumor excised entirely by Lunatix, not giving Team HAQ a single chance to breathe. That was textbook. That was perfect. That's how you end a game. That's how you keep up your momentum. That's how you make use of your mid-game pressure to make sure that your opponents have no chance to breathe, no chance to make a comeback. And Lunatix looks to be feeling quite strong right now.
Agreed. You know, Lunatix, especially with the drafts as well, did really, really well. Shout out to Coach Neil. In this case, it feels like there's just so much that we can actually talk about when it comes to their playstyle. But my, oh my, who would have thought that we get to see this happen right here?
Yeah, I mean, when I saw that draft, I was intrigued, but also very worried for Team HAQ. It's like, you try something like this against a lineup that's very oppressive, very aggressive, and very comfortable for Lunatix. You have to be super confident in yourself. And I wasn't quite seeing that there. Yes, they were trying, but when you lack the tools, when the comp doesn't feel like it's been practiced enough, especially against the kind of mobility, the kind of aggression that they're dealing with, that's what happens.
Yep, shout out to Coach Danny. Beautiful stuff coming from him as well. And I'm curious to see how they are going to be looking at here. Who is going to be the MVP? Because we are going to be checking out backstage to see who the MVP from Lunatix is. It is going to be none other than Yuna himself on his fanny. Congratulations on his play here. Beautiful decision making with his fanny. Playing the macro pick game. A very, very good big picture of how to be winning those games thus far.
A little bit of silent taunting there with the Bombay pose as well, showing us exactly how deep his pockets are. Yuna, up until this point, wasn't given too much of a chance to try out different sorts of heroes, but now we're getting to see that. And I want to see more of this, not just from Yuna, but from other junglers in the league. No more Mortis, no more Fredrin. Go for the assassins. This is a free meta. There's so much damage flying around. Show us what your mechanics are made of.
Yep, at the same time, letting the Fanny through allow Team Lunatix to play towards their strengths here, which is pretty much the cross-map plays. And knowing Team Lunatix here, they have been known for their macro plays despite having a complete different roster. Finally, with Coach Danny coming in here, the team seems very, very reformed here in Week 3, despite the struggles that they had before Week 1. But, of course, I'm excited to hear what they have to say in their mic check, especially for Team Lunatix, coming in with both Deb right now.
Boleh.
I wait flicker.
Kaya mo patay, pre.
Back sana. Nice.
Nice. I get.
Nice, Yuna. No skill one, no skill one, oi. Nice.
Nice.
Aku tak ada.
Nice.
Wow.
Grow them. Mid, can try mid.
Jom.
Okay.
Ulti Misha.
Sobra na tao.
Nice, Sha. We got mid. Nice trade.
Nice. Nice. So good trade.
Yeah.
Hey, one flicker. Boleh.
Alot flick.
Boleh end.
Come.
Power lang.
Nice. And.
Nice. Santai.
Well, that was quite a thing right there. The initial stages seemed very disciplined, actually, from Team Lunatix, making the correct calls, having a little bit of excitement sprinkled in here and there, but only telling what needs to be said. But then all of that falls apart at the end when the crystal is broken down and they are screaming at the top of their lungs about a well-earned victory.
I like how, you know, our language, when it comes to Malaysia, right, we like to kind of mix up our language in multiculturals as well as different kinds of language here. That was a perfect example of why Malaysia is the best, right? They mixed in Tagalog words, they mixed in Malay words, they mixed in English, everything in comms just to get the message across. And it is so flavorful coming from Team Lunatix, and I want to see more about that as well. But now, before that, let's take a look at the items coming in here from Team Lunatix on how they built around this composition to win this game.
Yep, things are looking very strong here. Obviously, Lunatix had a massive gold lead, so they already have a pretty notable item advantage. You can see the double Ice Queen's wand on both Kian as well as Detto here. Detto being 0, 0, and 7. This Eve being such a terror, the real world manipulation being able to block off a lot of avenues that Team HAQ has, and they already don't have the mass mobility, so being able to control that just reduces the amount of resources they have. Finding Hito, having 4 items, even going for that Wind of Nature, even though he's so far ahead, just to make sure that he won't get easily dived on and executed too early by either Gary or Iris. So I love the respect that's being seen here. The double Athena shield, we see the antique cuirass. I feel like Lunatix has itemized very well to make sure that all of Team HAQ's avenues for potential victory were cut off.
Yeah, it was a pretty straightforward one coming from them as well. They do have the tools to actually burst it on. And even that, the Athena shields to prevent the Vexana from proccing that was just so smart in terms of itemization here. But of course, from the side Team HAQ here, let's take a look at itemizations here. I do see Irradiant armor purchases, War Axe as well as the Endless Battle coming from Gary. I do see the Antique Heroes coming from Noah, but at the same time, what are your thoughts on this?
So, first thing is, there's 2 antique cuirasses on Iris and Noir, which makes sense because they are dealing with a Fanny. But I do wonder whether they should have went for the full item. I feel like going for Dreadnought first and then getting Radiant would have been more important. Iris does have it, but Noir does not. And we know how vulnerable Grok is to magic damage. When you're dealing with the Eve, it's going to be very annoying since Grok itself does need a little bit of space, does need those walls to be able to walk around. Plus, on top of that, we got the Edith going to be pelting them down. Yura's choice of going for Enchanted Talisman into the Glowing Wand is quite interesting. I'm not too familiar with Vexana. I thought it would be more of a burst build, but this meant that the damage wasn't quite quick enough to take down Lunatix.
Yeah, the Clock of Destiny Trunkin might have been a little bit better to a certain degree, I guess. But of course, you know, even despite that, going for the Enchanted Talisman build here, he still has 41,000 damage. And based on this, it seems like it's more like Team Lunatix just completely not giving Team HAQ those tools to actually play around this Vexana.
The problem is Team HAQ needs a bit more time in order to get that damage up and running, especially on Panda. Irritel is a little bit of a double-edged sword, this hero. It's really powerful in AoE situations once you've gotten that Berserker's Fury, that Great Dragon Spear. But before that, the hero is very lackluster, especially compared to something like the Bruno, where Hito can just really start pelting you down right from the beginning of the game. So Team HAQ needed to create that space. But without Burst, I feel like it was very difficult for them to really threaten Lunatix. Not to mention, again, the lack of resources. The CC is a bit unreliable. You have to use it on Hito, you have to use it on Yuna, and then on top of that, you have Kian just flame-throwing you the entire time, slowing down the entire field inside the real-world manipulation. I think Team HAQ went a bit too experimental with this draft and did not respect the options that Lunatix were basically showing at, like, shoving into their faces.
Yeah, I guess if you put it that way as well, but how far has Irritel kind of fallen, right? If you think about this wall, before MPL MY actually started, other regions were playing Irritel. Everyone was like, hey, you know what, this might be the strongest marksman. But this past few days, Irritel has had a very big hit in their win rates thus far. But of course, when it comes to that kind of stats here, let's give you guys a little bit more flavor in terms of information. This is going to be the heat map rotations between both the junglers of Team Lunatix and Team HAQ.
So we got Yuna on the yellow, we got Gary on the red. Now both of these are very high mobility junglers, of course. Fanny is in a class of her own, but I think Gary was definitely doing a good job of rotating around the map. You saw him put a lot of pressure towards that mid lane so that he could unlock Yura. Okay, on paper that makes a lot of sense. Do that, and you can start roaming around and affecting the side lanes. But I don't feel like I saw that.
You know, that's the thing, right? He's trying so much to actually kind of catch up with Yuna to a point that somehow Yuna is making all these ballsy plays. And you pay attention during how the heat map kind of works as well. They were able to get the middle turret tier 1 and tier 2 by like 7 to 8 minute mark, which is insane because technically mid control is what helps you kind of scale back. But because of how Yuna took advantage of this middle turret destruction, Team HAQ pretty much lost all map control for Lord and Turtle objectives because of these plays.
Oh, like, this is an unfortunate situation here, honestly, because Team HAQ has won a lot of games in the past through superior macro play. But a lot of that comes down to the hero that Iris is given. And in this case, Arlet, wave clear, pretty bad. So it doesn't allow him to go on his own, clear out lanes, and create pressure across the map. In fact, he has to be part of the fight because the final slash is the only really reliable CC they actually have. And because of that, Yuna just flies around, Kian just split pushes. The rotations and movements for Yuna are so free.
Agreed. But at the same time, in case you missed out on the action as well, this is pretty much the highlights on how things went down during game number 1. Obviously, Yuna, he had first blood as well, but we can see Team HAQ, they were trying their best to actually get a couple of trades here. But what was insane is that Team Lunatix, they were pretty much winning on every single lane.
And look at this engagement as well. Hito sliding right out of that Eternal Guard. He still did die at that point, but it was worth it in the end. And we can see Esha being very sacrificial this game as well, willing to throw his body in to get trades on higher value targets, which is what you want from your roamer. And although Team HAQ was able to get the combo like once, it actually didn't give them a lot either. They lose Hito, they lose Esha, but look at Kian getting towers, look at Yuna getting towers. Yeah, you can tell how this went.
Yeah, I think this was the moment right after this fight. Oh no, it's not going to be captured on the highlights as well. There was an instance where Yura dropped his out and hit all 4 players. Everyone was like 10% health. And if either of those players kind of died there, it would have been a massive success for this Vexana. However, what if, could if, should have, would have. In this case, it didn't exactly happen in this scenario. So, all things aside, they've got to go back to the basics right now. Experimental, they tried it, didn't work out. Sorry, bro. That is not it.
Yeah, but now the question comes out. We have to remember Team HAQ are bringing in a new head coach. Jun previously was analyst with Amok, and now head coach, he's trying this out. Is this a sign of confidence or a lack of experience? And that's going to be a big question.
Wait, at the same time, guess what? We've heard something for you guys, and that is going to be our Malaysia sticker coming up as well on the way. Only happening right now in Mobile Legends Bang Bang from the 24th of August all the way to the 6th of September. 6th of September. Well,
yes, that's correct.
There's about 4 more days left. You gotta join us for the MLBB to celebrate Independence Day because you can log in your game now to get special Hari Raya Merdeka emotes. And guess what? It is voiced by 3 MPL Pro players.
I think you guys already know who they are, but for those of you who don't know, I think you can even recognize by their voices. They're pretty notable names here in MPL MY, so I'm sure we'll all be very excited to hear them, just like we'll be excited to see what happens in game number 2. Adjustments have to happen. This is where I think Jun does need to step up a little bit. I don't think that draft worked out, but that's fine. It's his first draft as head coach. What's important to see is how well he adjusts.
Yep, I agree with what you say as well. Iris hasn't been able to be given the tools for these past 2 days, even in yesterday's games against RSG. But now is going to be the time for them to bounce back. Can they fight off the action? And because right now, Lunatix, they are in prime position to get their second 3 full points in the history of MPL MY, despite having one of the rockiest start in the history of MPL.
It's honestly incredible how much Lunatix has improved here. Their previous victory, I think a lot of people could see it and consider it a fluke since, again, Team Secret is not in a good spot right now. But now that we've seen their performance in this game, I think it's very clear to say that the introduction of Hito as well as Danny as the coach has really breathed new life into this lineup. And we can see the fans there. There's not a lot of them, but they're here to show support to their favorite players. And even I myself, my recent ranking, I put Lunatix at the bottom. I'm going to really reevaluate after this.
I'm not gonna lie, my initial start of Lunatix's ranking was pretty low as well, despite the controversies that has happened and the things that has happened for Team Lunatix. But what I'm really surprised, despite all that for every single season, they somehow made it work and they're not here to get out of MPL anytime soon. But for now, with only one game ahead, the series is not over yet. We gotta take a look into the second draft on how HAQ is gonna be able to bounce back.
Yep, I'm gonna be very curious to find out what happens in the draft for game number 2 here. Some good respect was shown between these two teams during the initial ban phases, getting rid of Turisla, of Paquito, even the Martis very specifically banned out because that is Yuna's most played hero thus far. But now it's demonstrated that he has much deeper pockets than they were hoping for. So the attention needs to shift elsewhere. If they were trying to focus on playing their own game and it didn't work out, maybe it's time to play reactive. Otherwise, they need a more cohesive lineup with more tools. I think having enough crowd control, especially reliable crowd control in this meta, is crucial.
Yep, at the same time, draft picks are on its way, and this is going to be the drafts coming in, and Team HAQ going to be on the blue side this time, and Team Lunatix on the red side. And of course, when it comes to the bans as well, like you caught as well, Team Lunatix again going to be challenging Iris's hero pool once again, respecting the Paquito as well as Turisla obviously is kind of in the meta right now. But Team HAQ, they say, you know what, Martis, Joy, Claude, I don't want to see any of that.
So they're going for the similar bans we saw before, but the Claude gets banned in first phase instead. We can see that currently Joy is the most currently banned hero, which does not spark joy for a lot of us, but I think for these teams, they do not want to have to deal with this speedy Leonin on the Land of Dawn. And Valentina gets banned out by Lunatix.
Good job, production. I like it, you know. This does not spark joy. Like, I love the puns and wordplay
Yep,
here.
yep,
Extremely creative, you know, coming from production. But at the same time here, I can see Staffa's face kind of scrunching over. What's that telling me?
I hate this pick.
Why? Why do you...
Why? Why are you starting with Lancelot? You do not need to start with Lancelot.
XP Lancelot, bro.
There is no reason to prioritize this hero as a first pick, and I hate this so much. I have not been... this is the angriest I've been for the first pick ever. There's so many good options. Flex the Edith. Steal the X-Borg. Why? Go for the Fanny.
Here's a fun fact for these guys who are fans of us casters. If I had a video camera that was recording Staffa's face right now, that would be a perfect definition of cringe meme-worthy kind of expression, because he was so pissed off to a point that, why? Why would you pick a Lancelot? And I can see where you're coming from, Staffa. Don't worry about it. But it was a little bit of a fun moment for me. But of course, Team Lunatix right now, going for textbook plays, bringing in an X-Borg as well as the Eve.
Man.
You're still mad, aren't you? You're still mad.
The other 4 picks had better be the most beautiful symphony orchestra I've ever seen, because I don't like this start already. We get the Eve signature pick for Dedo. We get Kian's signature X-Borg again.
Online.
Oh,
just end me now.
This feels like a Gideon moment right now.
What is this?
What is this? Well, to be honest, comfort picks.
Grok is not good against Eve, not good against X-Borg. Iritel needs time. Why are you going for the same draft that got destroyed in game 1 against the same heroes that destroyed it?
I don't know. You know, Team Lunatix, they might be able to match it up again. Maybe, you know, they want to switch up the Vexana for something else, because to be honest, Vexana was pretty much the only hero from Team HAQ that didn't really make sense. So I guess they still want to try it here. It's a little bit tweaking coming from Team HAQ, but of course Team Lunatix, exact same picks coming from game 1, given the same tools again, Edith, X-Borg, and Eve. However, with a little bit of twist here, here's a spoiler. Team HAQ got a taste of what they wanted to play from game 1. Fanny is going to be up next. Do they ban? Do they not? That's going to be coming true as well. And of course, Novaria is going to be the targeted ban from Team Lunatix for sure.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. Just go with very similar options right now and things are going to be quite comfortable. Team HAQ, I have no doubt they're going to change most likely the Vex and the Arlet this game. If they don't, I will have nothing to say. So confirm those two heroes we're probably not going to see again. But this just... Because Iris's job now is so difficult. Again, I still don't see the right hero to be able to deal with it. If the Lapu gets banned out again by Lunatix, then what then? I don't get this draft.
Okay, now let's take a little bit of comparison here. You can take a look at the screens here on the top side and the bottom side. That was a previous draft and bans from first one. Bottom is going to be the current one as well. We do see identical bans coming from in as well, but this time a little bit of twist is that the Fanny will be banned from the side Team HAQ. So this is a great read here, because if you think about it here, Yuna was the biggest reason why Team HAQ wasn't able to group up as a 5-man wombo combo. However, does Team Lunatix say, pick the Arlot again? I don't care about it. To be honest,
it worked.
I don't care.
It worked previously. I think just ban the Lapu again, no problem. And I wouldn't really consider the Fanny ban a great read. That's basically someone telling you, you gotta ban this hero, and them doing it. Because the Fanny was the problem. It doesn't take a genius to figure that out. But we already know that Yuna doesn't seem to have too much of a problem with his hero pool, so I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, wait, yeah, actually the Angela got pretty far here. I'm surprised it made it this far. Good catch by Lunatix. Cannot let that through. Angela Irritel does actually change a lot of the dynamics, so I respect that choice. So maybe we'll see Iris on the Lapu Lapu here, which does have better chances against the X-Morg, but it's still not fun.
I think, to be honest, I know Gideon doesn't like this here. I really like a Deroff in this composition, regardless of whatever.
Deroff.
Against an X-Morg, you can kind of shred through the armor very, very quickly, and you kind of force him to play defensively more, rather than, hey, you know what, I'm going to open up a map, spray a little bit of, you know, a fiery bush into the bush to check the map, etc. So, in that angle, and he kind of synergized with the armor shredding coming from Irritel.
Actually, not a bad catch. Yeah, the armor shred comp with the Deroff and Irritel was actually really scary. I think it was actually Team HAQ who played it previously.
It was SMG.
SMG, right.
It, yeah.
Because it has a similar style. They did have the Angela on top of that, so they won't have that this time. But it's not a bad idea. It could help a bit, but it's risky. Otherwise, we will see. It's not impossible right now for Lunatix to flex the X-Morg into the jungle and then pick up like a different EXP laner. They could even give Kian the Edith too. So there's still some flexibility there. And the Bruno has been locked in, which already did very well against the Irritel previously too.
You know what's a fun fact? Because on the screen right now we have two legendary people involved, both named Ayman as well.
That's true.
It's funny. Both of them are called Ayman. One is Ayman Sakaichi. One is Ayman HAQ.
Well,
from HAQ, you know.
The double Ayman threat, right? Why not? Why not?
And you know who's another Ayman we have on the Casher talent broadcast? Ayman Lafel.
That's true.
That's the triple Ayman right there.
Oh, okay. We have some interesting final picks here. We have the Esmeralda for Iris, which does not match up too well into the X-Board, but has enough survivability that it could make up for it. And then we have the Gord. The hero so far has a 100% win rate, despite having been picked 4 times, which is kind of insane, considering that Gord was basically a forgotten hero before this. It's not bad against the Eve.
Against the X-Board is pretty okay
I feel like
as well.
It's pretty easily dived, though.
That's the thing, right? You know, if you've got great positioning here, as demonstrated by Zion Sampoy yesterday in Todak's game when he played the court, well, if you've got great game sense and positioning like that, you're going to be winning games here. In this case, I'm curious to see whether or not Yura is going to be able to do the exact same thing, because right now, we do see the Hayabusa. Back then, when X-Borg was one of the prime picks, Hayabusa was one of those that can chip away on X-Borg's armor, but this time, they're taking it for themselves. They're going to dive the back lines. They're going to shut down this board.
All right. I'm going to be honest, there's a lot of times where I'm not a big fan of Hayabusa as a pick, because I do feel like unless he gets a really good start, his damage falls off so quickly. But in this game, I think it's pretty good. Gord is largely stationary, and the Ogi Shadow Kill would keep up with Irritel, even with the sprint. So, if we're able to get a solid start here, Lunatix has a pretty good recipe for victory. But, well, will Gord's 100% win rate speak for itself?
Sometimes you gotta believe in the Filipino Hayabusa. Kyrie demonstrated that Hayabusa can still be played at top level. Will you not do the same? Because as of now, draft's been set. Team HAQ with a revamped version of Game 1's draft. This time, bringing in the Gord here. Will they be able to bounce back? Because this is going to be Game 2 between Team HAQ versus Team Lunatix.
Team Lunatix currently 1 game up and definitely has the momentum after feeling very good about a clean victory. Team HAQ will have quite an uphill climb to show us here, especially with most of their composition the exact same as before, which means that execution will need to change very drastically.
Yeah, at the same time here, you know, seeing how this is going to be working in favor of Team Lunatix a little bit more, but I feel like all they gotta do is just play it slow, because as of now, Esmeralda versus an export is not necessarily the greatest for an export in early stage of the game, but towards the mid-later stage game here, it feels like Iris is going to have a very, very difficult time.
It's a weird dynamic, because on paper, export counters everything that Esme brings to the table, but at level 1 and 2, Esmeralda actually does a lot of damage with recent buffs, as well as the Impure Rage emblem. So we can see that Kian has already been chased back to base once, so expect a bit more attention being given here to the side lanes. And I like that Team HAQ is focusing now on pressuring Hito, because I really did not see enough of that in game 1.
Yeah, agreed. But as of yet, Yuna going to be invading the jungles as well. Likewise to be said from Team HAQ. Gary also going to be the trouble. Nope, looks like they are going to still farm their way through, but Lunatix already in prime position for the first total contest because it is going to be the top side. Meanwhile, Iris might be dived on here. They're thinking about it, and looks like they will make an attempt. Iris forced to go for the sprint as well, and he's going to fall, actually going for it. And that's going to be first blood from Team Lunatix.
Well played again. Team Lunatix identifying that before level 4, Iris has no way to escape, especially since the sprint has already been used as well. And we know that if you want to take down Team HAQ, the further behind you can put Iris, the easier the game becomes.
Agreed. But now with the turtle in the possession of Team HAQ here, Gary getting chipped away very low. He might actually fall. He goes for a sidestep. He tries to get out, but he cannot do so. And that's going to be Dato finishing him off. Meanwhile, Lunatix secures the turtle as well by Asia.
That was sloppy. That's all I can say. That was not well played by Gary at all. He panicked. You don't expect to see that, considering this was once one of the most promising junglers here in MPL. But Gary actually panicked there. He dropped way lower than he expected to. He missed his retribution, and then he couldn't escape. And here we go again.
Oh my goodness. Asia with the flicker forward. Panda forced to back out, but Hito getting so much value from those gold-plating Lunatix. Just, you know, very, very on point with those synchronized charges, and so far every single time they hit, Team HAQ hasn't been able to respond at all.
Yeah, really nice synergy so far from Team Lunatix. I'm loving their rotations. I'm loving the communication. I think Esha is finally back in his element. I didn't quite like it when they went for the double roam comp, but this feels so much better.
Agreed. Now Asia looking for the bait as well. They force out the Mystic Gush, but look at this. Yuna going to the back lines. They catch on Noir. Can he get out? And they do as well. Team HAQ tries to go to the back lines, and they get completely obliterated by Team Lunatix.
Avert your eyes, children. This is dirty right here. This is not for the faint of heart. As we can see Team HAQ getting dismantled once again. Yura!
Oh no, Yura, he needs to get out. He's got Flicker, but Yuna says, I'm a Hayabusa, and I'm gonna ninja you out of there, because that is just Team Lunatix showing absolute dominance right here, right now.
Team HAQ are being put in a really bad spot already. This is a team that doesn't necessarily need to be ahead early, but they want to be even. Because again, Iris and Panda need a bit more scaling. They need 2 or 3 items. Then they become real threats. And logically, they should have some tools with Noir and Yura, but I'm not seeing the proper movements around the map because Lunatix are applying so much pressure.
Yeah, but at the same time, here comes the pressure again. Gary, he's going to get caught out. Chain CC, he needs to get out. No, he cannot. Yuna pops his shadow, jumps forward, and here goes in for cover shot, and Asia as well, looking for his auto primal wrap auto attack, and that's gonna be Yura falling as well, as Lunatix gets 2 for nothing exchange, and the turtle again in the hands of Team Lunatix.
Lunatix are feeling it right now. You can see the confidence. You can see how clean the plays are being made. And Team HAQ are faltering. I'm not seeing the championship level team that we're used to right now. And I, again, don't think this draft is doing them any favors.
Agreed. Now Asia going to be using himself as bait once again. Team HAQ looking for the flank here, but they need some damage coming in, because as of yet, they just don't have the right tools to work with. Because as of now, Qian, again, export being so oppressive, so annoying. And this hero is my favorite hero, but still, seeing it in action, it's just fuming me because it is so frustrating because as of now, they are going to be an attempt here. Wall charge from Noir! Catches the back line, they find Hito, and that's going to be huge because that is a very important kill for them.
Alright, that's nice right there. Hito definitely got overconfident. Team HAQ finally able to snap up on that. Noir flickers in, gets the wall charge on a very important core for Lunatix. But Lunatix are still playing the map. You see how Kian and Yuna are actually splitting pressuring the towers because they know that 4 members of Team HAQ rotated up to get the Bruno. And Gary is
Gary,
dead.
no, he's dead. Yunas is the better jungler this time. He's been popping off game 1 this time. He's showing up. Gary, who is the best jungler in Malaysia. And of course, as of yet, he is currently in a 5-0-3 streak. Asia Ohana starts things off, tries to catch Panda. Will force out the sprint coming in from Panda, but there's not enough damage to chip away. Meanwhile, Qian, my goodness, he's gonna try to chip away a Noir as well. Asia connecting the stun. Dato trying his best to actually slow him down, but it looks good. Qian, he has the insanity. He doesn't even need it. Asia kills him off before he goes down. Oh no! Oh no!
This is systematic destruction. This is bullying by Team Lunatix. They understand that Team HAQ doesn't have the tools. They're just running away with this game right now. Every single one of their members is so far and feeling so comfortable. They've all hit their individual power spikes. Gary gets his purple buff at the very least, but this game is very quickly falling apart for them. Team HAQ needs to buy more time. But Lunatix are putting on so much aggression that it's almost impossible for them to find that space.
Oh, they need to do it now, but look at this. Right from the get-go, they force Gary to back up. Yuna, half HP. Noir does not have the flicker, so that's a bit close call as well. But Noir is going to be slowed down, and he's really forced to use the wall charge defensively to get out. Meanwhile, this is happening here. Pay attention to the map. Iris is actually making space for the team, but is it going to be enough? He takes the tier 1. Dato as well as Asia is going to be there. They are going to try and slow him down. They're calling in the rest of the pack, but the sprint is going to get him out of safety. So there's going to be a little bit of small victories for Team HAQ.
Small victories will add up, and that's exactly what Team HAQ needs to look for right now. At the very least in this game, Iris has been given a hero that is able to apply some map pressure and get out. But with the sprint down for another 80 seconds, it's going to be difficult for him to extend out that pressure again. And this is going to be a window that Lunatix can take use of. Considering the Lord is coming up in another 60 seconds, that means they'll be able to control the map and zone out Team HAQ, avoiding them from contesting the pit at all.
Agreed. Hito going to be pressuring the bottom lane as well. Iris not going to be able to do too much against Hito for now. So it is going to be coming down to whether or not HAQ finds farm for Panda on the other side of the map. Meanwhile, having mid control in favor of Team Lunatix, it is going to be very, very easily rotatable in this sense.
Noir
conceal play, finds the back line, finds Yuna, but where's the follow-up? It's a little bit slow here. Goes for the OK Shadow Q, is going to go out as well. And the Mystic Gush to try and zone them out, but it's not going to be enough because they are dropping like flies as Lunatix picks them apart bit by bit, one by one, as Gary and Noir now forced to sit on the sidelines to watch as their tower will crumble by Team Lunatix. Inhibitor falls here, and Lunatix, do they want to extend? They will, because Panda gets one-shotted by Hito.
This is just falling apart already. But I don't see a way for Team HAQ to come back into this. On paper, that seems like a good idea. Go from the back line with the conceal, get the wild charge. You actually do catch out Yuna, which is great. But then he instantly pops into the OG Shadow kill. Team HAQ are too grouped up. Last Insanity goes in. They all have to flicker backwards, get out. They don't get any kills. They lose multiple because Hito's footballs now hit with the strength of a 2-ton truck. And Team HAQ, their chances here are looking very, very slim.
Yep, Asia again. He finds Noir, and now he's forced to back out. And the amount of slows and damage that Team Lunatix has is just insane right now. And this is so worrisome.
Very worrisome. Iris, even on a hero that he's comfortable with, that has some split push pressure, you can tell that he cannot feel safe walking out. How can he when Lunatix has a 10,000 net worth lead before the 10-minute mark? This is probably the biggest difference we have seen. And the Lord is now going to be pushing in. It's only the first Lord, usually doesn't do that much damage, but considering the circumstances, We'll see.
It's going to be difficult as well because as of now, Chen still has the immortality. And bottom lane, Yuna, he finds Iris. That's huge as well. 5v4, he's got the sustain. Team HAQ, they have to try and do everything they can. Chen used the Insanity Zone off Panda. He's going to be forced to back out, but with the Lord Escort as well, they are forced to use the Mystic Gush to clear it off. And now here comes Yuna. He's looking for Panda. The RNG is not going to be able to connect with Panda. He gets out, and now they look for the reset again, but they are still concealed up. And here again, they collapse again, and they fight Panda finally. And now there is going to be another one to fall. Gary down to his last HP, but Hito, he finds Gary. Finding Hito, finds Gary again. He called him out in the previous interview. He gets the job done, and now they're looking to close out the game. Iris is going to be forced to defend against this, and now Team Lunatix, they have done it. They 2-0 Team HAQ. Another 3 points for Team Lunatix.
I hereby dub Team Lunatix as Lunatix Da Vinci, because that was a masterpiece, a beautifully painted portrait, and a wonderfully executed game, completely punishing their opponents, taking advantage of lapses in judgment, mistakes in the draft, not giving a single inch, and never overextending beyond their limitations. We are seeing a brand new evolution of this team with the potential to go far in the competition.
Oh, you can see good, big hugs coming from Hito towards Gary. He found his target, but at the same time, all things considered, they were still friends outside. It was a very good game coming from Lunatix here. I want to see what they have to say because this Filipino duo coming from Lunatix is just so strong. But right now, we want to see what they have to say as we throw it over on stage with our host, Rose, to take it away.
Lunatix sekali lagi menang 3 mata penuh lawan Team HAQ. 2-0. Wow. Okay. I rasakan guys, this is... Okay, honestly, I rasa ramai orang tak expect benda ni akan menjadi. But, korang nak spicy dulu ke korang nak santai dulu? Spicy terus. Spicy. Okay, come here. Okay, Hito. Alright. Now, Hito, I'm pretty sure whatever you're feeling right now, you're probably super duper happy. First of all, what do you want to say to Team HAQ? Your ex-team, and now you beat them 2-0.
We just only lucky. We not strong. They lose because mean watching the match. That's why.
Oh, it's means curse.
Yeah, means curse. Yeah, means.
Means curse. Okay. So now, can you not? So now that you won already, do you feel like you deserve to be in the main lineup?
I deserve top 1.
Wow. Okay. All right, Hito. One last question. Do you think that your combo with Yuna is the reason why you guys are winning? And do you think that Team Lunatix is the team for you?
I don't think so.
You don't? So, you don't want to play with Yuna?
Yeah, Yuna only lucky.
Oh, Yuna's only lucky. Chamba only.
He not good. He only lucky.
Alright. Also guys, tadi masa mic check kan, I would never thought I'd see a day where the mic check is chaotic and dia yang cakap, santai guys, santai. Tak expect langsung. Alright. Thank you. Okay guys, sebelum kita continue interview kita, I nak tahu korang, dalam pendapat korang kan, siapa sepatutnya jadi MVP untuk match ni? Hito? I tak setuju dengan Hito. Alright guys, kita tengok screen. 3, 2, 1. Our MVP is Yuna. Alright. Here. Okay. Are you shy again?
Yeah, I'm shy again.
You're shy again. Okay. Yuna, your performance now, yung performance mo ngayon compared to the past 2 weeks, ibang-iba. Is it because may kasama ka ng Filipino sa team mo, so mas mabuti yung communication nyo? Or anong nangyari?
Yeah, because of Hito. Hito can communicate to the Malay teammates.
Oh, okay. So I tanya dia sebab kalau kita semua perasan, Yuna punya performance selepas Hito masuk sangat beza. Sangat lain. And I tanya, is it because Hito, dia boleh communicate dengan Hito, so benda semua lagi senang untuk, get to each other. And dia cakap sebab Hito dah boleh cakap Melayu sikit, so Hito yang macam middle person, mid man. Dia cakap bahasa Tagalog, Hito cakap dalam bahasa Melayu. So technically Hito dah boleh ganti I dah sebagai host. Tak boleh? Wah, dia faham. Alright, Deto. One last question for Deto. Okay, Deto. I feel like this is my first time interviewing Deto. Okay, Deto. I have a question for you. Kita tahu that season sebelum ni, musim sebelum ni, Deto main gold laner.
Yes.
Sekarang, Deto dah main mid lane. Role mana yang you rasa lagi sesuai?
Sebenarnya aku main mid lane tapi gak cukup orang sebab orang Filipina itu ada masalah visa. Tapi ya saya ada satu kata buat Amox.
Wow! Okay! Alright, silakan.
Amox, kau dah buat tim Secret Lustri, jangan buat tim HAQ Lustri juga.
Sekarang pegang mic tapi bila pegang pedas oh. Alright, Esha. Come on lah, let's wrap it up, Esha. Alright, Esha. Sekarang 6 point. Tiba-tiba je 6 point. Kan? Lose streak 2 minggu. Sekarang, apa Esha perasan? Apa yang menjadi dalam tim Lunatix? Yakin ke tak korang dah boleh macam claim slot dalam playoffs untuk musim ini?
First of all, saya rasa happy dan terkejut dah. Sebab kita orang tak expect tiba-tiba kuat. Sebelum ni masa scrim pun ada yang kurang-kurang tiba-tiba. Atas stage semua jadi lain lah. So insyaAllah kami akan teruskan performance kami. Terus win streak sampai ke playoff guys. Keep support us.
Alright, terima kasih Esha. Alright everybody, once again, another round of applause for Team Lunatix. Another 3 mata penuh untuk minggu ni. Congratulations boys. Congratulations. Alright, and with that, let's throw it back to the casters. I nak tahu apa yang menjadi dalam clean sweep game ni. Casters, silakan. Jangan gaduh
Well, quite the interview we had up on stage right there. Lunatix really feeling themselves and showing the world what happens when there's some confidence in these wolves here. I feel like if this keeps happening, we're eventually going to have to avoid putting them on stage because I feel like they're going to get us in trouble one day.
Hey, you know, it's all fair in games. You know who's going to be in trouble? Themselves, because you got to own up to your own mistakes, your own responsibility, and eat your own words when the time comes, man, because that's on them. That's not on us, man. We are here to tell you a story, and guess what? Yuna played really amazing this game here. In 2 games with the Fanny as well Hayabusa, KDA 9-1-11, undeniably the best macro player I've seen. It's like you said as well, Da Vinci gameplays coming in for this matchup.
Also 800 average GPM across 2 games. No, they were very fast games, but that is an unprecedented GPM across multiple games for a jungler here. And considering that he's on full assassin, going for full damage, being able to continuously chain these kills feels pretty good.
Agreed. And at the same time here, I'm curious to see what they have to say when it comes towards their mic check, because the communication is going to be off the roof. Take it away.
Nice.
He's sprint.
Nice one.
Bro, nice. Eh, no skill 1, let's go, wait.
Mati.
Mati. Gerak. Double skill, bro. Okay. Sorry.
No flicker. I got flicker.
Nice Yuna.
Patay kay Yuna.
Wow, Yuna.
Walang iya.
Simi. Oh fuck.
Asha, jangan ubah.
Tay.
Mati siya. Awas Ash.
Nice, Mati.
Nice.
Take mid.
Good. Nice. I
got ulti. I'm okay.
I'm coming.
Ako kill Esme.
Jago guys.
Kill them all!
Jago guys. Uy, satu. Nice.
Double.
Let's take mid. Lord.
Slow.
Pandang ngapain?
Bisa main gak?
Lord.
Wait, mata gila ke?
Sorry.
Pandang ngapain?
Simi.
I got it.
Nice.
Threat lock. Oh, it's okay.
People first.
Nice itu.
Yo, we can end. Press. Keep pressing.
Teroy.
Turret!
Ooh, it's always surprising when you see some of the quietest and shyest players up on stage. When they're in the game, they just become absolute beasts. Who was that going, kill them all?
That sounds like Yuna. He's
Was it
screaming
Yuna?
in his lungs out
My
here, because I saw
goodness.
his mouth and his expression kind of screaming in the top left of the edge of the camera angles here, so I assume that's going to be Yuna. But damn, Team Lunatix, they really look very revamped right now. And like you said as well, it's not just Coach Danny that brought in the table, but with Hito and Yuna coming in, it feels like it's so good. And of course, Rose did kind of speculate as well. Was this the dynamic combo? Unfortunately, Hito says, you know what? Yuna is just lucky. Yuna is just lucky.
I wouldn't say so. I get the feeling Hito, you know, he's a character,
trolling.
man.
He's trolling.
He's playing. We all understand that these players have put their heart and soul into the game. They're definitely having a lot of fun because Team HAQ was not able to put up a fight at all. We see a very similar draft with only Hayabusa being switched out since Fanny was banned. Same items as well. We got the Ice Queen Swan on 2 players. We do have the Necklace of Durance on Detto as well, which is of course going to counter the Esmeralda, so I like that a lot. Hito, the game ended before he could even finish his Wind of Nature this time. I don't think there's too much to mention on in terms of itemization here. It's still very clean, very nicely done by the Lunatix.
Yeah, at the same time as well, you know, I like how Dito has kind of been playing in a comfortable role in the Metro, and he's weird to see him not playing this aggressive playstyle and for to see him play very defensively. It somehow works in their favor, and somehow because of his nature of playing in this kind of roles, it kind of allowed Lunatix to get a little bit crazy without losing too much value in these team fights.
It always did feel like Depto was more comfortable in the backline in comparison. Like when you compared him to other goal laners when he was in that position, he definitely played safer. But I think this position definitely gives him a lot more flexibility to do what is necessary. Whereas on the opposite side, Team HAQ, I like that they did switch out some things, but it's not really going to work out here because again, there's no lane priority here. And they have the tools to be aggressive, but Lunatix are just outperforming them a lot. And when you don't have lane priority, it's very difficult to go for ganks to try and apply pressure, even though they tried to do it once in the early game. I do feel kind of sad that Cord will no longer have that 100% win rate, so that's a bit unfortunate. Otherwise, there's not a lot to say about this situation. I don't understand why they went for basically the same draft.
Yeah, it was a very difficult one here, but nevertheless, Team HAQ, they will be forced to face an L. But before that, let's take a look at the stats here on how both the damage output was looking like from both sides. Yuna, he's got 39,000 damage alongside with Dado, also 39,000 damage here. So in terms of the damage offset as well, they have been just poking all the way through against Team HAQ. And if you want to compare the damage output as well, 154,000 to 86,000 only.
And they basically doubled the damage the Team HAQ output this game, which is insane. Also, Yuna with the 897 GPM on a jungler, also insane. Detto doing the highest amount of damage, only... How much of a difference is that with Yuna? That's like 20, 30 points of damage. That's so close.
30-ish, 31.
It's insane.
29,
Lunatix had so much freedom. Esha probably got the most fun he has ever had in MPL ever since he came in. Being able to solo kill Panda by himself as a roamer. That's why the Edith is such a strong flex pick. 100,000 worth of heals as well on Lunatix. Wow.
Well, that's the thing about Lunatix, right? Like when you have an export who's always going to be sustaining his way through with his Faragama and Etc., the heals are going to be off the charts. But of course, if you missed out Game 2's action, I know you guys want to have a little bit of a recap here. This is going to be the highlights of how Game 2 is going to be looking like.
Yep, we saw instant aggression from Team Lunatix, putting a lot of attention onto Iris's lane, because Kian was actually having a little bit of difficulty initially against the Esmeralda. And once they were able to give him that EXP advantage, instantly, EXP lane priority goes to them. Hito obviously will have priority, especially since they instantly rotate over to start providing vision there. And Team HAQ, for some reason, seems very insistent on trying to go for these early game team fights, even though they know they're behind on EXP and gold. Once they've lost a couple of those, very easy for Team Lunatix to just continue to apply the pressure because their composition is very balanced and has enough bulk to consistently invade and get kills.
Yep, at the same time as well, you can see like because of this export pickup, which is kind of very popular now in this current meta, it's just extremely annoying to actually deal with it here. Even with Gord having the Missile Gush, which is something that we do see from time to time to play around space control. Team Lunatix just says that, you know what, I've got so much mobility, I don't need to be in your face. I can kite you however I want, whenever I want, and however I want.
However they want indeed, and they basically just had free reign. As we can see now, on the standings, Team Lunatix were able to get a clean 2-0 victory, but because their performance in the first couple of weeks here was not all that good, they're still tied at 6th place with Todak, but we're definitely seeing some sparks of life.
Well, it is going to be very close as well, because if you think about all the points that's happening as well, besides Langore Giants and SMG, everyone is still going neck and neck for the 3rd and 4th spot. So that's going to be something that I think a lot of these teams is going to be gunning for. But Lunatix not that far behind with that victory though.
Not too far behind indeed. Team HAQ, even though they put such a great position for themselves at the start of the season, they went 3-0, and suddenly they're 3-2. The momentum has completely halted, and a big change needs to happen. Amok's not being around. We don't know the decision-making behind it, but it doesn't seem like Jun quite has what it takes yet to step up into the head coach position. So I get the feeling there's gonna be a lot of work to do in the coming days.
Agreed. There's so much to talk about as well. But when it comes to this match here, I'm extremely excited here. You know, that the 2 games that I've seen so far, a lot of interesting approach in terms of the drafts. It might be experimentation, it might be trial and errors, it might be trying out a different team's draft, because it felt to me that was just them trying to figure out whether or not is Guard a viable hero. Because think about it here, debuted in Indonesia, looked really good. Came into Malaysia as well, looked really, really good. It must be something right about that hero, but it might be something that they need to fix in between the little cracks in.
A little bit of practice is going to be what's next on the itinerary for them, and some practice is necessary for the teams that are going to be facing off next as well. We got 2 more matches today, and the second one going to be MPNC versus Red Esports.
Wow, that's going to be another exciting one as well, because MPNC manages to climb all the way from the gutter here. Now they're looking to try and stay in the lead this time, and they're in the prime position to put Red down in the bottom as well, considering that Red is currently at the bottom seat.
It does feel like week 3 is the underdog story, where teams that were performing poorly previously are suddenly gaining a new leases on life. MPNC suddenly looking much stronger. Team Lunatix gaining a new evolutionary stage. It just means that the ones who thought they were safe and cozy on their thrones are no longer at risk.
Agreed. And of course, MPNC as well definitely won a lot of hearts from the fans, especially with their debut match yesterday. Even though it was a 2-0 loss against SMG, that wasn't an easy 2-0 that SMG actually won. Everyone was shaking and everyone was anticipating how MPNC are they gonna be able to make it, because it came down to a 50-50. One small mistake is all it took to break SMG's win streak.
And their opponents, Red, also lost 2-0 yesterday, but the performance was completely different. So you can imagine it's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle that I'm sure all of us are going to be very excited to watch.
Yes, I am extremely excited as well. But for now, we are going to be closing up this segment here. We're going to be taking a very short break here. And right after this break, we'll bring you out this upcoming match. And my name is ICP12. He's Sabah. See you in a bit.
defeat.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary!
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Ini Malaysia lah.
Welcome to Mobile to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary!
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Mega kill! to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Hey guys, selamat kembali kepada The Hot Link Meet and Greet. Anda bersama dengan saya, Rose. Dan of course, kita ada fan dari pasukan Lunatix. Hello, apa nama?
Hai, nama saya Afiq.
Afiq?
Ya, betul.
Okay, Afiq. Afiq hari ni datang sokong pasukan Lunatix. Tapi siapa favourite player awak dalam tim?
Favourite player saya dalam tim ni Hito. Sebab saya Hito.
Kenapa Hito?
Sebab dia player, apa ni, good laner kan.
You main good lane juga?
Ya, betul.
Oh, faham. So, you nak jumpa Hito ke tak?
Boleh jumpa Hito, boleh semua transfer. Kita boleh jumpa semua player dia lah.
Oh, you nak jumpa semua player?
Ya,
Alright,
betul.
kita tengok siapa yang boleh cakap sekarang. Alright, jom. Hai. So, I about satu fan nama dia Afiq. Dia cakap dia suka entire Lunatix. So, boleh? Cepatnya boleh. Alright, jom ke belakang. Kita ada Esha kat sini pula. Hito sini. Sebelah. Hito sini. Okay, dia cakap actually dia ni dia cakap dia suka Hito sebab Hito good laner. Apa dia mean apa? Sabar. I tengah cakap. So dia cakap dia suka Hito sebab Hito good laner. He said he likes you because you're a good laner. What do you have to say? I'm gonna hold.
Thank you. Kasih.
Alright. Kalau kau nak bagi macam ayat-ayat ke kau nak macam tanya dekat tim Lunatix?
Nak tanya dekat Isha. Okay. Macam apa kata-kata Isha untuk lepas berjaya kalahkan tim HAQ?
Perasaan?
Ya, perasaan.
Perasaan saya, alhamdulillah saya happy dan juga terharu lah sebab dapat kalahkan Team HAQ. Tapi saya kecewa sikit lah. Sebab Manmin tak main, bekas teammate saya. So kalau Manmin main, saya rasa puas sikit lah bantai diorang.
Okay. Untuk next match ada perlawanan dengan MPNC. Okey, apa kata-kata amaran untuk dekat diorang?
Saya nak kata kat diorang punya mid laner lah. Mid laner Hidayah, jaga-jaga kat mid. Takut kena gang nanti.
Wah, okey mantap.
Okay, I bagi you satu peluang untuk cakap satu benda ke satu ayat dekat Hito. I translate lah kalau nak Melayu.
Okey, itu. Bagi kata-kata semangat jadi lagu dia ni terbaik. Saya sokong Hito.
Aku baik.
Apa kau baik? Dia cakap do your best. He will support.
Alhamdulillah.
Do your best, he will support you.
Yeah, I will.
In Malay? What do you have to
Tak
say?
faham.
Alright, so dia ada gift untuk Esha. Esha ada something untuk dia. Oh, autograph tim Lunatix dengan skin lagi.
Skin.
Alright, okay. Exchange.
Thank you.
Okay, tengok kamera. Tunjuk dekat kamera. Itu dia. Alright guys, we have come to the end of the Hot Link Meet and Greet. Jangan lupa join the Lunatix fan club. And with that being said, I will see you guys on the next one. Bye-bye.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Or she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Ini Malaysia lah.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Ini Malaysia lah.
Hey guys, selamat kembali kepada The Hotlink Meeting feed anda bersama dengan saya, Rose. Dan of course, kita ada fan dari pasukan Lunatix. Hello, apa nama?
Hai, nama saya Afiq.
Afiq?
Ya, betul.
Okey, Afiq. Afiq hari ni datang sokong pasukan Lunatix. Tapi siapa favourite player awak dalam tim ni?
Favourite player saya dalam tim ni Hito. Sebab saya suka Hito.
Kenapa Hito?
Sebab dia player, apa ni, good laner kan.
You main good lane juga?
Ya, betul.
Oh, faham. So, you nak jumpa Hito ke tak?
Boleh jumpa Hito, boleh semua transfer. Kita boleh jumpa semua player dia lah.
Oh, you nak jumpa semua player?
Ya,
Alright,
betul.
kita tengok siapa yang boleh cakap sekarang. Alright, jom. Hi. So, I about satu fan nama dia Afiq. Dia cakap dia suka entire Lunatix. So, boleh? Cepatnya boleh? Alright, jom ke belakang. Kita ada Asia kat sini pula. Hito, sini. Sebelah. Hito, sini. Okay, dia cakap actually dia ni dia cakap dia suka Hito sebab Hito good laner. Apa dia mean apa? Sabar. I tengah cakap. So dia cakap dia suka Hito sebab Hito good laner. He said he likes you because you're a good laner. What do you have to say? I'm gonna hold.
Thank you.
Kasih.
Alright. Kalau kau nak bagi macam ayat-ayat ke kau nak macam tanya dekat tim Lunatix?
Nak tanya dekat Isha. Okey. Macam apa kata-kata Isha untuk lepas berjaya kalahkan tim HAQ?
Perasaan?
Ya, perasaan.
Perasaan saya, alhamdulillah saya happy dan juga terharu lah sebab dapat kalahkan Team HAQ. Tapi saya kecewa sikit lah. Sebab Manmin tak main, bekas teammate saya. So kalau Manmin main, saya rasa puas sikit lah bantai diorang.
Okey, faham. Okey. Untuk next match ada perlawanan dengan MPNC. Okey, apa kata-kata amaran untuk dekat diorang?
Saya nak katakan diorang punya mid laner lah. Mid laner Hidayah, jaga-jaga kat mid. Takut kena geng nanti.
Wah, okey, mantap.
Okay, I bagi you satu peluang untuk cakap satu benda ke satu ayat dekat Hito. I translate lah kalau nak Melayu.
Okey, itu. Bagi kata-kata semangat jadi lagu dia ni terbaik. Test sokong Hito.
Aku baik.
Apa kau baik? Dia cakap do your best. He will support.
Ansarnya.
Do your best, he will support you.
Yeah, I will.
In Malay? What do you have to say?
Tak faham.
Alright. So, dia ada gift untuk Asia. Asia ada something untuk dia. Oh, autograph tim Lunatix dengan skin lagi.
Skin.
Alright. Okay. Exchange.
Thank you.
Okay, tengok kamera. Tunjuk dekat kamera. Itu dia. Alright guys, we have come to the end of the Hot Link. Jadi, jangan lupa join the Lunatix fan club. And with that being said, I will see you guys on the next one. Bye-bye.
to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary!
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Mega kill! to Mobile Legends.
Ini Malaysia lah.
Hey guys, selamat kembali kepada The Hot Link Meeting. Anda bersama dengan saya, Rose. Dan of course, kita ada fan dari pasukan Lunatix. Hello, apa nama?
Hai, nama saya Afiq.
Afiq?
Ya, betul.
Okay, Afiq. Afiq hari ni datang sokong pasukan Lunatix. Tapi siapa favourite player awak dalam tim ni?
Favourite player saya dalam tim ni Hito. Sebab saya Hito.
Kenapa Hito?
Sebab dia player, apa ni, good laner
You main good laner tak?
Ya, betul.
Oh, faham. So, you nak jumpa Hito ke tak?
Boleh jumpa Hito, boleh semua transfer. Kita boleh jumpa semua player dia lah.
Oh, you nak jumpa semua player?
Ya,
Alright,
betul.
kita tengok siapa yang boleh cakap sekarang. Alright, jom. Hi. So, I about satu fan nama dia Afiq. Dia cakap dia suka entire Lunatix. So, boleh? Cepatnya boleh? Alright, jom ke belakang. Kita ada Esha kat sini pula. Hito, sini. Sebelah. Hito, sini. Okay, dia cakap actually dia ni dia cakap dia suka Hito sebab Hito good laner. Apa dia mean apa? Sabar. I tengah cakap. So dia cakap dia suka Hito sebab Hito good laner. He said he likes you because you're a good laner. What do you have to say? I'm gonna hold.
Thank you.
Kasih.
Alright. Kalau kau nak bagi macam ayat-ayat ke kau nak macam tanya dekat tim Lunatix?
Nak tanya dekat Isha. Okay. Macam apa kata-kata Isha untuk lepas berjaya kalahkan tim HAQ?
Perasaan?
Ya, perasaan.
Perasaan saya, alhamdulillah saya happy dan juga terharu lah sebab dapat kalahkan Team HAQ. Tapi saya kecewa sikit lah. Sebab Manmin tak main, bekas teammate saya. So kalau Manmin main, saya rasa puas sikit lah bantai diorang.
Okay. Untuk next match ada perlawanan dengan MPNC. Okey, apa kata-kata amaran untuk dekat diorang?
Saya nak katakan diorang punya mid laner lah. Mid laner Hidayah, jaga-jaga kat mid. Takut kena geng nanti.
Wah, okey, mantap.
Okay, I bagi you satu peluang untuk cakap satu benda ke satu ayat dekat Hito. I translate lah kalau nak Melayu.
Okey, itu. Bagi kata-kata semangat jadi lagu dia terbaik. Test sokong Hito.
Aku baik.
Apa kau baik? Dia cakap do your best. He will support.
Alhamdulillah.
Do your best, he will support you.
Yeah, I will.
In Malay? What do you have to say?
Tak faham.
Alright. So, dia ada gift untuk Esha. Esha ada something untuk dia. Oh, autograph tim Lunatix dengan skin lagi.
Skin.
Alright. Okay. Exchange.
Thank you.
Okay, tengok kamera. Tunjuk dekat kamera. Itu dia. Alright guys, we have come to the end of the Hot Link Meeting. Jangan lupa join the Lunatix fan club. And with that being said, I will see you guys on the next one. Bye-bye.
I'm a rock star. Yeah. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win.
I'm
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran panggil peroleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang.
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Munton, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning fast gaming experience with Hotlink all new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Mr. Potato, official snacking legend. Feel the crunch, snack like a legend. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12, minggu ketiga, hari ketiga. Anda bersama dengan saya, Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan sekarang kita sudah dekat game kedua untuk hari ini, which is MPNC yang akan menentang Red Esports. Alright, I'm sure dua-dua pasukan ni nak dapat kemenangan sebab kedua-dua pasukan is currently dekat zon bahaya. Sekarang dah minggu ketiga. Teams need to step up kalau dorang nak layak ke playoffs. So, before I invite kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia, I nak tanya the crowd. I nak buat vibe check. So macam biasa, Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready? Tengok, the audience semangat. Tapi, adakah player semangat juga? Players, hai, semangat, semangat. Wah, tengok player semangat. Alright, player semangat, audience semangat. So, marilah kita jemput MPNC ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Berjaya memberi cabaran sengit terhadap pasukan-pasukan gergasi. Pasukan ini membuktikan mereka bukanlah lawan yang mudah. Menjadi antara pencabar utama slot ke M5, mampukah MPNC pulang dengan 3 mata penuh? We shall see. And their opponents, give it up for Red Esports. Kembali bangkit dengan semangat yang membara, Red Esports hadir dengan membawa pancasila yang baru. Mampukah Coach Sora Payung dan analis Syamnilo merangka strategi kemenangan hari ini? Sama-sama kita saksikan. Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Wow! Nampaknya match ni akan jadi match yang panas juga sebab kedua-dua pasukan are aiming for the playoff slot. So, I nak tanya from the side of Red dengan from the side of MPNC. Korang dah ready ke tak? Sebelum kita start the game. Alright? Red Esports, are you ready? Alright. MPNC, korang boleh kalah ke? So, MPNC, are you ready? Nampaknya semua dah ready. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Locked and loaded, primed and ready. We are about to witness a sea of red upon the Land of Dawn here at the end of week 3, being the matchup between Red Esports and MPNC. You are watching the English broadcast of MPL MY Season 12. My name's Staffa alongside Terrence, aka Icy Baby 12, to bring you, once again, more MPL action.
Yes, and it is going to be a very interesting one because MPNC here, they have not won a single match yet this week, but they have shown they have a lot of strength in potentially making it to the top. However, need to remind you as well here, there is going to be a compensation code right now appeared up on screen for you guys to redeem for that slight technical delay we had early on. We were supposed to start on schedule, which was about approximately half an hour ago, I'm sorry to say. So that's why we had to delay things. We had to ensure the integrity of the gameplays pretty much ensured here. We had a little bit small one, but all things considered, everything is fixed, and now we are back to watch some good MLBB action.
Yep, always gotta make sure that everything is ready and at its best condition, because these teams need to be at their best condition, heading up once again each other on the Land of Dawn. These two teams, a little bit of history based on how they've been performing so far at the stage, where both sides have only had one win so far, but they've been against some pretty interesting teams. Maybe they need a little bit more of an energy boost.
Agreed, and of course, you gotta never stop fighting and grind on and power up with only with Nescafe. And of course, with Nescafe right now, they have this exclusive, you know, designs of Mobile Legends here. If you can zoom it up on screen, no, it's a little bit reflecting here. It is a 1/1 hero on top of the skin itself, so it looks really, really cool. I think the other day I saw an Estes one kind of imprinted on the Nescafe can itself as well. So if you guys are Nescafe lovers and also are looking to collect some Mobile Legends exclusive merchandise, you know, the skins and etc. Why not collect them all? Who knows? You might be a future in collecting all these things, and who knows, you might be able to sell it in the future. But of course, you know, when it comes to Nescafe, this is what they take in order to hydrate themselves as well, and gives them that extra caffeine to power through their next Mobile Legends games.
Up an extra boost for your next game, MLBB. Just like these players are definitely going to need when we head on into the land of Dawn. Honestly, we've already seen some intense games so far. It's so hard to tell who is actually going to be the MVP, but maybe you guys have a pretty good idea, because you can scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen right now and tell us who you think is going to be the MVP of this following match. Tell us why. If you're right, perhaps you'll get some goodies.
I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty loud right here at the venue itself. Here you can hear the fans coming in from MPNC. They are cheering on. The flags from the state flag of Negeri Sembilan is right here, also waving here. They're all literally just flexing all the way through here to support their team. To be honest, it is one of the best performances I've seen coming from MPNC. No one expected them to actually make it this far. Yesterday's game, they pushed SMG, arguably one of the strongest team here. They put them into 2-0, even though they lost, but it was a very, very good one. So I'm excited to see what's going to be happening here, because now we are going to be introducing them up on the roster.
Yep, we got MPXNC consisting of Sonic, Mali-chan, HAQ, Xavvsz, as well as Ye3. Mali-chan gonna be coming back into the field today, but not replacing HAQ. This time, actually playing as the mid laner, taking over for Hyde, which is a very interesting choice, considering that Hyde has been doing a pretty good job as the mid laner there. Definitely doing the jobs that have been necessary and fulfilling the responsibilities that his team need him to do. This will provide a little bit of extra roaming potential, as well as always going to have to keep an eye out for those supports, but I wonder how the dynamic is going to be with this lineup instead.
Agreed. And of course, their next roster here, their opponents in red here, we have Red Esports consisting of Amal, Exort, Melboy, Mao, and Ren QT. And currently, Red still sticking with the roster here of Exort as the starting mid laner and not Kim here. What are your thoughts on this?
It's interesting considering that so far, Kim has a 100% win rate with Red Esports, Exort has a 0% win rate on Red Esports, which sounds very harsh, but that is the reality of the situation. Despite the promises, we were told that Exort has meshed very well with Red Esports, and their scrim results were very strong before the season started. We've yet to see a replication of those results up on stage. Seems like Red Esports, though, wants to push through. They want to find that synergy that performed outside of the MPL and bring it here live for y'all.
Yep, and so far, Amal has been a very decent jungler coming from Red Esports. However, he hasn't been able to show up a lot of clutch plays in Season 12 as compared to when he was playing during Season 11. So, it might be the pressure, it might be the environment, but based on what I'm seeing so far, you know, MPL Season 12, stage, amazing. Crowd, amazing. Casters, definitely amazing. That's why you guys gotta watch the English broadcast. But here's a hot topic for you guys. The gold lane showdown. Xavvsz versus Melboy. Stafa, I know you have a lot to talk about this. What do you thought about these two gold laners?
We got a couple of really qualified individuals here. MVPs in their own right. Xavvsz recently really showing us what he's been capable of, despite taking a backseat to some of the more notable members of his team in previous seasons. And Melboy has always been quite a star for Red Esports. Despite coming in halfway through on Season 11, he's already made a place here. He's already struck fear into the hearts of his opponents. Both players have already shown their capability in using the Bruno so far, so I imagine that's going to be a contested pick.
Yeah, when it comes to Bruno as well, it's super, you know, in the gray area as well. Like, some people say it's like, hey, Bruno is a little bit overrated, some a little bit underrated, but so far in the current patch here, I don't think it's that much big of an issue. But so far, if you get an early gold lead with Bruno, you tentatively have a little snowballing capabilities compared to other marksmen in terms of early power spike. So I guess in this angle here, both Xavvsz and Melboy may be looking to contest this as well. Both players has played Bruno in this matchup.
Comparatively though, Xavvsz is definitely a bit more active in contributing to the way that his team roams around the map, which is quite an improvement for NC, considering they tended to be quite passive in their previous showing as Madness Esports. We got once again Exort's dad coming in. Good day, MPL Malaysia. good day to you as well, sir. Showing support over the Exort. Despite his poor showing so far, I want to see what he's capable of. But people that have already shown that is Coach Pozan.
Agreed. When it comes to Coach Pozan as well, Pozan has showed a little bit of a calculated draft coming in here, and he's focused more on support roams, right? So it's the thing about NC, you know, ever since their roster here from even back in season 11 as well, they do tend to play around Mali's playstyle as a role, but this time Mali is not going to be playing on that, whereas he is going to be playing as a mage role. So I'm curious to see whether or not is there going to be a reply for Sora Payo and also Shamilo to be able to analyze these drafts.
I feel like Sora Payung and Shamilo are going to be under a lot of scrutiny today. The drafts that we saw from Red Esports yesterday, I'm just going to outright say it. It was bad. It just did not feel good for Red Esports. They prioritized heroes that did not need to be brought to the field for us. So I'm hoping we don't get to see that again here today. Pozan so far has done a very good job despite being very new as a coach because he's focusing on what his former teammates are comfortable playing, and it's working very well. So I think they gotta play to Red Esports' strengths, and I get that Amal used to play for us, but that time is past.
Agreed. You know, new season, new meta, new changes. There is going to be so much to talk about, especially when it comes down to the emblem as well. This is relatively new, especially this is pretty much the first MPL MY Season 12 for Malaysia, the first season where we see completely different styles of emblems compared to the previous one. So I guess when it comes to this scenario, they need to adapt very, very quickly. And so far, these are currently the topic as well. And when we come to the topic here, here's going to be the hot topic here. Brew no or brew yes. We got a glimpse about it here. Now's the time to go in depth here. Staffa, what do you think about the Bruno?
Yeah,
Yay or nay?
We already talked about it. I personally like the Bruno, but there's always some conditions because this is a hero that wants to win out the early game. He does have some scaling potential, but he hits his peak when he is able to snowball off of early kills, early pressure, get unlocked very early on. It's a little bit hit or miss so far, although Melboy made a big splash when he debuted with the hero, the first one to pick it this season. Until now, Bruno is actually only 5 wins out of 9 games picked. So it's not necessarily a prio pick, though for these two gold laners specifically, I imagine it's going to be a contested matchup.
I agree, but at the same time, here's a big one as well. Are they really Giant Slayers or is it just pure luck? Because in their only victory between both these teams here, MPNC pretty much beat Homeboys and Red Esports beat Todak in their respective one as well. So would you say is it luck or is it just, you know, a little bit of skill going on here?
Because the thing is, there's been a lot of potential here. We have to note the one game where Red Esports did end up winning there against Todak was with Kim. So it's curious that they would decide to still go back to Exort, considering that the performance on stage hasn't been quite there yet. And I feel like NC's win against Homeboys was only a demonstration of their true potential. Since then, they haven't won yet, yes, but that game was up against SMG, which is the top of the charts right now, along with Red Giants. And they put up a really good fight. So even though Red Esports has a longer running experience in the MPL, I feel like NC are coming in as the favorite.
You wanna know a fun fact about NC? Yesterday, I was chilling behind with them as well.
Alright.
They took a loss against SMG. They were looking very, very disappointed. To be honest, I went over and gave a little bit of encouragement to Wolverine. I said, hey, you know what? Considering that you guys put SMG in that position, take it as a good step that you guys are growing. You guys have a lot to analyze and improve, and they were like, okay. But at the same time, they were still punished because they were in a truck. They had to go home, right? So there was like a pickup truck kind of thing. So because they lost, some of them had to sit behind in the truck and just drive all the way home with open air. So I was like, oh damn, it's pretty rough, but you know, they gotta take the game seriously, and I like how they've taken that approach though.
That's the kind of thing, just being treated like luggage on the way home there. Not ideal. But I guess it's basically putting a wow, and how many people are gonna confess to their crushes when their team wins over the MPL here? Maybe we're gonna be responsible for a lot of new couples once the season concludes. But we'll find out as the draft will now begin between Red Esports and MPXNC.
And of course now, without further ado, when it comes to the drafts here, the question is going to be poised onto Red Esports. Will the drafts be counterproductive or productive? Because as of yet, Edith, Ban, as well as Eve, very, very standard ones coming from Red Esports. But Fanny coming from MPXNC?
the Fanny ban. So they are suspecting the possibility that Amal will go back to Assassins. And this is something that we ourselves want to see. We got to see Yuna go onto Assassin junglers instead of the usual Martis Fredrin, and it worked out super well. He got MVP of the match. Very fun to watch in comparison. Amal so far, though, doesn't seem to be going back into those Assassin routes. Even going 2 games on the Barrage previously. I don't know if it's his own decision here, but we hope to see a little bit more different stuff. And I think the same could be said for Sonic as well. He brought some unique picks earlier on in the season, but then went back to the more common Martis Fredrin once again. I want to see something more different.
Wow, we've got Kim fans here in the crowd as well. Even though Kim's not playing, you know, he's still going to be a personal favorite here from the crowd. Lovely, lovely supportive audiences here. But now, when it comes to the bans, we do see Kaja ban as well. MPXNC looking to go towards the suppression route. So you might be onto something as well. It seems like maybe MPXNC, they are going to be looking towards that mobile playstyle, or maybe even a assassin jungler playstyle in that direction again.
So what tended to happen with NC in Season 11 was that Mali was the main roamer, and he would play supports every single game. And that meant that NC generally had a very passive early game. They were very reactive, and it was very easy for teams to invade, to pressure them out, and basically end the game early because they couldn't get any farm. This season, we don't see that anymore, and that's great. But with the Mali and HAQ combo before this, it didn't quite work out for them, and it felt like Mali's hero pool was a little bit smaller in comparison. So hopefully they've been able to remedy that in preparation for this match as Red Esports locks in the Terizla.
Okay, I like it. It's a little bit safe as well. You can still flex into roam, flex XP potentially. Haven't seen too much on roam the Terizla yet, but MPXNC, they have the option to play the export for themselves. You know, it's not the greatest lane, but it's still a very safe one for them if they want to go for. But no, they secure the Martis for themselves, as well as the Bruno again. So it seems like it is going to be yes, for Xavvsz in MPXNC.
Very quickly taken by NC right there. So they're just denying it away from Melboy, the originator here in this season. But that means letting go of the Joy, which is going to get locked in by Red Esports. We saw Xavvsz play the Joy mid previously in their matchup against the Homeboys, but it got completely destroyed. It felt like Xavvsz was not active enough in roaming around the map. So if they're going to repeat that, I want to see something different. I want to see more aggression and more punishment in that mid lane.
The thing about Joy is that you do need levels and items in order to snowball. And currently in the current meta, playing as a mid laner, you don't necessarily get the XP you get from an XP lane or even farming jungle. So I feel like that's going to be a little bit counterproductive from the side of Xavvsz. But you might be on the right track as well, because it seems like they are going to be picking the Angela coming in from Red Esports. So I like this as well, because knowing that Mali does have the tendency to play supportive mages as well, they might lean on that direction. So I guess this is going to be the denial coming from Red Esports.
It's surprising that the Angela actually slipped through NC. They prioritized the Bruno, the Martis instead. This could be pretty scary right here. We got some who's the better Bruno right here. Melboy, he's played 3 games. Xavvsz has played 1. In that game, he got MVP, whereas Melboy got 2 MVPs and 1 MVP of the match as a result of that. That was the game where he first debuted. I believe it was actually their match against the Homeboys as well. So both goal laners have already shown some proficiency here, but this time it is going to be Xavvsz playing it. And MPXNC, I was wondering if they would go for the Esme, since it counters the Joy, counters the Angela. I wasn't sure if they would show it so early on, but they do.
I wouldn't say it's a hard counter towards the Joy. It's more like Esmeralda can benefit from the shields of the Angela.
I would say it's a pretty counter to the Joy.
Because of the fact that Joy does have kind of mobility, it kind of can just ignore the Esmeralda, but it does kind of forces Joy to not be collapsing on Esmeralda. So I see where you're getting at as well, but I like this reaction coming from MPXNC, you know, pretty safe, and forcing Red Esports to play a Dirov now, it's going to be very, very counterproductive. But I wouldn't say it's impossible, since you said that they have forced Xavvsz to play mid lane Joy, just for the sake of it.
It's going to be EXP Terizla, no matter what.
True.
Because you can flex Joy, but you're not flexing Terizla. That would be weird. It's not impossible, but we've not seen any teams do it so far. The Franco does get banned out by NC, which is quite interesting. I actually thought it wouldn't be a bad hero for them to pick up themselves, since you get the Bloody Hunt onto the person with Heart Guard, you instantly lock in two players at once. Red Esports ban out the Diggy, so a good amount of attention being given to the supports at this stage. Interesting choice.
Estes is still in the pool as well if they want to try and mirror this up. Because if you think about healing versus healing, right? Florine is also a pretty decent one to kind of match against the Angela. So it's something that maybe MPNC might be considering in that regards. But personally, I have not seen Mali kind of play a lot of mages besides those supportive enchanter heroes instead. So it's a little bit surprising.
As far as I remember. I think that's the only hero he's played mid so far.
But personally, I really want to see whether or not if MPNC is going to be playing a double mage roam position, considering that Kadita is in the pool.
It's possible, but I think HAQ is pretty comfortable on engaging roams, so they could just as easily give HAQ the typical sort of Edith style hero. Of course, Edith is banned, but you know what I mean. And then Mali could even play the Florin mid. It's a little bit greedy, but not impossible. Eve is still open as well, so if they want to go for comfort, it's not too bad. As Red Esports ban out the Grok to try and limit HAQ's hero pool a little bit. I think the Cho is still open as well. Also an option to disable 2 people at once, get away of the dragon onto the hard guard target.
To be honest, I think Yin is pretty good as well.
Yin!
Like, I know it's a little bit out of far-fetched.
Very Esha.
The thing about Yin is that if you catch whoever Angela is trying to hard guards into, he is going to separate Angela as well as the main target in the domain itself. So it might be a pocket pick, but I think it's a little bit risky, but I wouldn't be surprised. But nope, yep, I called it as well. It is going to be the Florin to match the Angela.
The big question is whether or not HAQ is going to be on the Florin as a roamer, or Mali will play the Florin as a mid laner. And that will change quite heavily because Florin has basically no wave clear, doesn't really put a lot of mid lane pressure. I would not doubt that HAQ has been trained to play the Florin, but this is very much Mali's signature hero. So this decision is going to allow us to see how much NC has evolved since Season 11, and I am all for it.
To be honest, I'm okay. You know, I'm actually okay with Florin mid because of the fact that they have another hero that deals a decent amount of magical damage, which is pretty much the Esmeralda. Yes, not a lot of damage coming from Florin, great. But as long as Esmeralda is doing a hybrid version of the physical attacks, it is going to force Red Esports to do something else. But in this case, the response from Red Esports here, Farsa as well as the Melissa. A pretty well-rounded draft here. I like it coming from Red Esports, but it is going to be Amal playing the Joy coming from Red Esports.
That's what we want to see. We've got an Assassin Jungle once again. Very nice. Hopefully Amal has not gotten rusty with his mechanics here, because this was the style of hero that made him well known when he started out in MPL MY. Red Esports going for a much more standard draft here, and I like this a lot. They will lack a little bit of engagement since that's going to be the Angela roam, yes. So nothing too bulky since it's only the Terizla. So we'll see how NC does decide to respond to this. I already like this way more than the Barat's drafts we saw yesterday though.
Agreed. And now the Novaria coming from MPXNC. So they are going to be playing double roams coming in here in terms of mage composition. But at the same time, considering that you have a Mortis as well as the Bloom coming in, we might be expecting early snowballs coming from MPXNC. So I guess that is going to be the angle that MPXNC is banging for in this draft.
Especially with the Bruno as well. Both teams going to be going for that double mage mid-roam combo, which is pretty unusual, but I welcome a little bit of change here in the Land of Dawn. Red Esports has a much more balanced comp. Good scaling graph. As long as they don't fall too behind at any point of the game, they will have a very easy path into that late game. But if their opponents NC are able to get the lead right from the beginning, they will be able to use that momentum to rush down their opponents.
Agreed. But now, seeing how the draft has pretty much been set as well, a very, very much balanced draft coming for Red Esports here. Can they set their win condition or not? It's going to be the key winning factor here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are heading into the Land of Dawn, and this is going to be Game 1 of Red Esports versus MPXXC.
So it does look like it's going to be HAQ playing on the Florin here with Mali on the mid Novaria. So we are seeing some deeper pockets on the side of MPXNC. I like this. Let's see how well HAQ will do it though. Florin, not a difficult hero to play. So as long as he's there providing the healing necessary, everything will be fine. In terms of Emblem, ends, we do see Sonic on the pure rage again with the Martis. This is very Sonic. It's something that only he does here in MPL MY.
Now, I've got a question here. What are your thoughts on having the Purify and the Emblems progression on HAQ?
The Purify and the Focusing Mark. I think Focusing Mark is totally fine here because Florin not going to be doing too much else. Purify, that is an interesting choice. You'd think that like if you wanted to get out of penalty zone, sprint is not too bad. I suppose it's to try and avoid puppet on a string.
Maybe that's gonna be the angle here. So we gotta see how things go. But as of now, MPNC, they're playing through their strengths here. I think the Bloom is on Sonic for now, and he's gonna be getting a little bit of farm here and there. Won't exactly know yet until we see later on. But for now, both sides going to be prioritizing on the gold lane here, making sure that their marksmen are going to be getting up some farms here. Melboy and Xavvsz taking a little bit aggressive. Sonic also going to be securing the crap for now. Mao tries to go for the steal. Not going to happen, but Xavvsz, he's taking a lot of damage from Melboy right now.
He'll be fine for now. So now, in the previous season, I really didn't like the fact that NC would just stay passive, camping the gold lane for a very long time. But in this game specifically, that is absolutely the side of the map they should be playing. If they can get a snowball onto Xavvsz, the early to mid game instantly will fall into their favor. And they will know that Yetri will have no problem holding the lane by himself, since Esmeralda will have a good amount of sustain even without items.
Okay, very early out coming from Mali trying to check the bushes here, but looks like Red, they are going to go in blind as well. Red QT goes for the penalty zone, connects on Sonic. Can he survive? No, he cannot. He's going to get bursted down with Angela as well. And that's going to be first blood in the hands of Red Esports. Yeah. He's going to try and trade off, but where's his teammate? There's no one to be found, and that is going to be the turtle in the hands of Red Esports.
Beautifully done right there, Red Esports. Knowing that NC wants to slow down the turtle, take a look for a better angle, and then Rancuti just jumps in, flickers, penalty zone, catches two. With Sonic down instantly, that means there's no chance for NC to contest the turtle, and that's already going to be a nice little EXP lead here, and that's going to be very important. If Red Esports can maintain a lead over on NC, their much more balanced lineup will allow them to quite easily go standard and come out on top.
No, this is very, very good example of why Angela can take, you know, if you're just protecting your marksman in the gold lane here, as long as you've got Hardguard, you can just join in the fight 4v3 anytime here, which puts MPXNC in a very disadvantaged position, because earlier just now you saw HAQ had no choice but to stay in the gold lane to make sure that Xavvsz doesn't get pressured by this Melissa for now. So different approach, but great spot coming from Red Esports though.
Sonic does still get the little wanderer there, just a small victory as Xavvsz completes his first item, going for the Haas Claws. Amal.
Oh no, Amal, a little bit of trouble as well. Here comes the beats as well, but the heals from HAQ is going to keep him alive, and that's going to be A-OK, and MPXNC keeps the boy Wonder alive for now.
A lot of attention towards the gold lane, understandable. We already highlighted the Xavvsz versus Melboy matchup is going to attract a lot of attention. Melboy, I don't know if he wanted to do that.
Oh my god, there's Hardguard coming in on from the Melboy. He's got to push away, but at the same time, here comes the bait. Aima comes in as well. He's looking to finish off fast. He needs one more auto attack, but the heals from Mali keeps him alive, and Sonic fights Melboy with the decimation. And MPXC, they're gonna go for more. The style from Mali is good, but it's not gonna be enough to finish off X-Sword as well. But now, MPXA, they have Red QT coming from the sides. He gets a double, and yeah, also joined in the party and trades off Aima. All the way from the bottom lane, they ran to the top just to connect this fight.
What a mess right there. I do think that NC will come out on top of that one just slightly, because they're able to trade out a little bit more. Getting that kill onto Melboy while keeping Xavvsz alive was huge. And while at first it looked like that was a bad idea for Melboy to dash forward, I now see that is because he knew the hard guard was coming up and he could do some damage. But HAQ, the amount of healing that the Florin was providing, really throwing off Red Esports. Every time they thought, oh, I'm about to get a kill, they survive with a tiny sliver.
Oh boy, but now turtle control in Red in his favor again, and Red QT already in position for the penalty zone here. So MPXNC, they gotta be very careful with their next approach here, because that was a pretty long drawn out fight, because it forced both the XP leaders from both sides to actually regroup for this. But now another attempt comes in. Feather X-Strike already expended. Xavvsz taking a little bit too much damage. They do have the heals, but they're calling everybody in a 4 protect 1 strategy to actually make sure that Xavvsz doesn't get picked off.
There's just literally no one in the EXP lane for extended periods of time. That's how much pressure is being drawn up into the gold lane. And I do think that it's good that these teams are responding to one another evenly, but considering how much of a standstill it has been after that long fight earlier, it might be more prudent to go ahead and start making moves across the rest of the map. You gotta drag people away.
Oh, this is interesting here. You can see Yeye is having so much confidence to actually challenge aim out on the side lanes, and Red Esports forcing this lane swap between both Ren QT and Aimao? Is this the right call here?
Nah, it's just Aimao taking whatever farm he can, since they know that they're not going to be paying too much attention towards the EXP lane, and I do like this. Ren QT generally has the style of wanting to play around the rest of his team as the main initiator, especially in this game, since he's the only real front line that they have. So instead of wasting the EXP they can get from the EXP lane, Amal, he's got so much mobility, why not let him clear the EXP lane along with his jungle farm and try to supercharge him up against Sonic. He's already 2 levels up.
You know, it's funny how MPNC kind of reminds me of how Red Esports used to play Protect the President. In this case, Protect Xavvsz is going to be the name of the game for MPNC. And once upon a time, Red Esports, this was their signature playstyle for multiple seasons that got them where they are in MPL standing. So it's no surprises that Red Esports knows how to deal with this composition, but I did not expect MPNC to pull this under against Red Esports.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not really surprised. It is kind of a derivative of the Ube strat after all. It's basically the same sort of thing. But now the turtle is going to be contested. It's going to be a 4v4 around the turtle pit. Amal does need to come along pretty soon.
Yep, X agreed. Now, big axe roll coming from MPNC. Red QT starts in a penalty zone, catches Zap, but he is going to be able to get out. Turtle drops down pretty low. Amal secures it for the team with the Hearts Guard. He's going to throw zone off MPNC in the back lines. Hawks will be the first to fall. Same for Xavvsz, and meanwhile, he's going to try to do the same for MPNC. He does get X-Sword though, but the damage from MPNC has taken is a little bit too much compared to Red Esports. They lose Sonic, they lose Xavvsz, and they lose a middle tower as well. And now, a bit of trouble, but he's gonna be fine for now. But 3-for-1 exchange here.
Yeah, this is very worth it for Red Esports right now. MPNC definitely underestimated their opponents. I like that they were willing to respond with aggression, and Sonic ran right back into the feathered airstrike because he figured he had enough damage to threaten them. But then you forget that there is a Joy on the enemy side. Hard guard onto Amal, he dives into the backline. Mali is dead, Xavvsz is dead. You don't have enough damage to follow up the fight, and it's too much burst for Hawk to keep them alive.
Okay, penalty zone from Ren QT forces out the outcoming from Mali-chan once again, and now Xavvsz also forced to back out. He's got no space to farm at all again. This is going to be a little bit of a problem here at MPNC if he doesn't catch up anytime soon. Now, purple buff also going to be contested as well. Ren QT looking for the force fight, but it seems like they are going to back off as it's just not worth it right now.
What we're seeing right now is going to be a little bit difficult for NC. The AI prediction already very much in favor of Red Esports, who's doing a great job. This is the Red Esports I was hoping to see. Now that they're no longer limited by trying to go for a specific hero draft, sometimes going for the basics, going for what works is very effective, and that's what's happening here. So right now, what NC needs to do, Yetri really needs to pressure the map. He's got to split push, because otherwise no one else can really go around and start shoving out a lane. NC needs to mainly stay together, but Red Esports wants them to. So they're kind of falling into this unfortunate trap.
Interesting enough, Red QT actually opted to go for 1-point Fury Hammer just to have a little bit more damage in order to kind of sustain in team fights. So I don't know how it works, but at the same time, he's doing enough damage to actually threaten MPNC, and that's actually a good thing here, because as of now, they're looking to try and catch up hiding behind the brushes of the enemy's tier 1, but as of now, the Lord is already being started off by Red Esports. MPNC, I don't think they have a clue with what's happening here, because now, dropping half HP, they might be late, and I don't think they're going to be able to get this at all.
Yeah, I think at this point, NC knows that the Lord is being taken, but they know that there's no way for them to contest. At best, they can try to send Year 3 to pull people over, but Red Esports already have a pretty dominating lead. 5,000 net worth lead at this point is very good. And we remember NC is a lineup that would prefer to be in a more snowbally situation. So it's already putting them on the back foot if Red Esports are the ones in control.
Oh, Red QT again. We're going to be matched by this time. He is going to try and open up the map. And guess what? Does win out in terms of level advantage. He might be able to threaten this, but he needs to be very precise with this, because as of now, Mali-chan only level 9. we haven't seen that big power spike on this Novaria yet to actually threaten Red Esports.
Yeah, it's not contributing quite enough because Mali does have a good amount of damage, but he's not able to walk up at all. The vision being provided is not too useful for NC because they know Red Esports are going to be all together regardless, and there's no real way for them to try and split push and use that information to get some other angle because they don't have a good form of engagement thanks to having this Florin Novaria mid-row.
Agreed. Big out from Mali-chan again, but nothing is going to be taken advantage of again. It's going to slow down for the rotate for the lore, but it's going to be late. And now, here he comes, Red. QT dives the back lines, but they force a rotation in. Heartsgone also going to be expended as well, but the inhibitor will fall. Red says, you know what, we're going to get in and get out. That's all. That's all we're going to do.
Yep, very systematic, and I like that. Not disrespecting their opponents. We've seen too many teams have this kind of lead. They have an opportunity to push in, they take it, and they go way too far with it. This is good. As long as NC continues to be zoned in, they won't get farm, they won't get space, and on this lineup, you need those items. Red Esports are on a very easy track to victory right now, as long as they avoid making any mistakes.
Agreed, but as of yet, seeing how this is going as well. MPNC, when do they actually come online? Because as of yet, it seems like they're banging on maybe, you know, once they get 6 slotted, the Bloom is going to be a significant factor for the Bruno, I guess?
Now, the problem is NC has missed a very important window where they needed to be stronger than Red Esports roughly 8 or 9 minutes in and then start using that to gain momentum. Because they weren't able to do that, now they have to wait until late game where all of their cores actually have enough items to contest against Red Esports.
Agreed. Mali-chan now hitting 14 times with his Astro shots here, so with that being said, he is doing a fantastic job of poking Red Esports, but the downside is that they have an Angela that can heal up all those pokes. So it's not at the end of the world for Red Esports compared to any of the other drafts. But as you can see, the fans of Red Esports are extremely excited to see whether or not can they secure their first victory this week.
We do have Kim in the audience there as well, keeping an eye on his team, seeing how things are going. As you can see, it's very difficult for NC to extend outside of their jungle at all. This is part of the risk with this lineup, yes. They have bulk in the form of Esmeralda in a similar way to Red Esports, but comparatively, they don't have enough ways to engage or dive because Amal has pretty much free reign.
Oh no, yeah. Can he get out? He's going to be fine. He baits out the Feather Airstrike, but the penalty zone and Amal is good enough to find Xavvsz, and that's going to be a double kill for Amal. A triple for him. He finds Mali. He's looking for the Maniac as well. Does he get it? No! It's going to be stolen by Exord, and that's going to be a triple kill for Amal.
But things have now completely fallen apart. Red Esports used so many resources and ultimates to try and take down the E3, and still the rest of NC got decimated in the back line.
And now, can the last man standing is not going to be able to do anything as Red Esports secures the crystal, taking game 1 against MPNC.
Surgical. Beautifully done. No other words to describe it. This is the Red Esports we have been wanting to see, that we've been needing to see here on the MPL Season 12 stage. Who knew? All it takes is a more balanced draft, enough resources, enough tools, as well as an innate understanding of what you are going to be dealing with. And with all that preparation, victory is guaranteed.
Agreed. Well done here, coming from Red Esports here. The draft was good, the draft was solid. Game 1 was a beautiful game coming from them as well. We had manager Mamba also going to be supporting them as well. You can see the smiles on his face. He is very happy on his results thus far for Red Esports. So I'm extremely excited to see how things will go down for them, because as of now, look at the taunts coming in from Melboy and also the heart shape coming from Mali.
Yeah, we can see a little bit of how these teams are feeling before the match, and we get to compare with how they're feeling after the match, because they gotta be feeling excited about that one. Red Esports has been looking for convincing victory for quite a while, and I get feeling this is exactly what they've needed to keep their momentum and revitalize their spirits going forward into the season.
Hey, a much better draft this time. They've put in an effort, they've hurt the viewers as well. There has been a lot of issues with their drafts, but finally, you know what? One step at a time. We take it one step at a time. You know, you can see the size of relief in the backstage here coming from Red Esports. Okay, one game is good, one step at a time. You know, it was very easy draft here. Yep, let's see how game 2 is gonna go. We gotta beat them. That's gonna be the way to go.
Yep, now I want to see who's going to be the MVP. Have you guys voted on the predictor yet? Make sure you guys do so, because we're about to find out who is it going to be. It's going to be Amal on the side of Red Esports. What did I say? It's time to bring back the assassin junglers. Let these gifted young players strut their stuff.
Agreed. Amal, 19 years old, 100% game kill participation in
Wow.
all the fights. He's the one has been dictating how the fight should be looking like, and time again, Joy, you know, there is a reason why people just don't want to play with Joy in the current patch. And the thing about this is that you gotta be playing as a team, right? If you're playing on ranked games, it's not gonna work out, but as with a team like Red Esports, Amal is just completely free reign through all these team fights.
Especially against the draft that NC had. There was no reliable form of CC to take it down. Esmeralda on paper counters the Joy, but that's only in terms of damage. You still gotta stop her from moving, which makes it very weird why they decided to ban out the Franco themselves. I think they may have focused a bit too hard on their own game without responding to what Red Esports was bringing to the table.
Agreed. I see where you're going at as well, but congratulations to Amal. He played really well here with the Joy here. Free reign all the way through, completely demolishing the backlines here. I want to see how Red Esports took that game in their approach, because we are going to be jumping in towards a mic check with them right here, right now. Take it away.
Jom. Jom. Dapat dua. Masuk. Mantap, Odo.
Nice one.
Nice.
You take part.
Aku tembak. Nice. Low eh. Aku tak ada ulti tau. Boleh ke, Dik?
Aman. Boleh, Dek. Bantai semua, Dek. Dek, bantai semua, Dek. Nice.
Bantai semua, Dek. Ni, Dek. Okay, nice. Ha, ni.
Jom, masuk man.
Boleh, Dek.
Martis.
Nice. Min, guys. Nice.
SML.
Okay. Boleh ni. Go. Can. Min. Go. N. Admin. Tap. Go.
Nice one.
Red Esports definitely having much more decisive communications compared to other teams. Not a lot of screaming, not a lot of yelling, but hey, if it gets them these results, who can argue with them? As Red Esports will claim a victory here in quite a handed manner.
You know, so focused on the kills and winning the game, he doesn't even realize that he was about to get his Maniac. That's a little bit of a sus moments if you think about it.
Because Amal has been like support tank jungler for so long. There's no longer that ego to go for the Maniac.
That's
it's more
good. That's
we
good.
want the victory. We'll do whatever. You can get the kills all you want. All that matters is that we break down the crystal in the end.
True, fair enough. But now, based on this draft as well, obviously the Florian didn't exactly do too well coming from MPNC. Mali Chan opted to go for the Enchanted Talisman as well as the Lightning Truncheon. You know, a little bit slow in terms of uptake here, but it is going to take some time before he starts to pop off. But for now, Florian versus the Angela. It feels like Angela is just having so much more map presence because of the Heart's Guard.
And the map presence for Angela is very strong, but in terms of healing, I feel like HAQ definitely did more there. He was actually able to extend the fights further. A lot of the problems did come down to how the draft ended up, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. Gonna focus a bit on the items on the side of Red Esports. First, with Amal getting some very clean farm, his gold being the highest already, nearly max build, getting that Blood Wings as his second last item as well, since he's already feeling very confident about things. I like the necklace coming in from the Angela. Ice Queen's wand, pretty default there. In terms of itemization, things are pretty clean. But what Red Esports came out on top in this time was that their draft just made more sense. Having the Terizla to initiate made a big difference, and then no CC on the side of NC to stop Amal from diving the backline. We saw how much damage the Joy was doing to the Bruno, to the Novaria. They stood no chance.
Yep, no, it seems like it was just very difficult because on the way they decided to play this composition, you know, the draft itself is, you know, pretty standard, right? But execution-wise, they played it very well, which is towards their strength, and that is pretty much playing around the Angela's Heart's Guard, which is something that I think not many teams are used to when it comes to playing the macro aspect of the game. And because of that, MPXNC kind of force themselves to be mirroring each other with having like, hey, I have a support to go lane, but the thing is that if your team is fighting on the other side of the map, you know, Angela can actually commit to that fight, whereas Florian can only drop a heal in that aspect.
The heal is honestly more helpful than a lot of us may think, because it does also negate a lot of the anti-healing items that are basically crucial for dealing with some heroes like Esmeralda, like the Martis. But I do see where you're coming from. I think the problem that happened this game here was specifically the fact that, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not a big fan of the HAQ and Mali lineup for NC. I feel like it limits their options a bit too much. It puts them in this state where they have to go for a bit more of a double support, because Mali is a support player at his heart and not really used to playing a lot of the more common mages in the meta. Thus, meaning that NC are already in a situation where they have to draft around a specific playstyle.
Yep, at the same time as well, seeing how MPXNC is playing here, they had the bloom early on towards Bruno instead of Sonic, which is kind of weird. I was expecting Sonic to do a little bit more in early game, right? But it's very difficult considering that if you want a Martis to kind of snowball their way through, he needs to snowball very, very hard. And every single time he tries to make an attempt, it didn't exactly work out. So I'm really sad for MPXNC despite their performance with SMG, but now, what are your thoughts on the post-game stats?
We see a lot of damage being dealt by Red Esports there, and a lot of heals on both sides. It does look like Red Esports still did come out on top in terms of the total heals that were done here. And a lot of that probably coming down to not just Mal, but also the natural lifesteal that you're going to get on top of Ren QT as well as Amal. While it's true that NC's lineup didn't give them the tools necessary to counteract Red Esports, I do want to give Red a lot of props for being able to identify these weaknesses and then instantly snap down on them right from the beginning. Ren QT especially, realizing that he doesn't actually have the penalty zone the front line. He can flicker directly to the back, and they don't have any tools to get away from him or knock down Amal, providing them very easy teamfight wins.
Yep, the rich guy, the carry. It's, you know, it's funny to see how the jungler is just completely dominating his way through. So it's pretty much a no-brainer that he's going to be the MVP, right? Like, considering that he's just dictating the tempo and how they wanted to play around him. And yes, you know, there were little things here coming from Ren QT as well as Mao. You know, he's doing the necessary things to actually, you know, provide this assistant kind of start the fight and engage it. Yeah, but all in all, Amal just understood the task that was given in hand, executed really well, and just played it better than MPXNC. And to be honest, I feel like this mirror matchup, it just feels you like the matchup from MPNC in this draft is trying to mirror a budgeted version of how Red Esports' draft is.
Kind of, yes. I feel like this is actually the draft that NC wanted to go for in the end. They may have had to adjust one or two, but this is the lineup they wanted to field. Since we see HAQ, we see Mali, obviously they're going for a little bit of a double support. I was hoping that HAQ would play more of an initiating tank though, because they did not have that, and that proved to be a huge problem. Why not go for the Franco? It would have worked out really well. Amal instantly cannot dive the back line, and because of that, we gotta see adjustments going into game number 2.
Agreed. But now, in case you missed out the action as well, this is the highlights from game number 1 of this matchup as well. You can see a couple of skirmishes here, a lot of near misses where MPXNC, they could have salvaged so much more, but instead, you know, because Sonic, he got his early lead and kill, but when Amal was able to kind of even the score and trade him off, this is where things got a little bit scuffed for the Martis himself. And yeah, this was the bigger mistake team fights that MPNC kind of took and allowed Red Esports to snowball pretty hard because of this.
You can look at the positioning for MPXNC. They are so split apart. You have Sonic and Year 3 basically miles away from the other 3 members, and you can't really blame him because the feathered airstrike completely zones them out. The penalty zone is always a threat, so they have to play as safe as back as possible, but that means that their fight is delayed. It is scattered, and that allows such a nice environment for a hero like Joy to go on in, find the perfect chance to just destroy the backline with the electrifying beats. There's a reason why Joy is banned so often.
Yeah, agreed. You know, I guess it's back to the drawing board for MPNC, you know, to not disrespect the drafts that Red Esports may be actually playing. And that is going to be something that is, personally, I feel like it's funny how this is a topic and point in a critique that we would usually direct on Red Esports for these past few days. And now it's like how the tables has kind of turn right now.
I mean, tables turn all the time. Stuff changes, teams adapt, teams adjust, teams experiment. And that is kind of what we see here today. If MPNC intends to go into Game 2 with the same lineup, I want to see HAQ on an initiator. He cannot go on things like the floor in here. If you want it, go for mid. Mali feels more comfortable on it in comparison anyway, so it's fine. But, I don't know, I feel like ideally, you swap them out.
That's the thing, right? Sometimes you gotta play the game, you gotta dominate your opponents like a champion. Of course, with the ROG Phone 7, you can do exactly like that. You can win lanes with ROG Phone 7 and push your rank matches with the powerful ROG Phone 7. And of course, with that being said here, it's back to the drawing board for MPNC, and seems like Mali, are they going to be swapping him out back again? So do you think, you know, they're going to try and do a little bit of alliterations here coming from MPNC?
In their position, I would probably want to try swapping him out, but they don't actually have to. Like I said, there's still the option of putting HAQ on the initiator. If Mali wants to play a supporting hero, that's fine. Just make sure that you have enough magic damage otherwise. And then, this is important, don't give Red Esports easy hero picks like the Joy Angela. That's just enabling way too much.
Yeah, I thought the Angela was kind of open as well in first pick coming in from MPNC, considering that they prioritized the Bruno over that, which is something that I totally did not expect. So maybe a little bit of mishap in terms of drafts here from MPNC, but it's not over yet. It is a best of 3 for a reason. So Red Esports, they have the upwards momentum now, but can they continue to be stable and consistent? Because as of yet, it is going to be a lot of pressure on Shamilo. And I did catch a glimpse on how to have a conversation with him as well. He said that, hey, as a caster, you know, we can see the POVs from an outside perspective. You can kind of discuss it with two people here. But when you're up on stage, it's a completely different feeling. Just because you don't have this big monitor right in our faces that gives you like the full view on, hey, what should be done, what should be picked, kind of things. Whereas the mobile phone is so small and you have only a few taps, you have to decide whether or not what kind of heroes fix around you.
It's an interesting shift in perspective that really hits home the importance of having different roles, having a coach, having an analyst, having us here on the desk to tell you guys what is happening on the field. Because it is all different. You would think it's the same. It's all MLBB after all, but it isn't. And I'm pretty sure a lot of these players, and even a lot of you guys watching at home, can approve of that as well, even if you haven't been in those precise spots yourselves. A lot of respect has to be given here, not just to these teams themselves, to their opponents in the Land of Dawn, to make sure that nothing easy gets let through.
No, that's the thing, right? Everyone has got an opinion for themselves. Everyone has different kind of perspectives here, so it makes a lot of sense. But of course, we have our dearly beloved here kind of falling a little bit sick here, so probably that's the reason why Mali got swapped in.
Yep. We will have to see right now whether or not they'll be able to adjust to the circumstances. And I think this will be a bit of a test towards Pozan's capabilities as well. So far, he's done a very good job of making his team as comfortable as possible so that they're able to show their 100% in the Land of Dawn. Ooh, like hopefully nothing too serious here, making sure that our players are comfortable and able to play at their full strength up on stage.
Oh boy, seems like we do have a little medical potential emergency that's happening right here. So we are going to try and figure out what's actually happening. We've got the medic kind of checking up on the players and see how it's going here. But seems like he's not feeling too well after yesterday's games.
Yeah, I do believe that is HAQ, if I'm not wrong, right there. So I could be wrong. I wouldn't be surprised. Not very good with faces sometimes, but I believe that is HAQ. So if it is, probably not feeling too good after that game one, potentially a demonstration of why the performance wasn't all that comfortable. Hopefully we'll be able to resolve it and make sure that things are able to get back on track, because in the end, these teams are still vying for their continued place in the tournament, as long as they make sure not to neglect their own health, which is obviously key points. You can't play well if you don't feel well.
Well, in this case, he might be set out for this match here, so we are going to be seeing potentially a roster change. We got to wait our confirmation from League Ops for now, as we try to figure out what's happening here. Because as of now, it is going to be a little bit of time for MPNC, but at the same time, it is going to give them the necessary preparations to figure out how they have to deal with Red Esports by themselves, because this is going to be a very, very difficult one if you think about it.
It sure is. We'll find out what happens. Right now, going into game number 2, NC has already been able to come back from bigger deficits than this before. They were able to put up a very strong showing against one of the top teams on the charts after all. So I wouldn't be surprised if we'll see something different once again. We'll see whether or not there needs to be any kind of player shift here, which does seem to be the case. Not going to be seeing HAQ up on that desk anymore. We'll get approval in just a little bit. Apologies for the extra time added for everyone who is watching and joining us at home as well. We gotta make sure that these players' health is taken care of. And if anyone is not in fighting fit condition, we can't push them to go for it. All right, we got it. We got the confirmation. HAQ is indeed not feeling all too well. So Hyde is going to be coming in. The combination with Mali. This is something we've not actually seen before.
Yeah, that is going to be an emergency player swap coming in here. Seems like HAQ is going to be out of commission. Feels bad for MPNC fans considering that things are going to be put this way. But that's the reason why we have subs, right? In case of things like this, we do have to pay respects to the well-beings of their players, whether or not are they fit for action or not. In this case, they have no choice but to do so. Hopefully they will be able to score a point off Red Esports, because as of yet, despite their amazing run yesterday, if they lose out this week as well, it is going to be a long climb in the following weeks to come for MPNC.
It's an unavoidable situation, because if HAQ is not in the best of shape, he definitely has to rest. But from our perspective as a third eye here, I was already talking about how they should consider swapping out Mali. And now HAQ is the one that has to go out instead. Hyde is a great, very solid mage player though, and this will unlock Mali in a situation where he will actually be able to play roam. But that means that we will potentially see the double mage mid-roam support combo again, which means that they gotta draft in a way that allows them to have proper initiation.
Yeah, I agree. There is going to be things that they have to actually figure out here, but you see the fans, they're cheering them on. It's okay, take a break, HAQ. Trust Hyde, trust in Hyde. You know, he may be hiding in the shadows for quite some time. Now he has been revealed into the light, and it's about time for him to shine light where it is due right now.
I feel like I just listened to some kind of weird sermon here.
No, it sounds like an anime.
Praise the light!
It is Praise the Light, bro.
Yeah.
It is. That is a good one. That is a good one.
You seem a little bit thrown off in this situation.
I agree, but that's the thing, you know. Sometimes there's a reason why there is light and there is always darkness. There must always be a balance between the two. There can never be one that is better or more than the other.
I feel like I am watching an anime now. That's the monologue you would hear at the beginning of like an anime episode.
I should be an anime voice actor, don't I?
Anime voice actor. Hey, anyone out there looking for an anime voice actor for that like opening monologue? We got Icy Baby 1-2 right here.
Just messing near you, but at the same time, we've got Sif, you know, also the casters here from the BM broadcast, and we've been highlighting that this match is actually a partially internal battle. Caster versus caster. Sif versus Shamilo. Difference is Shamilo is analyzing. Well, Sif is probably working the hot link booth today. And he's here
Sif
waiting.
Is emotional support.
Emotional support, yeah.
He is here to be the energy that his team requires. But speaking of his team, we got a little bit of an achievement history here. We got Mali-chan up there. It's third, fourth place at the ISF World Esports Championship, as well as 7th and 8th place in Season 11, and in 2nd place in Harisuka Nagara.
Yeah, that's a big achievement as well. One of the elders coming in from MPL, age at 28. And when you say age is just a number, Mali is here to prove to you guys that, you know, despite being 28, he still has what it takes to keep up with the young bloods.
Always one of the more well-loved players here in the MPL MY scene, because he is very lovable, he's very loud, very happy, very bubbly all of the time. But when the going gets tough, his team is always able to depend on him. He's been around for quite a few seasons as well, played with a variety of teams right now, bringing in the MPNC squad right here, who he has played with for a while in the Tier 2 scene. So there is that familiarity. I imagine they would look up to him as the veteran, as a senior, as the leader of the squad. And hopefully that shot calling will be enough now that HAQ will not be taking the field.
Now, here's a little bit more stats for you guys as well. Achievement history coming from Exord. reason why Exort has been famed so far is because he is MPL PH Season 11 third place champion for MLBB C Cup 2022 and MPL PH Season 9. So, why Exort over Kim? I guess based on the stats, that's exactly why he is there.
It's an example of someone just having the better looking resume, basically.
Well, not really, but from what I've heard
Not
from
really,
Shamilio,
could you see that?
well, the resume looks pretty good, but sometimes, you know, skills matters than your resume. You know, sometimes you gotta prove your work, you know, prove the talk, rather than just talk the talk. Sometimes the resume is just talk. You can fake however resume you want, but at the same, well, to be honest, he didn't exactly fake it, but you know what I mean. When you apply for a job, you can write
I get you.
how good your resume is, but when you go to an interview, well, not necessarily you're gonna get it.
I mean, that's why you gotta go for the interviews in the first place, right?
True.
But I mean, Exort aced the interviews.
Oh
though,
yeah, he did.
Based on what we've heard from Shamilio directly. Again, Red Esports were doing very well in the scrims beforehand, so it's interesting to see. At the very least, he's finally gotten his first game win now here in MPL MY. Though I don't feel like he did all that much. It was enough, definitely. The Feather Airstrike zoned out the team very well. His positioning was clean. But I think a lot of us are putting him under scrutiny because we are expecting more from the MNC champion.
Yeah, I guess. But at the same time, when we see how Exort is playing as well, Milo didn't mention that the moment when Exort first joined Red Esports during for streams, he told that Exort feels like they have been playing together for years.
Yep.
And you know, that's a statement coming from Milo, but as of yet, the result states otherwise. So I don't know who I should believe, but with this game one in the bag, it should be an upwards momentum for Red Esports to kind of bounce back.
Yep, hopefully we'll get to see that bounce back as well, because Red Esports are on a momentum shift right now. Their previous performance, not all that good, but with their victory in game number 1, I want to see a clean sweep. I'm gonna be honest, I do love NC. I think there's a lot of potential there, but Red Esports are the team that really needs this victory here. They gotta get that energy to bring themselves back, because their performance yesterday just seemed completely off kilter.
Oof, that is indeed the truth here. 50 seconds left. We are going to be seeing the players pretty much prepared for now. We are going to be jumping into the game very, very soon. But now in the audience as well, if Red wins, he confessed and whoa!
Wow. Oh, he just straight up got a picture right there. Man wants us to hold him to his word.
Did he just confess? Wait, is that technically a confession?
Technically a confession.
Is that technically a confession?
If his crush there watches MPL, he's just outed himself. But I'm pretty sure he's not gonna put himself in such a compromising situation. So it's probably a case of the other party not watching the MPL streams.
You'd be surprised, you know, sometimes that might be the case. And
unless we make it viral.
Guys, clip
Maybe
that,
it's
make
time.
it viral. It's about time. Make it viral. Make it viral. Find who that girl is and whoever that guy is. Make it viral. Clip it. You know, clip it. DJ Y, if you're here, clip that shot. I don't care. Somebody contact DJ Y.
We gotta play matchmaker.
Yeah, we gotta help that poor soul.
Well, either way, it's time to jump back in. It's taken a little bit. Thank you very much, everyone at home, for being patient with us. The swap is prepared. I imagine the testing has gone through. And now it's time to return to the land of Dawn. Red Esports will ban out the Fred and the Angela this time. And NC get rid of Kaja and Fanny.
Yep. At the same time here now with Angela as well. Well, those are comfort heroes coming from Mali-chan, right? So I assume this is going to be the role coming in, where, like you said as well, Mali-chan going to be forced to play the roam position for MPNC and HAQ playing that mage role. So immediately, Red Esports say, you know what, we are just going to ban off Mali's usual heroes. So that is going to be a big plus point for Red Esports.
We do see the Terizla ban for NC as well. This is going to leave a good amount of stuff open. The Paquito, the Joy is open, Edith as a flex is open, Xborg is open, we got the Martis is still in the pool as well, the Bruno I don't think is worth first picking. What else is there? Honestly, that's already a lot of options.
I think from the side of Red Esports, they should think from this objective, right? Yeah plays a very, very strong Pakido, but we haven't seen too strong of a Joy coming from him yet. So taking the risk and denying the Pakido away isn't too bad, but looks like, you know what? Let's just give it to Yeah then.
I think it's too risky to let the Joy through. Yes, no one on the side. Actually, no. Trey plays Joy. I forgot about this. This was one of his signatures actually in Season 11, the Joy EXP lane. He actually did very well with it. In fact, he stood out among the rest of his peers during his debut thanks to this. So this is fine. I agree with this.
I thought it was Arlott though. Back then was
no, it was Joy.
Arlott than Joy.
Like Arlott was popular, but Tree made a name on his first game in MPL with Joy.
Okay, fair enough. But this time MPNC, Pakido, pretty much a straightforward one for them if they decide to go for it. I don't think the Bruno is going to be the case here, but Edith, yes. Edith is going to be a good one here because it was kind of banned off in the first game. So this time, they're respecting Mali's draft here from Red Esports, but they do pick the Edith and also the Claude here for MPXNC.
The Claude is quite concerning. If Xavvsz is given a hero like this with his flexibility, with his farm speed, with its overall damage potential, Red Esports does have a pretty tall order ahead of him. Now, heroes like the Bruno actually do match up pretty well into the Claude because if you're able to bully them early on, then it creates a lot of space, creates a lot of pressure, and I wouldn't be surprised if Red Esports were to go for that in this situation, because as long as they're able to provide a bit more assistance in terms of a roam presence.
Yeah, I guess if you put it that way though, but now with the Franco ban as well as the Pakido, Red Esports gets 2 for 2 in this case. Both the Pakido and Joy in their favor, so I assume this is going to be the jungle Joy again coming from Red Esports. And of course Red Esports, you can see the fans already taunting here. Do you want a egg for dinner? I think.
You think?
Yeah, my BM isn't that good.
Yeah, neither
it's
is
good,
mine, I can't confirm. But yeah, so well, looking at things, I like the Pakido. This actually doesn't confirm the Joy, because he can still be mid, it can still be jungle. Exort has already played it previously. Even though it wasn't that good, it's not impossible. Leaving these flex picks open is pretty valuable. The Franco will be a nice solution to the Claude if he jumps in too far with the Blazing Duet, so they'll add a bit of fear into Xavvsz. Huh? They still go for the Florin.
Okay. Okay, I'm surprised by this. You know, they do like to play this Ube strategy around Mali. It is something that they were known for. But looks like they're doing it over again. Alright, they're doing it again.
I suppose since Mali is confirmed to be the dedicated support this time, it should feel a little bit better instead of having to pair it up with a Novaria. So we'll see how this goes. But what worries me is, of course, that lack of front line. This also means that the Edith is most likely going to be Tree's hero, which isn't bad into the Pakido, but will lack flexibility overall.
Wow, looks like there is fans here asking for NC to make a comeback to this, and I think this is something that it is very doable. But at the same time, it is going to be a lot of pressure onto Xavvsz. Whether or not can he hit those timings with this squad though.
Ooh, the Leslie ban from NC, and then the Hanzo ban from Red Esports. Hanzo, of course, makes sense. They've been already banning it out quite consistently. One of Sonic's signatures, which we have not been able to see him play for ages, but it's understandable. Leslie is not popular anymore, but is still a very good solution to Claude because it is literally the only marksman in the game that outscales him.
No, I think Melissa kind of okay-ish outscales him as well.
Melissa's close, but Claude, I would say Claude outscales Melissa, Leslie outscales Claude.
Okay, if you put it that way. I kind of disagree with that though. But of course now, Farsa being banned coming from MPXNC, what other mages are they gonna take out? Because as of now, I think Exort can play a majority of the mages. The issue here is whatever he plays, he is gonna completely destroy them. And in this case, forcing... Is it okay to force a Kadita by Exort? I think Kadita Exort isn't too bad.
The thing is, Kadita Franco is a very powerful combo. But we saw the Maul Exort Franco Kadita before, and it got wrecked. So, unless this communication has been fixed since then, it's not very recommended. I still think it's safer to go for like the more typical artillery mages. The Farsa is already banned out, but the Eve is still around. The Novaria is not too bad since I think their damage potential is already quite locked down. NC, actually didn't notice this hero got this far.
Oh boy. Do you want an ambulance? Oh my goodness. Somebody call an ambulance. Somebody call an ambulance, but not for me. That was the meme that NC kind of started things out. But guess what? We did call the paramedics for HAQ though. The irony. The irony.
It's an irony, but I feel like you're flying a bit close to the sun there, my friend. Either way, Valentina coming out, not too bad. The electrifying beats is not a bad ultimate to steal, but this will come down to something important, especially the gold lane. Bruno is still open. Harif is still open, commonly used as a counter to Claude, but looks like he'll stick to what works, the Melissa, and then we get the Exort Kadita once more. So hopefully the synergy has been worked out here, because we really did not see it the last time this duo was picked up.
Well, seems like it is going to be the Kadita. Okay. Alright, fine. Red Esports, they're looking pretty okay. Final pick here, Akai from MPXNC. Jungle Akai for Sonic once again. Martis completely ignored by MPXNC. Okay.
That is quite interesting, but understandable. Martis doesn't match very well into the Joy, and the heavy spin does offer some pretty good pressure, though it's not that good against the Kadita. So both teams have had to take a little bit of wins and losses here, and I do think that this draft is much more balanced in terms of overall squishiness, tankiness, resources available to them. So I think we're going to see a much more even game number 2, being able to set a foothold for themselves from the beginning of the game, going to be very important for setting out their chances at victory.
Agreed. Now, with the draft being set as well, currently Red Esports leading by a game advantage. And of course, MPNC is still sticking to the roots here, playing around this foreign. Hopefully, they will be able to secure a game because we are heading into the Lanadon, and this is game 2 between MPXNC versus Red Esports.
Alright, having a look here, we're gonna see some pretty default starts, no funny shenanigans going on. A little bit of a hook, blocked by Mali-chan, so that is nice, but it wouldn't have been too big of an issue anyway. And in terms of emblems, everything is looking pretty normal. We do see 2 Purifies on the side of MPXNC, so they are afraid of the Franco.
Quadruple tenacity pickups coming from MPXC, so they are looking to try and sustain against Red Esports in the team fights. Not too sure about that because they've only got 1 agility, but seeing how they're going aggressive this time, they do find first blood on towards Mao though, so that's huge for MPXNC.
Yeah, this is much more comfortable for MPXNC because now they do have the tools to actually roam around. And I like that they went to unlock Yetri from his lane as soon as possible, because without that Edith, they definitely would not have gotten the first blood.
Agreed. Great rotations coming from MPXNC, definitely catching Red Esports by surprise, seeing how they have been very passive in the first level 4. So this time, getting this surprise is going to help them out a little bit here. Sonic looking to go for it, and Mao!
That's nice.
Mao! You can't do that!
I feel like your response is a bit too big for a gold crab.
Bro! Right at the edge? You hook.
I don't think it's too unusual, man.
But still, that was a max range hook. Not seeing the crab and just blindly going for a last hit like that.
I'm pretty sure he saw the crab.
Dang, that's so far off.
We'll just agree to disagree in this situation. Either way, Exort gonna take some damage here, force to proc the passive once again. I'm liking the activeness here from both teams. I do feel like Red Esports needs to move around a little bit more, but I suppose they are waiting for Exort and Mal to hit their ultimate power spikes. We're going to see big rotations. NC wants to secure this turtle.
Okay. You know, I'm looking forward to see how Mao is going to be playing this here, but he is going to get caught out by Yeah. Exort missing the stun here. It is going to give MPXNC the advantage here. Mali-chan already level 4. MPXC having perfect control of the turtle in their favor. Red QT looking for the flank, but the other side's in hide. He's gonna get scouted out, but the heals from Ali-chan is gonna keep him alive. But he gets the stolen rough waves, turns the tide, catches on Exor, but Amao is taking too much damage from the turret here. Meanwhile, he's flanking from the back line. Sonic secures the turtle, but meanwhile, at the same time, he's looking to finish from Amao as well. He is gonna be able to get out, but while this is actually happening, on the side, MPNC, they do find Mao as well in the mid lane.
Okay, not too bad actually. I was worried that Amal would lose his life diving that deep in, but he is able to escape. But they exchange the turtle for 1 kill onto Hyde, and I don't think it's quite worth it. Unfortunately, the bloom from Florin is a huge pain in the butt for a Kadita, and that's also one of the reasons why I wasn't sure if this would be the right hero choice for this game.
Well, I guess it is going to be MPNC now leading with a 1k net worth right from the get-go. It may not be big in terms of difference in terms of late game here, but in early game 3 minutes here, that is a huge lead for them. Meanwhile, if he dies here, he might be in a little bit of trouble here. He's looking to try and go for the out here. He does pop it up eventually. He's buying a lot of time, but look at the damage. Oh my goodness, Red QT, he's forced the back out. He's forced him out to skid run as well. He survives. And is able to bully both of them by himself.
This is the terror of the Primal Warden right there. Yetri is very specifically waiting until he fills up his bar, because that is where he'll do the most damage.
Okay, Red QT, he's got the shield, but he cannot get the combo. This time, no Primal Wrath for him. So that's going to be Red QT chaining his combo onto him. So goodbye, Eden.
Greedy. He got already a really nice trade, zoning out both Red QT and Amal. It was time to go. No reason to try and push another lane when you don't have Primal Wrath available, and he ends up paying the price there. But AI still does predict that NC have better chances here, thanks to that 1k gold lead that they've managed to accrue so far. And I imagine that once team fights start becoming more prevalent, things are going to change a lot. We still haven't seen the use of this heavy spin.
Yep. Amal now with the Genius one alongside with Exor, so that is going to be a little bit of AoEs here trying to reduce the magic defense coming from MPXNC. Turtle in the control of Sonic once again. This time Red Esports, they're waiting up on Mao, trying to set up play. Catches on towards Mao for now, but he's going to get a chain CC here. He's going to get hooked as well, but he's going to be able to get out. Primal Wrath out as well. He's going to try to boost damage as well. Amal cannot steal the turtle. That's going to be in the hands of Sonic. Meanwhile, they do find a stolen bloody hunt by Hyde to catch off Mao. So that's going to be a kill and a turtle, as well as a purple buff stolen away by MPXNC.
Now this is the MPXNC we saw giving Team SMG a run for their money. This feels so much more comfortable for them. Having proper initiation, having a good balance of front and back line.
Oh no, Melboy, he went for the go away, but it does not even matter. The heavy spin comes in, just locks him in place. A big pickup coming from MPXNC.
That's just a matter of geometry there. You can try zoning out the Panda, but as long as he's spinning in front of you, you have no avenues for escape. And now MPXNC are really starting to balloon this goal lead. Red Esports again. It doesn't look like this Sprinkle Kadita combo is working out. They should be so much more active in looking for kills. But I suppose the Florin is putting a bit of a damper in their plans.
The hook. Oh, it doesn't connect coming from Red Esports. They're in good position, but MPXNC gotta be counting their lucky stars here. As NC now looking to try and re-engage this, but Red Esports is just so afraid to do this though. But the question here is, it feels like Red Esports might be having a little bit of a difficult time here, especially with Mao right now. He's only landed 2 hook shots out of everything.
Yeah, this kind of comp needs you to be a lot more decisive, and we're not really seeing that from Red Esports. It's very reactive play. NC are the ones controlling momentum.
Oh, great fight here from Mao, stopping Sonic to going for the heavy spin. He is going to be able to sacrifice his life. Big puppets here coming from Melboy. He's doing some decent amount of damage, but at the same time, MPXNC says the heals are a little bit too much. They finally re-engage on Mao again, and that's going to be Sonic getting the kill on towards him. Red Esports just has no damage to fight back.
This is the Ube strat at its finest right now. MPXNC have reached a peak where it's almost impossible for Red Esports to fight them head on. They need to either go for pick-offs or they need to control the
Red
map.
QT, he tries to go for the combo here against Xavvsz, but Xavvsz has more damage than you can think of. That's going to be an easy trade here for MPNC. They lose the tier 1 middle, but it's all good. However, Red Esports map control in their favor. MPNC, they want to try and get a trade in the middle as well. But flickers forward, catches Mao. They get the knock-up as well. Will be forced to be picked off by Melboy. But look at this, the heavy spin from Sonic. He pulls it back out, and now MPNC is the one in the driver's seat as they continue to take more turrets. Hide with this Valentina, an absolute monster.
This game is already snowballing out of control. It doesn't look like a very big network gap, but when you compare the kind of comps that they have, Red Esports really needs to make stuff happen.
Oh, Xavvsz, he goes for the blazing duet. He wants one more. He finds Amal. Mega kill for Xavvsz. As MPNC finds trades and after trades, pickoffs after pickoffs in all the skirmishes.
By the way, Hyde has been popping off. This man has been stealing almost every ultimate that Red Esports has and securing kills with it. I'm surprised that they wouldn't just always start off the roster with it.
Hold that thought for now. Exort, he finds Xavvsz, but he doesn't have enough damage to threaten him. That's going to be a big problem because as of now, I thought that Xavvsz would have magic defense items, but he doesn't even have that. So it just shows that how underfarmed Exort is at this stage.
Yeah, it's a 3-level lead, nearly 4, because I'm pretty sure Xavvsz is hitting level 12 pretty soon. And only Genius wand on the Kadita. It feels like Exort is not comfortable on this, or the fact that they needed to make stuff happen quicker, they needed to control EXP gain a little bit better, because once Mali hits that level 4, it's not going to be very easy to get killed. And NC is just running Red down.
Red QT, he needs to make a run for this. NPXNC, however, says, you know what, it's just not worth it here. It's a Paquito. And top side though, Get 3 in position to catch Amal. He gets the stun now. They go for the collapse as well. And that's going to be the blazing duet as well as the heavy spin. It's going to be enough, more than enough damage to shut him down.
Really between a rock and a hard place there. No chance to run. This jungle Akai working very well here. Not a hero we get to see often anymore. But I like that they brought it in here in a very specific circumstance where it's being hyper effective. Red Esports literally cannot walk up. They do not have enough damage. Nice movement there from Sonic as well. Exort going to miss in the mid lane. Things are not good.
Oh no, Exort, he needs to get out as well. He's going to get chased out as well. Ren QT not going to be able to provide the assist that he needs. He's also going to be making a run for it as well. Sonic tries to intercept Exort. Unfortunately, he is going to be able to get out in safety. So that's going to be Red Esports losing out in rotations again. And now Sonic, does he want to steal it though? Nope, he will not though. Lord priority is going to be the name of the game as they make their way on towards the Lord pit now.
Things are really bad for Red Esports right now. I'm trying to see what are the paths back into the game that they have, but I am not seeing it. A lot of their avenues have already been closed off because Xavvsz is farming really well. 5-0 on the Claude. Oh, here they go.
Oh my goodness, they are going to find Melboy from the sides. He goes for the go away, but the damage is good. Hyde will finish him off, and now here comes the blazing duet to finish off Mao at the sideline. Now Red has no choice but to concede this fight as they go in for the split push. Lord in the hands of MPXNC. Ren QT in a little bit of trouble here. He's getting poked by Xavvsz. He's going to get gunned down as well. The damage coming from Claude a little bit too much. He might be in trouble. And now Exort tries to steal for the Lord, but he will not be able to do so as he makes a run for it as well. Xavvsz is going to be trying to give chase. Exort, can he escape here? He's got the Cyclone as well. He needs to hit it, and he's going to be able to get out. Space created by Exort though.
That's actually incredible that he's able to get out of that. I thought Exort was definitely going to play the bullet for trying to play the solo hero, maybe steal the Lord, maybe get a kill. But right now he's way too behind to actually be able to contribute there. Not losing his life though is the most ideal situation he could have asked for. And Ren QT was able to just barely escape as well. But this becomes a huge problem. The Paquito is Red Esports' only real tool to keep themselves in the game. Amal as well, going to be able to contribute in terms of mobility, but Xavvsz is already at the point where he can 1v1 anyone.
Yep, now MPXNC is going to be knocking onto his inhibitors as well as Red Esports will be thinking about whether or not they try to go in for the push, because as of now, it is going to be a very, very difficult one considering that Amal is stealing the orange buff on the other side of the map though.
Yep, gonna be able to go for that. At the very least, small victories will make a difference. And this is the first Lord of the game. I think Red Esports has good enough high ground defense with Melboy, but NC does want to threaten their inhibitors.
Yep, and now here comes Exort. He looks for the play, but he is going to try and clear the minions as well. Heavy spin will be baited out by Sonic. And that's going to be the defense coming from Red Esports. Meanwhile, Emma also going to be going for his split push as he pushes onto the top lane. MPNC now looking to close out the game. Melboy goes for the go away. He gets the chain stun. He needs to get out. Hyde tries to go for the floor of Terrified, but he's not going to be good enough. Sonic clears off the inhibitor, but it is going to be reset coming from Red Esports. Next inhibitor will fall. And MPNC still holding their button here, holding their trigger finger. Crystal's exposed. Red Esports, they're sending Melboy to clear the minions, but that should be all. The turret is going to be there. Crystal half HP. Another wave of minions are coming in from the side of MPNC. Yeah, looking for the attempt. He connects onto the Joy, but the Kadita will clear off the minions. And look at this, the zoning is good. The damage is strong, and the hook pulls Sonic back. And now Melboy, he's starting to do a lot here. Can he finish off Sonic? No, he's just left 1 HP, but they will find Hyde instead, and MPNC could not close out the game at all.
A great defense by Red Esports there, but I do feel like it's just because NC stayed for way too long. They've already exhausted too many of their resources, used up a lot of their healing. If they just backed it off after taking the inhibitors, they would have been totally fine. But this will give Red just a little bit of breathing room. I don't know if it'll be enough, and it's going to instantly put a big target on Melboy's face because NC knows now that this Melissa is the only thing standing between them and the end game.
Well, that is going to be the idea here coming from Red Esports. Considering that now Melboy is finally found his footing despite being oppressed for so long, MPNC, they need to find a way to catch him off guard. But as we had Exort, they do force the heavy spin up on Sonic, so that is going to be a huge ultimate being expended here from MPNC.
That's massive, actually.
And Red Esports now still playing waiting again. They want to play this macroly. Amao nowhere to be found in the map for MPNC. He's going to be playing on the bottom side as well. As Xavvsz tries to chip away the Lord, half HP already. Red Esports concealed here. Amao collapses as well. He cannot steal it. Sonic takes it out. But at the same time, they found Amao. They found Exort. Now Melboy left alone to be fended off by himself, but it's not going to be good. And the pause comes in. MPNC already getting 3 players there. And that is pretty much MPNC immediately chanting for the taunt. They know they've got this in the bag.
They call the pause, but they're also going to take the opportunity to play the crowd just a little bit right there. As you can see, NC are feeling themselves. They're feeling very comfortable about the situation. And I don't see a way for Red Esports to call this back as well, because I honestly don't agree with the fact that they went for the Lord contested. They're not in a state where they can do so. They forced out the heavy spin. That's great. Play it slow. Don't force anything. Let Ren QT threaten some structures instead of diving for the fight.
And it is going to be a little bit of start here, and you can see they are going to be heading back into the land of Dawn, and we will continue with the journey here. And with the triple kill coming in from MPNC, Hyde, complete dominance here as the stand-in, and now another pause has been called again. Not exactly sure what's up, but based on what I'm seeing here, it's pretty much a clear cut. It is... Okay.
Perhaps they're encountering some slight technical difficulties with the forwards on MPNC's side right there. Gotta make sure that things are cleared up. While there will be some people who think they're about to win the game, there's no reason to pause. You still gotta make sure that everything is in order, because you never know what can happen on the Land of Dawn. You gotta make sure that everything is still responding correctly.
Well, in this case, it is very, very true, because it comes down to the last player coming in. So I feel like based on this scenario coming in, it is going to be very, very important to ensure that everything is going to be smooth and sailing here. Troubleshooting has been called here by our League Ops here, and they are going to try and figure out how to fix the issue.
Based on what I can tell, though, this game is basically already theirs. I have mentioned this multiple times, but Red Esports has no avenues back into this. Their scaling is not as good compared to NC. They already lost all of their heroes in that Lord fight, which I did not agree with going for. And now, the Lord is pushing in. They only have one player alive on Red Esports. NC have an easy path into the base because there's no inhibitors left standing. It's cut and dry. All the ingredients are there. The recipe is basically complete.
Yep, it is going to be over here for them. But that is going to be... That means that we are going to be jumping into the game 3 later on. If that's what you're saying as well. But considering that this is actually happening, it is going to be good. They're calling in for the play as well. And our Marshal Lukman is going to be sending us into the land of Dawn once again. As you can see, he is going to be ready. We are going to be heading towards the land of Dawn.
All right, we're back. And I get the feeling we're going to be leaving the land of Dawn very soon as well. Because the Lord is going to be pushing in. RenQT is cutting the bottom wave, which I like. I admire the effort. But they got a full wave in the mid lane. It's still going to take 5 seconds for Exort to come back. And MPXNC will be able to end this game with no problems at all.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do, and that's going to be GG well played for MPXNC. Very convincing bounce back from game number 2. With HAQ sitting on the sidelines all as well, because Hyde has finally shined brightness into the land of Dawn, shining so bright that he can no longer be ignored right now. And he will be able to tie the series for MPXNC. Will they be able to close out the game is going to be the question here, because we are going to be joining into game number 3 very soon.
I think this basically confirms Hyde's status within MPXNC. They gotta have him on the lineup. He's way too pivotal. He unlocks both Mali and HAQ in their ability to play roam more comfortably. And MPXNC, this is a completely different showing right there. As Red Esports, they still had a pretty balanced lineup, but it does put some restrictions onto them. And once those conditions could not be met, MPXNC were in full control of the game.
Well, who would have thought? What a turn of events. We talked about how great the draft was for game number 1 from Red Esports. Game number 2, it felt a little bit lackluster here, forcing the Kadita here and there, but I'm surprised that MPXNC was able to kind of pull that off, to be honest. Yeah, it felt like a 180 switch after they swapped HAQ out.
The thing is, I'm not surprised. This is the NC that we came into the series expecting. This is the reason why we said they were probably the favorites here, just based off previous performance. In game 1, they got figured out. The draft went very good, but it also makes you wonder, is it maybe that they were just trying to find the correct lineup of players? And well, right now, I still think they're looking like the favorites this series.
Agreed. Now, we are going to be taking a look at here. The MVP for the match here is going to be none other than Xavvsz on his clock here from MPXNC. He is the MVP for game number 2, though.
It's always when you let your guard down that these signature heroes come out. Xavvsz is so comfortable on the Claude. People are thinking, oh, maybe the Bruno will come out. Oh, maybe we'll go for something safe. The Melissa being picked up by Melboy. But then the Claude just slips through the cracks, even though teams are so careful to make sure that they don't allow this to fall into the hands of this player. In the end, it still does. And that's why you always have to be so aware.
Yeah, I agree. And with the Bloom in his pocket as well, even though he's got like 6 items, he feels like he has a 7-item slot just because of his power spike. And considering that he does have that, he puts them at a very, very huge deficit. And for a Florian, if you hit into his late game here and you hit the Bloom onto his marksman, especially like a hero like Claude, it is going to be very, very scary though.
But I imagine they'll have some very interesting things to say here. So let's throw it over to the mic check for MPXNC.
Okay.
Allah, sorry. Santai. Biar aja orang-orang tu menjerit-jerit. Dah fikir. Elah. Kau lagi, Karita tak ada bateri Tadi lu lawan HAQ. Ini kali. Dah gigit bodoh. Dah gigit apa? Boy. Lu gigit apa? Lawak kali. Ada kata. Geli. Kasih. Aku kena. Santai. Dah, tetel. Boleh tetel. Ni. Dapat. Dapat. Oi. Gila orang kita. Bisa. Dapat. Mati. Woi. Aku ada. Santai. Wah. Mati lu dah. Jadi. Kubang. Sini. Aduh, lari. Exort, where are you? Jaga. Dia bawa. Menang.
Rata.
Rata dek. Nobody. Mana ada pause?
Mana dia?
Tadi gua kat tangga dia.
Bye-bye ya.
Ya Allah, Mali. Ya Allah, Mali.
Ren datang mid lah.
Ren, mid, Ren. Aduh. Apa?
Nice guys.
You know, when Mali is in the picture, you expect a lot of entertaining things coming from Mali. And he did mention as well, Game 1, you're playing against Hawks. This time, he's playing against Mali, and I love it. What a great personality coming in from MPXNC. But at the same time, a win is still a win. Game 2, a very, very strong performance coming from them.
And what a difference as well, with Mali on the floor compared to HAQ on the floor. And I'm definitely not discrediting HAQ here. The lineup for MPXNC is so much more suited for a floor in this game that becomes such a pain to have to break through, right? The Akai and the Edith are already hard enough to take down by themselves. Now they become bulkier. Then Exort basically cannot play the game at all because Rough Waves comes out. Aha, here comes the Bloom instantly. They're saved from danger no matter where they are on the map. The drafting for MPXNC was excellent and perfectly identified the weak points in Red Esports' draft that could be taken advantage of.
You know, the thing about this is that it's... I want to see the items on how MPXNC played this round, because that felt like a beautiful game where they were able to cover everything in this team fights. Because need I remind you that Hyde just stood in and he looked like an absolute monster, just completely destroying Red Esports as this mid lane mage here. And it's scary because he was able to steal crucial spells like the Rough Waves, the crucial Bloody Hunts, kind of turn things around and just completely shutting down Red Esports in all these fights.
It's actually impressive how comfortable he was stealing all these different ultimates, because you usually see when players go on the Valentina, they will have a tendency to go for certain ultimates over others. Just because, yeah, they'll be more comfortable going for certain things. But for Hyde, he just seemed okay. Like, you take the mage ultimate, you take the tank ultimate, and he's worked perfectly fine. He knew the precise moments to do so as well. I'm honestly very impressed. But of course, Xavvsz is still the star, 6-0 and 10. His gold is insane. Then Sonic. I'm surprised we don't get to see this Akai more often.
Agreed, but at the same time, let's take a look at Red Esports' itemization as well. We do see the dominance eyes coming from Ren QT as well as Hunter Strike. He is dealing a decent amount of damage, but what seems to be a problem here is that Ema wasn't able to do his own thing like how he did in Game 1 here. Game 2, complete shutdown apparently. And do you think that it's because of the setups, or is it because, you know, Kadita seems to be a little bit out of place here?
It's totally because of the setups here. Maul was uncomfortable, the 1 and 7. Exort was basically a non-factor. This hero was not in the game. He could not do anything. And when you don't have enough setup, when you don't have enough threat, when you don't have zoning tools like the Feather Airstrike we saw in the previous game, Amal doesn't get the opportunity to choose when he wants to go in for these fights. He is put out completely in the open. You saw how he dived in to try and get the Lord, and then he just vaporized.
You know, I did see as well double roam coming from them, which is a little bit weird, right? Like,
no, it's not too unusual.
A favor roam on Kadita?
Exort likes favor for some reason. I don't quite know why.
Well, I like favors. Who
We
doesn't
do like favors, but in this case, I would prefer a little bit of something called dire hit, you know? Maybe it would have made the difference in those situations where people survived with a little bit of HP.
Well, do me a favor here, because I'm trying to make sense on all these numbers, but considering how MPXNC is just completely dominating in the damage dealt department, the damage taken department, total heals, and damage tower here, makes some sense of what happened here.
Yeah, it was just very favorable for MPXNC right there. They had everything they wanted. They dealt more damage. They could eat more damage thanks to the Florin. Hyde was just performing out of his mind. Xavvsz got so much space to farm because he wasn't threatened at all, because Red Esports already had their hands full dealing with everyone else. And while Melboy did end up being the highest damage dealt, a lot of that was because MPXNC was perfectly content to stand there and eat the damage on their favorite heroes.
Agreed. And when it comes to the favorable plays here, MPXNC definitely brought in the flavorful character that they need, because in terms of setups, in terms of their mic checks, in terms of their composition, they have so much variations to just surprise Red Esports.
Yep, their favorite flavorful heroes brought them a very favorable result in the end right here against Red Esports, who were in unfavorable conditions up against what MPXNC was just bringing overall to the table. You can see how they could not escape from their clutches at all. And I love that the moment Mali is on like one of his best heroes, instantly the rotations in the early game are so much more active. They're just like, let's go there, let's get ganked here. And Red Esports were not prepared.
Agreed. And every single time they go in for their favorite target, and that is pretty much Melboy here, if they get the right catch coming in from Sonic, literally Red Esports just get completely destroyed. And they know for a fact that Melboy is pretty much their only win condition to actually win this fight. And Sonic is just so good at finding their favorite targets. And see, look at this, Yetri again finding Melboy again.
And Melboy just had nowhere safe to stand at all. Even inside his protective bubble, it doesn't feel very protective. And MPXNC did actually overstay their welcome at one point here. You can see in this fight, this is where a lot of that damage from Melboy came from. They could have played it defensive, they could have played it safe. I admire that they still tried to contest the Lord, but once you lose out on that rough waves, it's time to go.
It is indeed time to go here, but a great bounce back coming from MPXNC, because they are still keeping the fans' hopes alive here as they drag on towards game number 3. Of course, a little bit of unfortunate events for game 1 here because of a little bit of downfall coming from HAQ, forced to take a little bit of backseat here because of an emergency sickness. Hopefully he's going to be able to get well soon, but for game number 3 here, is MPXNC able to bounce back, or is there going to be a bounce back coming from Red Esports? What's your thoughts?
Based on past performance, I don't actually see Red Esports being able to bounce back from this position. This is where MPXNC has understood the issues that they faced in game number 1. And they have way too many heroes that are a problem that Red Esports aren't prepared to deal with. And it doesn't look like their hero pool goes very deep. I think it's possible that it might be time to bring Kim back in again, because it feels like it enables Red Esports to be a bit more comfortable, which is necessary here. MC is all about comfort while reacting to the enemy lineup. And that's something that's very difficult to do a lot of the time. So a lot of props to Posa.
Okay. I want to see how things go as well. But considering that they were in the bottom for a longer time, eventually you learn a thing or two, right? It's not about how many matches you win. It's all about the lessons you learn from all your losses. In this case, MPXNC, they have learned their lesson, and now they're here to show their results. Can they do their best? But for now, we are going to be taking a very, very interesting approach on... I don't know who is going to win this, because to be honest, both casters are friends of mine, and I hate to be the loser out of this one.
That is true, but we're going to have to find that out eventually, right? We're going to go on a bit of a short break, of course, before we go on into game 3, where we'll find out whether or not it's MPXNC or Red Esports who will be coming out on top. Go to the bathroom, take a break, and we will be right back.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang
lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh ku pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a rock
win.
star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara.
welcome back to MPL Malaysia Season 12 here as we take you through game number 3 of how Red Esports and MPNC is going to go down here. My name is ICB12 and he is Stafa as we take you through the final games of this series here. But of course, now it comes down to a game 3 where one of these teams is going to be walking away with the 2-point victory. But for now, who's it going to be? Because it seems like there has been adaptations coming from MPNC from game number 1. And now, coming towards game number 3 here, I don't know how it's going to be happening here because this is a very important win for both teams here.
Yeah, both teams are looking to gain some momentum with a victory right now, as after all, both sides did end up coming out in 2-0 losses from their games yesterday. Now, their performances definitely varied in those losses, and so far, we've been seeing some pretty one-sided performances in both games, a lot of it being determined by the drafts, which is really showing the importance of picking up the correct hero lineup, as well as the coaches and analysts providing the correct tools and best choices that their teams can get. Because no matter how good these players are, it's going to be difficult to overcome insurmountable odds when at a disadvantage against equally matched opponents.
Yeah, at the same time, you know, you can see the taunts are coming in from MPNC's fans as well. They're saying that Melissa's needles is not as sharp as you think they were.
Unfortunately, not quite sharp enough in that game. I mean, I can't really blame Melboy in this situation because they were put really behind right from the get-go. So much aggression from NC. It was as if we were watching a completely different team, even though they only switched out one player. But speaking of switching out players, I do believe...
Wait, really?
Yes, it's Xavvsz who has interesting, his name is Zero there, but it is Kim coming up to replace Xavvsz for game number 3.
What? Wait a minute, they actually brought Xavvsz out and they swapped Kim in? Has the prayers of the fans been answered?
We were actually talking about this before, like right before the break, like maybe it's time to switch out Xavvsz, but we weren't sure if they would do it.
Okay. Looks like the prayers has been answered. Ladies and gentlemen, supporters of Red Esports, you guys are getting what you want. Kim to clutch it out as the pinch server for Red Esports. Can he do it?
I think this will be a really deciding factor right here. Now, on paper, Xavvsz is a much better mid laner than Kim any time of the week. He's got so many more accolades. His achievements were already displayed up on screen earlier as compared to Kim, who only has like 1 season of MPL under his belt. And yet, in this precise situation, it feels like Kim is what Red Esports needs.
Now, let's give you guys a little bit of a recap here on why we have been raving on towards Kim here. Was because during Season 11's run for Red Esports, they had one of the slowest starts in trying to make it towards the qualifiers, and sorry, the playoffs during the regular season, and they had a very, very late transfer window with Kim playing only 2 games. And when his debut came in, he was one of the powerhouse potential rookies that could have been one of the best rookies of the season. However, due to the fact that he was a little bit late, he did not even qualify for the rookie, nor did he get his appreciation. But nevertheless here, when he was playing there, Red Esports was a powerhouse that every single team feared during Season 11.
Exactly. And that's going to be very interesting to see how he will perform, because we have another mid lane powerhouse here, which was Hyde, switched in for MPNC in Game 2 since HAQ, unfortunately, was feeling a bit under the weather. But it turned out to be a correct decision here, as MPNC were instantly able to shift their dynamic, play more aggressively, play more comfortably, and deny any opportunities to Red Esports. Now that both teams have had a mid lane switch, will we be going into Game 3 the most even we've ever been?
I don't know. To be honest, my question will be, is Kim prepared to play this? Does he have what it takes to do it? Because if you think about it here, if you're benched for so long, sometimes you get cold feet. Sometimes you're not warmed up.
That long.
But to be honest,
it's been like a week and a half.
If you haven't been training with your team, it can be a problem though.
True, but I doubt they would neglect Kim's trading just because they're putting Exort on the main roster for now. I'm pretty sure he is still meant to be a secret weapon. Otherwise, they wouldn't bring him out for Game 3.
Hey, he's done it once, right? Can he do it again? Because Season 11, it happened for him. And you can see, we are going to be calling an ambulance. Everyone is calling this as well. We're calling an ambulance, but not for me. Who's it for? We got to figure it out because right now, before we get into the match, we got to go through the drafting phase, the decider match of this best of 3. It is going to be Game 3 here, and this time MPNC going to be on the blue side and Red Esports on the red side.
Which of these two teams will be able to get their favorable heroes to get out on top in the Land of Dawn for the 3rd time today? MPNC has banned out the Fanny as well as the Kaja, so still sticking to normal, but Red Esports gets rid of the Edith and the Florin. These two heroes were very powerful and very confident for NC because they were willing to just pick it up, not caring about the potential counters.
Oh, respect bans coming in from Red Esports with the Florin. That's something I did not expect at all because, you know, considering that if they played 2 games Florin coming from MPNC, this time first picking the Angela isn't too bad. It is within Mali Chan's pool as well. He talked about this during his mic check in game number 2. Hey, you played with Hawks in game 1. This time you're playing with Mali, brother. You're playing with Mali.
I think it's a great idea. You're directly threatening Red Esports. You gotta ban the Angela, otherwise we will get it, and that will be very scary. Red Esports, though, are gonna bite the bullet here. They're actually going to ban out the Fredrin, which makes sense. They're already expecting NC to grab the Angela, so the Fredrin-Angela combo is terrifying. But what will be the options then? Do NC really want to go for the Angela here? They did lose against it in game number 1, but it does open up things like, say, the Paquito.
I think they should take the Joy here. Like, just deny it away from Amal. He's been playing Joy 2 games in a row. Let's break his momentum and just put it up on year 3 to play it.
But they already beat the Joy earlier. I feel like the Angela is a bit more crucial. If not, then give year 3 his Paquito, because we all know how much of a playmaker he can be with that.
True, it is a very, very big possibility. But no, they prioritize the Claude instead for Xavvsz once more. A comfort hero coming in from MPNC. Red Esports, are they going to go for the Joy? Yes, it is going to be the Joy, and this time the Angela with him now. This is a problem that MPNC has faced during game 1. Do you think it's going to be a problem again this time?
I think it's absolutely going to be a problem. There's a reason why the combo is so strong. And in game 1, they picked the Esmeralda to counter all the shields, but it still wasn't quite enough. In this game, Yetri will have access to his Paquito, but I don't think it's going to be sufficient because of how much shielding the Heart Guard is going to provide. Honestly, this could be an argument to bring out something like the X-Borg, let's say, but they're going to go for comfort.
Cool. Paquito and Valentina, you called it out as well. Comfort heroes coming from MPNC. And there's no reason to say no to Heights Valentina. Heights Valentina was an absolute monster, and guess what? Stealing beats is pretty good. Stealing Heart Guard, asking a little bit too much, but still very, very big possibility.
Actually, imagine if Hyde steals Heart Guard and Valley picks Florin.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Just like healing central.
That is
you don't need Estes anymore.
Yeah, that is a lot of healing. But at the same time here, I feel like if MPNC takes a backseat here to play the Baxia jungle for Sonic, it isn't too bad to deal with the healings coming in from Angela.
Yeah, I do like that actually. You might think that maybe the Akai jungle again would be pretty viable for NCs because it was a very good way of pinning down the Joy. But I do like the Baxia option. It enables them quite a bit. The Cho? EXP Cho?
I think that, okay, it's a rank QT special. It is definitely a rank QT comfort here. That's the thing. He plays a lot of Chona XP.
He has played it in the past, but that's been so long ago.
Let's give you guys a little bit of a recap here. When in the past, right? Heroes that he's played in XP very comfortably: Paquito, Benedetta, Yu Zhong, Cho. These are the 4 heroes that he usually plays a lot, and Esmeralda.
That is true. Oh, that's interesting though. Why? I guess it's to counter the Claude, right? They want to be able to kick in with the Way of the Dragon. It makes sense.
To be honest, technically it's still okay, considering that you can put this Angela as a mid lane mage, Cho tank, and then still have
Okay, that's fair. That's not impossible.
The Joy kind of in jungle and XP, they still have a decent amount of magical damage.
That means that Red Esports does have some flex options here, which I think are very necessary. I think the Cho is not bad to counteract the Claude, because he jumps in, you get the way of the dragon, instantly things become very dicey for Xavvsz, so it's gonna delay the way that he wants to engage, though it does also give the ultimate a way to hide. We've seen a couple of Valentinas steal the way of the dragon, use it quite effectively. I wonder if hide will be one of them.
Yep. At the same time, Jeet Kune Do is also a way to deal with the Blazing Duet as well. So a very well-timed third hit is going to be able to knock up and cancel off the Blazing Duet. So this is going to force Xavvsz in a situation where does he go for the Purify to time it and block the Jeet Kune Do knockup, or does he go for the sprint to just completely collapse of whoever? In this case, the Joy in particular in terms of mobility. But now, we do see Red Esports taking a lesson here. They respect the Archive coming in from Sonic, forcing him to play something else in his next matchup.
And did see Zoraveki in the crowd right there. His team gonna be going up on stage after this matchup. But with the Akai being banned out, the Baxia jungle definitely looking a lot more viable for MPNC. I do wonder if it'll be enough though, because in comparison, Baxia doesn't offer a lot of good CC like the heavy spin. He'll ban out the Leslie, still worried about that potentially being matched up against the Claude. So now Red Esports will have the option for themselves. I think going for the Bruno here is not too bad actually, because Melissa previously it didn't quite work out.
Then let's see how things are going to be happening here. But with the Leslie being bad, it feels like, I don't know, like forcing the Melissa again out from Melboy isn't the greatest here. If you think about how Red Esports always tend to have Claude being played by Melboy here throughout the entire season 11.
Just bring out the Bruno again. I think it's fine.
Oh, you called it! Bruno or Bru, yes, but in this matchup, both players, both teams has played Bruno, but Xavvsz didn't exactly win with it yet.
No, I think
for this matchup, sorry.
Didn't Xavvsz win game 1 with the Bruno?
No.
Wait, no, sorry,
He
my
lost.
bad. Yeah,
He lost,
won game 2 with the Claude. My
Yeah.
bad. Now I'm missing together memories here,
It's
and I'm
okay.
missing together words as well. Where's my tongue going?
It's okay, don't worry about it. We know it has been a very, very exciting game here. I know there's a lot of element of surprise coming in this matchup, but nevertheless, final 2 picks here. What do they need? A jungler as well as a roamer.
Yes.
Coming from MPNC.
Unless this is Paquito jungle, but we've never seen that from Sonic before. So it feels
Estes?
unlikely.
Mali-chan Estes? Are we gonna see it?
No, if it's anything... No
Let's
way.
go!
No way.
Let's go!
No
Icy
way.
baby! The prophet, predicting the future.
I thought it would be
Baxia and
Florin.
Estes, baby!
No
Let's go!
way. Okay. We got the
That's
ultimate
why they call me
Ube.
Sifu, bro.
Sifu, icy baby.
Oh, Estes and Baxia. I love it.
Oh my, that is a really difficult team comp to try and work through here. Makes a lot of sense. Means that NC is mainly going to be fighting together, but they do have the Paquito to split push, which is totally fine. We got the Eve, last pick for Red Esports, so that confirms it is an EXP lane show. This is interesting. There's gonna be so much healing on NC.
Whew, this is I don't know who I'm rooting for, but personally, you know, I'm sorry, you know, if Sif and Milo is gonna be watching this here, but based on my professional POV, I like MPNC's draft a little bit more.
That's just because it's so unique, right? You have the Estes and the Valentina stealing hard guard away. We've never seen that before. I'm not gonna hedge my bets here. I feel like there's no point in me predicting who's going to win. I'm just going to be a witness, and I am very excited to watch this match. We got the ultimate Ube versus a very mobile Red Esports comp.
Yep, agreed. My reasoning, very, very simple here because they call me Sifu. I predicted this very, very long ago. I want to see this work. If or not, it's going to embarrass me. But before we go into the game, we must take a little bit of breather to figure out whether or not it was that the right move. Because I felt like, you know I may be a great prophet here. Sometimes my ideas can be so wild to a point that it's so bad. And I always get shut down every single time by you guys.
Now, since we're going for a pause here, we can definitely talk a little bit about what this Estes brings to the table and why the hero isn't seen anymore, even though he was such a terror in the previous meta. Now, when you go for Ube nowadays, everyone likes to pick the Antler, everyone likes to pick the Florin because they have global presence. It doesn't matter where you are on the map, you're going to be able to provide some healing to whoever needs it. Whereas Estes, you actually need to be near him. And that forces very grouped up team fights. It forces you into a very specific style of play, which makes it predictable. In exchange for that, his healing is completely bonkers. But it means that Red may need to just avoid team fighting once this Estes comes online.
Here, you know what's a really fun fact for you? I had a game of Baxia just 2 days ago, twice now, and I was able to match up against Joy in terms of jungle fight. And look, you know who won? Baxia won, because his Q Unity can actually catch up to the movement speed of the beats.
That is true right there. It will require a little bit of maneuvering though. I feel like Sonic usually takes a bit more of a back seat here, and Amal does seem pretty comfortable on the Joy. But luckily we are able to resolve these pauses very quickly and jump right back into the action.
Ladies and gentlemen, here, welcome to the Land of Dawn. This decider match of MPNC versus Red Esports. Winner takes another point. Winner takes all. We are heading to Land of Dawn here, and right from the get-go, we do see Mali-chan in the mid lane. And both Red Esports and MPNC going to be starting with roamers, solo taking the XP down in the middle lane, and both their mages in the EXP lane soaking up XP to prep out for the first turtle fight.
Yeah, this is very common nowadays. It's the fastest and most efficient way for all three members to hit level 2 at the same time, and that'll allow them to actually start making movements across the map. Xavvsz is going to have some trouble here, so NC will definitely want to pull some attention over to the gold lane, which I'm actually kind of surprised they haven't done yet, considering Mali is on that Estes. So a little bit of a shift here in terms of positioning. What I'm really curious about though is the Cho EXP lane. We have not seen this in ages, and compared to the Paquito, which is much more in meta, I'm worried Red QT won't be able to keep up lane prio.
That's why they call me Sifu IC Baby. Predicted the Cho with the XP as well. Let's go. Anyways, enough of me. We're getting into the game here. Melboy having a little bit of an okay time. He's playing very aggressive against Xavvsz, and this is actually a good thing, right? Considering that they're taking away all this pressure in this 1v1 matchup, Bruno will have the slight upper edge against Xavvsz in terms of hitting of those lucky crits if he gets it off.
It's basically necessary though for Melboy. Remember, Bruno is a very strong hero, but he comes with a double-edged sword of needing to be strong right from the beginning. You cannot afford to go even, especially against a Claw.
Oh, Kim forced out to use the flicker as well. So that's going to be a little bit of a stoppage coming from Sonic. Now forced to actually head into the turtle pit. Amal trying to draw turtle aggro away now. Whereas Red Esports are thinking, do they fight this or not? Because Hard Scout still not available up on Mao, and Ye Tree going to be looking to force a fight. Amal forced to disengage as well. Stolen Rumination coming from both sides. And that's going to be first blood from the hands of Kim, as Ye Tree makes the mistake, but at the expense takes the turtle for the team.
They get the turtle, but I don't think it's worth Yetri being first blood there. This is not common for the Paquito. Oh, he did steal that. Sonic took the orange buff.
Oh my goodness, he actually did. And now here comes the kick from Red QT. They do have the sustains here. Mali-chan has the heals to keep Sonic alive, and this is why Baxia is such a strong jungle. Amal, a little bit of trouble as well. Melboy gets a nice solo kill down bottom against Xavvsz. And Red Esports, they may be losing out in the jungle objectives here, but goal laner, Melboy is having the happiest time of his life.
Yeah, they're definitely winning out the side lanes right now, which is not ideal. Yetri has been able to regain that EXP lead because Paquito just straight up matches better into the Cho in comparison. But I do feel like MPNC are feeling a bit too much pressure here. They gotta slow things down a little bit. They are not going to win this early game, and that is fine. Hold on, wait until the mid game. That's where your team fights become bonkers.
I like this adaptation coming from MXNC, right? Like early on here, Mali-chan, it wasn't Mali-chan, it was Team HAQ kind of, you know, in the gold lane, making sure that, hey, you know what, Xavvsz, you're going to be A-okay. But because of that, they fell short for Mao's hard cut. And this time, they made the adaptation with Mali trying to be a little bit more aggressive and leave Xavvsz on his own. Kind of give them a little bit more fight potential here. Unless Sonic has something to say, he fights Melboy. Melboy doesn't have the mana, but he does have the turret defense coming in. So that's going to be a Red Esports kind of going for a cross-map play with Red QT diving so far back though.
Yeah, things are slowing down now a little bit, which is good. Red Esports can't afford to fight too hard because NC are now putting pressure onto the goal lane.
And now Sonic is gonna look over to dive onto his Melboy as well. Xavvsz TP's forward as well. He's got the damage. Can he get out? The heals from Manichan's gonna keep him alive. Kim with the real blue keeping it in check, but eventually he gets auto attacked as well. And Sonic will finally finish him off. They lose Xavvsz in this prospect, but it's gonna be a 2-0-1. 4% alive from the side of MPNC. Force the house got on Amal, but Red Esports not able to take down this strong Boxia in your face.
Yeah, the blessing of the Moon Goddess is absolutely ridiculous right there. The fact that Kim was trying so desperately to focus down Xavvsz and take out the Claw, but he was just eating all of it. Unfortunately, still survived until the end, but they will get the turtle, which gives him a little bit of more EXP. AI winning prediction still in favor of Red Esports though, it seems.
Yep, it is still in their vicinity. Meanwhile, we do see a lane slot coming from MPNC. They're sending up the Cloud up top just because the next total objective is going to be on the bottom lane. So they do want to have Year 3 be engaging in this fight unless it gets caught up here. Flicker for from Mount to kind of chain stun, but where's the follow-up? Well, absolutely not worth it. So that's going to be a major battle spell baited out by him. Meanwhile, top side as well, Red QT in a little bit of trouble as well. Can he get out? He's going to be okay as well. Forces also a flicker from him.
Well, we talked about whether or not Hyde is the type of Valentina that steals the way of the dragon. He absolutely is, even using it on Rank QT himself. I feel like if the angle was a bit better though, that would have been a kill onto Rank QT. So he is able to survive that, but we're now seeing a bit of a lane swap, which I think is ideal. Xavvsz needs to avoid being pressured too hard anymore, so he's going to allow Year 3 to deal with Bruno instead.
Yep, agreed. Meanwhile, MPXNZ now going to be playing a little bit slow approach. 40 seconds for this bottom turtle. Sonic looking to try and set up an ambush, but it seems like they are a little bit split off right now. Seems like, you know, they're just trying to gather information about Red Esports. Just doesn't really want to take a committed fight for now.
I think that's ideal. Red Esports are already in a pretty okay position, but there will come a point pretty soon where they will need to decide whether or not they want to go hard to get kills or play safe.
Now it seems like with the real Revolution coming in as well, Sonic forced to go to Toys for Sons. He's getting kept alive. Manichan goes in for the burst heal. Red Esports instantly disengaged. Now they need to bring the link coming in as well. But you can see the Blessing of Mogora still connecting towards MPXNC, keeping them alive. And Red Esports just cannot break off this link. And this is putting a little bit of a big problem for Red Esports to deal decent value damage.
This is the point in the game where Red Esports now has to make very difficult decisions. They cannot afford to send 5 people to take team fights against NC anymore because they don't have enough damage to break through the Blessing of the Moon Goddess. And while all of that is happening, NC are mainly just using it as a way to create space for Xavvsz, which the Claude was already able to take tier 1 up top thanks to that previous fight. As long as they do not lose any players, they will start shifting the momentum. NC still maintaining this slight net worth lead. If this gets any bigger, Red Esports will have a problem on their hands.
Yep, Xavvsz manages to defend the tier 1 on the top side as well, though that is going to be a little bit more map control in favor of MPXNC. Meanwhile, Red Esports, however, losing a little bit of that control. Red QT looking for the flicker kick. Oh, he misses the angle. That's going to be a wasted flicker coming in from Red Esports. Meanwhile, MPXNC, you can see Hyde already taunting at his mistake. What are you doing, Red QT? That is pretty much what it is, their minds of MPXNC based on their mic check. But of course, I'm only speculating, but for now, Sonic dives back lines. He is going to focus on the purple buff, trying to steal away from Amal. He's got the Toys per Son, but Mali trying to make way to going for the heals. This isn't going to be enough. Sonic trying to get out, but he gets the heal in time. He's going to be A-okay, but eventually falls to Melboy. But at the same time, they do trade off Red QT as well. Look at this. Look at Melboy. He's online and he's looking for more. And that's going to be the reset coming from both sides.
Definitely felt a little bit sus there. Trading out Red QT for Sonic is going to be more favorable for Red Esports. And I'm actually kind of surprised that Xavvsz wasn't part of that team fight because he wasn't actually pushing structures. He was more on farming. And I feel like he was close enough that he could just come in, Blazing Duet, and then pop out, and that would have been enough. And that would have gotten NC a bit more advantage, but for now, we'll hold our breath and wait a little bit. His farm, pretty okay, but only slightly ahead of Melboy.
Yep, at the same time as well, Sonic, he does have the Radiant Armor and Dreadnought Armor, so he is slowly trying to make it progress for the Sky Guardian's Hammer. And once that's happening here, this Baxia has so much kiting potential to actually sustain and bait Red Esports up out. So that's going to be eventually going to be a big problem for Red Esports, even with or without anti-healings. But as of now, Xavvsz already making way to the Lord as well. RenQT looking for the kick. He finds the kick, but he doesn't get the angle. Hyde gets kicked off away as well. RenQT in a little bit of trouble. Xavvsz swarms the Blazing Thread, tries to extend it onto his A-Mao. They do find off Mao, which is huge. Meanwhile, Melboy finds Year 3 instead, but the Lord still alive, about 20%. MPXNC, they're trying to isolate the fight, but Hyde with the kick, he finds Melboy across the border, kicks him away, takes him out, and secures the Lord for MPXNC. What a play by Hyde. Meanwhile, A-Mao desperately holding on, securing his purple buff, but MPXNC will be the victors in this battle.
That feels bad for Red Esports there, and this pause feels bad for all of us as well after such an intense play right there. At first, it didn't seem like a very worthy trade because we saw Year 3 dive in real deep. He gets Maul, but he loses his life, and that's a very important hero they need for taking these big team fights. But Hyde, the way of the dragon, he steals it, flickers in, gets the kick, which is something that RenQT failed to do to start the fight. This new player tutoring our veterans a little bit.
Well, he definitely gave a little bit of a tutorial section here because that was such a beautiful play coming in from Hyde. A disappointing start in Game 1, Game 3, Game 2. Whew, what a performance coming from MPXNC, and I'm looking forward to see more, but you can see the faces on MPXNC, they're smiling up and down, but Red Esports, doesn't look very happy about that play though.
I would imagine no, because right now, I've already mentioned, Red Esports has difficult decisions to make. They have to either go all out, hard invest on a fight and force out deaths. Otherwise, it's not worth taking them. They have higher mobility, move around the map, try and create pressure, see if you can split up the members of MPXNC. Because unless you have like 1 or 2 item lead, you're not gonna do enough damage to break through the blessing.
Yeah, it is indeed gonna be a big problem for them. Like I said as well, they need to find a way to stop Mali, and Mali's positioning is so like, I wouldn't say his positioning is all that great, but because of how tanky Sonic is with an inbuilt kit where it says like, hey, I pop an ultimate, I'm gonna deal damage. If I have some spell vamp, I'm just gonna get some spell vamp and just get out because of the amount of damage reduction it gets from the Tortoise Persons. It's so broken. It's equivalent to having a passive ability of a Queen Wing as an item in his innate build kit.
He is buying a lot of time, and that is the strength of Baxia here. He will eventually fall off, but until then, he will form a very solid frontline core here for the side of MPXNC. And not quite to the same level of Fredrin in terms of doing damage back, but it's still perfectly fine for the purposes that they want right now.
That's the thing about Baxia, right? Like, when we talk about fall-off potential, Baxia's fall-off is during what? When everyone is max item, and to reach to that stage is normally very difficult to do so. So it feels like it is very, very difficult to do so. But for now, with this play here, with this opening and the first Lord in their hands here, MPXNC in prime position to close out the series.
Yeah, looking pretty good right now, but I wouldn't say that Red Esports has no chances either, because I think Melboy has actually been able to farm pretty alright. His farm is pretty equal with the Claude, which is not ideal for him, but means that he is able to do enough damage. They just gotta buy that space. Again, this comes down to playing the map. You gotta have macro when you're dealing against an Ube comp. You gotta be able to split them up. You gotta be able to cause pressure. And I think Red Esports, their draft this game, does actually have the tools to do so. They just need to be smart about using it. The problem is that RenQT is on that show. He typically would be able to help split push on top of Amal, but his job is kind of on pickoff, which isn't going to work unless like whoever they find was already alone in the first place.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very difficult here, especially finding Mali, who's going to be the key winning factor from the side of MPXNC. But even if you're worried about that, even if you get the isolation here, Xavvsz is going to be able to find the opportunity to completely collapse you with free values on those blazing duets. So there is just so much thought process that has been to be going through into its MPX Red Esports' composition. But again, Ube strategy means that they are strong together. And Red Esports was able to win with Angela because they were able to take isolated macro fights, forcing MPXNC to kind of split off. And currently, it's so difficult to do that because if you think about it here, oh, wait, you are going to start a hard guard on this side of the map? You know what? Don't worry about it. I'm supersonic. I can spin so fast, come in from the middle lane into the bottom lane in a couple of seconds. I'm going to be there, and I'm going to be joining the fight as well.
Well, we're going to be right there, back in the land of Dawn here to find out how this game will develop. Xavvsz now taking the top tier 2, already breaking down some of the more internal towers on the side of Red Esports. You can tell that although their tools are still there, things are becoming very dicey. They've got a timer on their heads. They gotta find something.
Exactly, RenQT is gonna try for the kick onto a Sonic spell. The tier 3 is gonna hit him off, but he's got the Tortoise Massage. The heals coming from SS is gonna keep him alive. And again, they just can't finish him off. Amao getting the protection of the Heart's Guard is not gonna be enough to keep him alive, to deal damage and sustain with shields because of the anti-heals coming from the box here.
Oh, this feels so annoying here. Red Esports actually has a lot of damage, but they have no way to break through because of this Estes. They gotta find Mali-chan, and the only one that can do that is RenQT, but I am a little worried that this man is out of practice on a hero as mechanically intensive as Cho, because he's been playing on these more bulky frontliners for so long.
Bro, it might be that situation, but for now, Red Esports, they're going to be grouping up as 5. Hopefully, they will find an opportunity to cut the back lines here because RenQT setting up for an off angle, maybe looking for a pickup onto his year 3. And that's going to be very important. Meanwhile, MPXNC, they do scout this out as well. Sonic is going to be stalking his prey here. He does have the information. He's thinking about interjecting. But at the same time, teammates are nowhere to be found. So look at the amount of space Sonic himself is able to open up because of how lackluster in terms of damage Red Esports has.
I really like the way that he is moving too. It looks like he's very comfortable, very used to using that shield unity because he always gets ever so close, and it seems even to the trained eye that he wants to collide, but it turns out at the last minute while maintaining an angle where he can repeat the process.
Yeah, that's going to be a little big problem here, but based on the AI winning prediction, you can see 67% in the hands of MPXNC. That means prime time is go time, especially when the Ube Estes is going to be level 12 as compared to the Angela from Mao, who's only level 10.
Well, things are very rough right now. Angela alone is not going to be enough because that usually allows you to outlast your opponent. But what do you do when the entire team is getting more healing than the Heartguard can provide?
Yep, RenQT looking for the king. He finds Sam! That is huge! He's going to be first to fall. Where's the damage here? Because Sonic is going to be the next one to get caught out as well. If you questioned RenQT.
I questioned him.
And now he proves you wrong. First mistake by MPXNC. No response at all by MPXNC as well.
Man, RenQT heard me on the desk right there. He was like, who did you say wasn't used to Cho again? Finding the Claude in that situation was massive. Red Esports in one play have changed the entire dynamic of how the game is going. The net worth difference has completely evened out. We can see that they're looking pretty good in terms of itemization. Xavvsz had the Wind of Nature, but it wasn't enough because Kim is there, Amal is there doing the necessary damage. They've already picked up a good number of items as well, so the damage potential is on point.
That is huge coming from RenQT here, because if RenQT didn't find that play, things would have went completely south for Red Esports. But still, nevertheless, here is not over yet because MPNC, they are going to be crumped up by the real world manipulation here. Sonic dropping a little bit too low. RenQT isolates the fight. The link is there, but it is going to get bursted down because Melboy hits his timing. He's got the damage as the Bruno now. And Red Esports will be in the driver's seat this time, and they are looking to close out this game. Sonic 25 seconds on the sidelines, and we are getting that stage where Baxia no longer is as tanky as it seems.
Being able to get that pick off on Sonic guarantees Red Esports all of the external towers. They've now evened up the structure count with MPXNC, and it looks like they're looking for more.
Yup, at the same time here, coming from fights here, Xavvsz finds the pickoff on towards Ren QT as MPXNC is able to find a pickoff just like that. So very, very nicely done.
Yeah, good movement from Xavvsz there, seeing the angle that Ren QT is coming in, and then actually going more aggressive rather than retreating, because that's exactly what Ren QT would predict him to do, and that allowed him to get a little bit of vengeance right there. Red Esports have put themselves now in a really good position, but they still are going to be very reliant on that Way of the Dragon to actually win out these team fights, because there's no other way to pull people away from the blessing of the Moon Goddess otherwise. So, a lot of pressure here.
Yep, I agree. And at the same time here, a lot push advantage from the side of Red Esports. They did really, really well. And because of this plays coming from Red Esports, it feels like they do have a little bit more room now, which is a very, very good thing, okay? With that one play coming from Ren QT, it kind of evens things to score, allowing Melboy to kind of scale back into this game. So MPXNC now has to go back to his textbook. What is it? Use Sonic as bait first, and then start the fight. They cannot afford to lose Xavvsz right from the get-go, and Mali-chan not in position to assist the team here.
Yeah, positioning going to be very core at this point, since the teams have come to the point where the scores are actually pretty even. And net worth lead for Red Esports isn't going to matter too much to MPXNC unless it's a lot more than this, probably like at least double. So they will still be able to outlast, but it all comes down to how well they're able to avoid Ren QT. They don't mind having one of them get kicked and sacrificed, but it cannot be Xavvsz.
Yep, at the same time, Xavvsz looking to go for the push as well. The heals comes in. Now with the Lord in their favor as well. Sonic now going to be holding position in their favor. Ren QT looking for the angles here. Potentially might scout out Mali-chan, so he needs to be a little bit careful here. Because if they do find Mali-chan, he's going to be done for on this asset, but seems like he is going to review himself. He provides the heal on Sonic. They use Sonic as bait once again, and here comes the blazing duet from Xavvsz. Collapse on them, the backlines. The mistake has happened, and Red Esports, they lose one and now hide with the stolen kick. He finds Melboy, and just like that, Red, they have to run for their life. Sonic secures the Lord. Yentry steals a turret. They take everything for absolutely nothing.
This is it right here. Red Esports tried too hard. They thought they could pick up Sonic, but even with all the resources they put into it, the Baxia is still alive. He secures the Lord for his team. Xavvsz, he knows the kick is gone. He jumps straight in and dismantles the entire backline. Lord is pushing up top lane. Bottom inhibitor is gone. Mid inhibitor will follow very, very soon. And MPXNC is looking to close out the game right here, right now.
Oh, what a turn of events. Real Bleacher comes in. They're trying to clear the minions, but guess what? They don't care. They focus on the crystal. They get it all. They take them down. They reverse 2-0 Red Esports. MPXNC has done it. They have done it despite a player swap. Despite a first game loss, they bounce back, they win, they dominate, and you can see celebrations from the fans, celebrations from the teams, absolutely bonkers.
That is insane right there. The legend of MPXNC continues here, it seems. And what a legend it has been. Being able to take down the momentum of Red Esports, who started off the series strong, but showing us that the newer players to the MPL have what it takes, and I'm so excited for the potential that this team is bringing, despite the fact that they shouldn't have the necessary resources to match up against these long-standing MPL organizations. They are proving everyone against the odds.
What a catch. What a play from MPXNC. You can see the celebrations in order, and I'm extremely excited to see here. I want to hear what they have to say in the interview, because we're throwing over to Rose to have an interview with them right now.
MPNC sekali lagi kejut semua orang dengan kemenangan lawan Red Esports 2-1. Wow. Hari ini banyak technical difficulties, but tu tak ada problem, tak ada masalah pun. Okay, kita start dengan Coach Pozan dulu. Alright, Coach. Tadi kita nampak daripada player cam, game kedua korang gantikan player kan sebab player demam. Alright, I nak tanya, kalau role lain pula yang demam, korang ada 6 man je dalam roster. So nak gantikan dengan siapa?
Mali lah. Mali kan isi role.
Wow, Mali isi role. Alright. Tapi 2 minggu lagi kita punya final transfer window untuk musim ini akan buka. So, adakah MPNC ada macam rumor ke nak tease sikit ke pasal transfer window yang akan datang?
Kalau kan ada lah. Tapi tengoklah.
Okay, tapi dia cakap ada. Dia cakap ada. Ramai player sekarang yang available untuk transfer window. So, kita boleh stay tune untuk tu. Alright. Mali. Sebelum I announce MVP, I nak bagi semua orang hype sikit. Hype macam tadi game 2 bila you minta pause. Apa yang jadi sebenarnya?
Oh tak, saya bye-bye kat dorang. Sebab dah confirm menang kan? Saya bye-bye kat dorang.
Lepas tu jadi pause.
Jadi pause.
Yang pause kedua tu?
Tu betul-betul lag ah.
Oh, tu betul-betul lag. Alright, faham. Okay, jap. Sebelum I announce MVP, Mali, in your opinion, siapa sepatutnya jadi MVP untuk match ni?
Tetap Xavvsz.
Tetap Xavvsz?
Tetap Xavvsz.
Alright, so Mali cakap Xavvsz, tapi MVP kita ialah... Wow, kita punya rookie player daripada MPNC ialah MVP of the match. Okay, Hyde, apa perasaan sebab tadi game kedua you masuk gantikan HAQ yang demam, tiba-tiba jadi MVP of the match?
Saya rasa biasa je. Sebab dah ready lah nak ganti dia.
Oh, dah ready nak ganti dia. Alright. Sebagai sub untuk game ni, tadi first game korang kalah. Second game, third game korang menang kan? So, adakah you're saying macam I can also play in the main lineup?
Tak ada lah.
Oh, tak ada.
Everyone deserve.
Oh, everyone deserves. Mantap, ni yang kita suka. Alright. Terima kasih. Okay, last question. I nak tanya Sonic ah. Last time I tak tanya Sonic kan? Alright. So, next match korang akan lawan Lunatix tak silap. Lunatix kan? Lunatix minggu ni baru dapat 3 mata penuh, 2 match. Ready ke tak lawan Lunatix?
Confirm ready lah. So nak cakap satu je lah kalau kau boleh kat Lunatix ni. Jangan kalah dengan player lokal.
Wow, alright. I think we shall leave it at that. Players hype, players pedas, players spicy, and most importantly, dorang bagi kita gameplay yang sangat-sangat seru. So with that, I think kita boleh throw it to the casters untuk mendapat tahu apa yang menjadi dalam 2 berbalas 1 game ni. Casters, silakan.
We have Sonic making a statement, but it's Hyde that's making a splash right here. Right after coming in, subbing for HAQ, who was feeling under the weather. MPXNC are able to claim 2 successive victories, and he showed us his true capabilities by playing Valentina twice, but stealing all manner of ultimates, showing that perhaps there's more to this young man than meets the eye.
Yeah, I like how he's also opted to switch up his play styles when it comes to itemization as well. You know, playing on depending on the situation, he switches it up between, you know, having a little bit more CC reduction or cooldowns, and which makes it a little bit interesting because he's stolen some major ultimates here to actually turn the tides in his favor. And multiple times it was either the Way of the Dragon, either the Bloody Hunt, and everything was just within his control to completely abuse Red Esports' strengths.
It's good adjustment of the itemization as well, because in game 2, NC definitely needed a little bit more damage because they had the Akai jungle, they needed a little bit more DPS consistency, so going for that CD, and since he knows that he's probably not going to be threatened, he can go for the magic shoes. In game number 3 though, there's a lot more crowd control coming in for Red Esports, and his positioning is a little bit more dangerous since he's gonna try and steal the way of the dragon a lot. So having that CC reduction in the form of the top boots does make a lot of sense, and I do like these adjustments. You might think it's just the shoes, but those do make a difference.
Yep, agreed. You know, cooldowns give you a little bit more CC potential, but of course, all things considered, you guys are looking forward here. I want to see what the mic check is going to be sounding like, especially when it comes to MPNC.
Nice. Mana. Aku tak boleh masuk Jom. Boleh.
Nice, bodoh korang.
Bruno.
Sabar. Santai lu. Diorang kat dalam tahu ke ni?
Santai.
Korang sebenarnya boleh bantai. Orang dah all out kat aku orang ni.
Ni.
Dapat.
Nice.
Woi! Mantap bodoh ide.
Ide memang kau lah.
Wah, aku rasa. Mau mi tak? Tengok dia. Dapat. Mantap. Mati kan? Nice. Aku ada. Kamu. Nice. Gelimi lot. Santai. Ganti. Balik. Nice. ML. Nice. Ada woi.
Ada pegang lagi. Boleh. Boleh. Woi!
Aku dah macam. Mati kau Bang Romel. Woi, tak boleh balik woi. Weh, kalau. Boleh. Aku en.
Aku ada.
Turret.
A nice and well-earned victory by MPNC, showing us that they are the team that stands superior after a grueling series here. It feels like we've had some long games right now, but still some very clean performances. The Estes pick definitely threw off Red Esports here. Their comp was not prepared for that.
Agreed, and on top of it all, Mali, you know, ever since he's played the roam role, you know, trying to bring back that Ube strategy, 2 games in a row, it does put him in a very, very comfortable position. But overall, this is the MPNC that I'm extremely excited for after their match against SFG. But a well-deserved victory coming from them. But still, again, it is still going to be a long climb here, though.
It definitely got a little bit close at certain points where we saw Melboy being able to get quite a number of kills, but then not being able to position himself once NC hit their power spike, once they got more comfortable. In this game, we actually saw the rare case of Year 3 on his signature Paquito not actually having a lot of fun, because he was actually playing more of a supportive role here, diving the back line, tanking a lot of damage to make sure that the objectives can be secured, and Xavvsz is safe. In his place though, Hyde got his chance to shine, diving the backline, stealing away the dragon, stealing electrifying beats, executing people, chasing them down. This Valentina was a terror.
Agreed, and now triple tenacity coming in alongside with agilities does give them a little bit of upper edge here to try and sustain the lane. So I'm extremely excited to see how far can he go. Will he be played even more in the near future is going to be another question as well, because Mali, he definitely stepped it up alongside here. And I feel like, you know, this rookie, this sub, definitely deserves his moment to shine, and he definitely shined really bright there.
And the itemization is actually even a little bit greedy from NC. You could see that the only Radiant armor is on Sonic against Joy, Eve, and Angela. You would think that is a core item. But they got so ahead at that point, and they know that Sonic is going to be the one eating most of these spells anyway. They just put it on him, make sure that Mali is always there to heal him back up when necessary, and that's actually enough, because Red Esports otherwise don't have enough cooldowns to prolong the fight.
Agreed, but as of yet here, let's talk about anti-healing items here, because as of yet, Red QT is pretty much the only one with Dominance Ice, which brings to be a very, very big problem.
I mean, they do have Necklace on Angela and Sea Halberd on Bruno.
Well, even with that, right? Like the Sea Halberd wasn't like the early game engagement item coming from Melboy, but for Mao to actually got it early, it helps because it kind of just slow down some of this healing, but eventually it felt like it wasn't enough, because if you go for this kind of supportive items, you are going to be losing out a lot of early value damage to actually burst them down. And this is also another problem that I think Red Esports face, because if you think about tankiness, who is actually tanking most of the time in the front lines?
Yeah, you would think it's rank QT because he's the only one building bulky, but his job isn't to be the mainline tank. It's to jump in, get a kick back into his team. And once that happens, the front line is no longer there for Red Esports. And despite that, MPNC wasn't really looking to dive the backline anyway. It's just to survive, find the opportunities, and once Red Esports has used all of their abilities, then it's safe for them to jump on in and take him out.
Yep, at the same time as well, look at the amount of damage that Melboy is doing out as well from the side of Red Esports, because he definitely hit his timing. He was able to chunk away a majority of the HPs coming from Sonic. Unfortunately, even though he's doing a lot of damage, not getting the kill time and time again was very, very difficult. But of course, when it comes to MPNC, damage output here, of course, Xavvsz, you know, always trading towers, always doing damage. But to be honest, he has done the macro plays really, really well. But it was Hyde's clutch plays that kind of turn things around against Red Esports.
Yeah, no protection there, unfortunately, for Melboy, because Mal actually ended up dying very quickly in a lot of these fights, getting caught out, not expecting the amount of DPS being showed by NC, which I think Red Esports just didn't prepare for, because NC largely played uninteractive in the first few and first half of the match. Didn't take fights, didn't try to force kills, and Red Esports maybe got a bit of a false sense of security, thinking, hey, we'll be able to survive some damage, let's be a little bit more greedy on our cooldown so that we can maybe outlast them, but that bit them in the butt, because once NC did get their items, suddenly Red Esports couldn't adjust quick enough.
Yeah, it was very, very difficult indeed, but at the same time here, you know, this drafts here coming from MPNC really, really outplayed here, but in case you guys are wondering how that match actually swung by, I want to take a look at the goal graphs that kind of affected the entire tempo of the gameplay here.
Yeah, things were actually a little bit back and forth at first. You could see that the first 4 minutes were very even because NC doesn't want to play particularly aggressive. They don't have the tools to do that. They just want to wait, scale up a little bit. Red Esports, this is the timing where they needed to be a little bit more aggro, especially around Melboy's lane, which he did, but wasn't able to translate into anything, because from that point onwards, the farming on NC really accelerated and they were able to start taking team fights. You can see that they're going for towers, they're fighting turtles, they take the Lord, and that just increases their net worth ever so slowly. But then Red Esports makes a big play. They're actually able to counteract them. They're able to pick off Xavvsz, and that allows them to get that gold swing, thereby turning things in their favor once again. This is where they actually need to be more careful, more decisive, but I feel like they got pressured a little bit too much. There was this mental stress thinking, we gotta do something now, that forced them to settle for targets instead of looking for Xavvsz again, and that cost them.
Yeah, agreed. Xavvsz was the biggest turning point here, and then when that goal deep kind of came in, it was pretty much everything in MPNC's favor, right? Like, they were taking the lead here, all they had to do is not make a mistake, and somehow Red QT was able to find that moment, gave them a little bit of hope here, but that small hope might have caused them to lose a little bit of focus here. But in case you were wondering how the match actually happened here, this is the highlights of both MPNC as well as Red Esports of how they executed their drafts.
Up in the first 4 minutes, we didn't see too much happen. Yetri actually got picked off first. But then once we see the level 4s come out, once we have the first item or so, then the healing becomes quite strong. And NC feels confident enough to start diving, to start invading, because they know that Red Esports doesn't have quite enough farm yet to really fight into them. Even so, they're still playing it safe, making sure not to go full 5v5 because they need that Blessing of the Moon Goddess. Otherwise, they're not going to come out on top. And then Hyde just really showing us what he's capable of, stealing away the Way of the Dragon. I think we'll get to see a play later as well where he goes into the backline and completely destroys Red Esports.
Yeah, it's just insane plays coming from him as well, because every single... Yeah, this was pretty much a turning point that they actually went for as well. Sonic was also getting picked off, but eventually it came down to Xavvsz kind of, you know, making a little bit of outplays here, forcing Red Esports to back out. But eventually, this play, it was so chaotic. There was a play coming from Xavvsz. They dropped them low, but Hyde was the one to finish things out as well. So it could have gone either ways, but eventually, when it came to this play, which allowed MPNC to take that score here, their standings are currently on 6th place, tying in with Toda as well as Team Lunatix. Meanwhile, Red Esports will still be on 9th place.
Things are pretty volatile around that center of the board right now, as a lot of teams are very close in terms of score. And Red Esports, this is a position they are not used to. They've been in the MPL for many, many seasons, and yet have never fallen as low as to be at threat of relegation halfway through the season. Something needs to change, and it needs to happen fast.
Yep, indeed. And as of now, they've played 5 matches in total. So they are about 4 more matches away from closing things out. So that's going to be a little bit of a problem. But if they do rack up some points, they are still able to catch up with Team Lunatix as well as Toda. So that is going to be a long grind here. But for Team Secret, it is going to be an even longer grind for them.
As we're now approaching the end of the halfway point of the season, it's starting to become more clear how the standings are performing, which teams have prepared better to deal with their opponents in a very competitive season of MPL MY as well, with more import players, more import coaches, more interesting strategies. Among all of that, I'm really glad that NC sticks to their guns and plays a comp that they're comfortable with. But that's not the last series of the day.
Wow, we have more?
Yeah.
That felt like a really, really long day.
Yeah. We're gonna have a bit of a confusing matchup next because it's RSG versus SRG.
What? Dude, wait. Hold up. The final match of Week 3 is gonna be a strong match with the top contender against the King of Taunts, looking to prove their grounds that they are here to represent Malaysia.
Yeah.
RSG versus SRG. And yes, I kind of get a confusion there. But at the same time, I'm extremely hyped up for that match.
I think a lot of us are. It definitely is the highlight match of the day here. Like you mentioned, SRG right now still top of the charts, tied with SMG, undefeated, looking to keep that streak. Whereas RSG, things have been a little bit shaky here and there, but they really bring flair to the stage. And both teams have gotten pretty good at taunting recently. So sparks are going to fly up on that stage.
Oh boy, who is going to be the better taunter? You know, because when we talk about King of Taunts here, we know it's going to be Repo, but of course, when it comes to Go Jazz, guess what? He's also stepping up. So may the best taunt win, because that is going to be the upcoming match right here, right now, because we are going to be taking a very, very short break very, very soon here. To be honest, in terms of predictions and taunts, what kind of taunts would you like?
Oh, I don't even know. Like, I'm not good at taunting. I'll leave that to the players. I'm just excited to watch. But we're going to watch that match right after this. We'll go on a short break. Make sure you guys join us in just a few moments.
to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary!
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary.
course, kita ada fan dari pasukan Lunatix. Hello, apa nama?
Hai, nama saya Afiq.
Afiq?
Ya, betul.
Okay, Afiq. Afiq hari ni datang sokong pasukan Lunatix. Tapi siapa favourite player awak dalam tim ni?
Favourite player saya dalam tim ni Hito. Sebab saya suka Hito.
Kenapa Hito?
Sebab dia player good laner
You main good laner tak?
Ya, betul.
Oh, faham. So, you nak jumpa Hito ke tak?
Boleh jumpa Hito, boleh semua transfer. Kita boleh jumpa semua player dia lah.
Oh, you nak jumpa semua player?
Ya,
Alright,
betul.
kita tengok siapa yang boleh cakap sekarang. Alright, jom. Hi. So, I about satu fan nama dia Afiq. Dia cakap dia suka entire Lunatix. So, boleh? Cepatnya boleh. Alright, jom ke belakang. Kita ada Esha kat sini pula. Hito sini. Sebelah. Hito sini. Okay, dia cakap actually dia ni dia cakap dia suka Hito sebab Hito good laner. Apa dia apa? Sabah. I tengah cakap. So dia cakap dia suka Hito sebab Hito good laner. He said he likes you because you're a good laner. What do you have to say? I'm gonna hold.
Thank you.
Kasih.
Alright. Kalau kau nak bagi macam ayat-ayat ke kau nak macam tanya dekat tim Lunatix?
Nak tanya dekat Isha. Okay. Macam apa kata-kata Isha untuk lepas berjaya kalahkan tim HAQ?
Perasaan?
Ya, perasaan.
Perasaan saya, alhamdulillah saya happy dan juga terharu sebab dapat kalahkan tim HAQ. Tapi saya kecewa sikit lah. Sebab Manmin tak main, bekas teammate saya. So kalau Manmin main, saya rasa puas sikit lah bantai diorang.
Okey, faham. Okey. Untuk next match ada perlawanan dengan MPNC. Okey, apa kata-kata amaran untuk dekat diorang?
Saya nak katakan diorang punya mid laner lah. Mid laner Hidayah, jaga-jaga kat mid. Takut kena geng nanti.
Wah, okey, mantap.
Okay, I bagi you satu peluang untuk cakap satu benda ke satu ayat dekat Hito. I translate lah kalau nak Melayu.
Okey, itu. Bagi kata-kata semangat jadi lagu dia terbaik. Saya sokong Hito.
Aku baik.
Apa kau baik? Dia cakap do your best. He will support.
Ansarnya.
Do your best, he will support you.
Yeah, I will.
In Malay? What do you have to say?
Tak faham.
Alright. So, dia ada gift untuk Esha. Esha ada something untuk dia. Oh, autograph tim Lunatix dengan skin lagi.
Skin.
Alright. Okay. Exchange.
Thank you.
Okay, tengok kamera. Tunjuk dekat kamera. Itu dia. Alright guys, we have come to the end of the Hot Link Unity. Jangan lupa join the Lunatix fan club. And with that being said, I will see you guys on the next one. Bye-bye.
Legendary. to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary!
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi
mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Munton, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12. Anda bersama dengan saya, Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan sekarang kita sudah berada dekat match terakhir untuk minggu ketiga, manakala kita akan saksikan perlawanan yang sangat panas dan pedas. Sebab kita akan tengok RSG MY dan juga Selangor Red Giants. Sekali lagi full house dekat Dewan Sri Putra. Sebelum I ajak kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia, I nak buat vibe check. Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready? Nampaknya semua dah ready. Korang nak dorang naik atas pentas tak? Alright, and with that, marilah kita jemput RSG MY ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Berjaya mengalahkan Selangor Red Giants di regular season musim lalu. Musim ini, mereka hadir dengan barisan pemain baru yang sangat meyakinkan. Adakah gergasi merah menjadi santapan sekali lagi hari ini? Mari kita nantikan. Gergasi merah MPL Malaysia, Selangor Red Giants. Bukan sahaja mendahului carta liga, pasukan gergasi merah juga mendominasi carta kill terbanyak dan juga assist tertinggi. Dominasi Red Giants bukanlah sesuatu yang patut dipandang rendah. Adakah SRG berjaya mengekalkan win rate 100% mereka hari ini? Let us see! Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Okay guys, I tahu semua orang nak tengok Gorgeous dengan Ripo Tonting. Tapi, I nak tengok benda lain. Can I please have Storm and Demon Kite? And from this side, can I please have Super Red and Pancake? I nak tengok macam mana the Filipino imports taunt dekat MPL Malaysia. Alright. Okay, kita tunggu Storm. Alright, okay. Before you guys taunt, each of you guys, I want you guys to give a message to our C-Ball team in IESF right now. Lahat kayo, magbibigay ng mensahe sa kanila. Okay ba yun? Okay, we start with Storm.
Good luck sa mga dati kong ka-team, Bren. Galingan nyo, iwagay-iway nyo ulit yung PH flag natin.
Good luck sa Bren sa IESF. Kunin nyo na yung champion para meron na ulit tayong achievements.
Alright, mantap! Pancake!
I want to send to Red Esports that PH era is not end and you can do it.
Alam ko na kayang-kayang bawian ng Pinas yung Indo. Alam ko kaya mag-champion ng Pilipinas.
Alright, dorang semua cakap satu benda je. The Philippine era is not over yet. Dan dorang yakin the Philippines boleh menang IESF kali ini. Alright, with that, enough of IESF. I nak cakap pasal sekarang. Alright, I want to talk about now. The two Filipinos will be going up against each other in a very exciting match. Okay, let's start with Super Red. Super Red, trash talkin mo na to.
Masasabi ko lang kay Demon Kite, tinalo na namin sila sa ESL, baka gusto niyang bumawi.
Oh, okay, kejap. Dia cakap, I nak cakap dekat Demon Kite. Kita orang dah kalahkan korang dekat ESL, takkan nak kali kedua. Alright, let's do this, Pancake.
For me, your former teammates exhort we beat, and now we bantay you.
Wow! Nako, Demon Kite. Everybody's targeting you. What do you have to say to that? Come on, Demon kita.
My message to Pancake is just do your best and hope your two play well this time.
Okay, Storm. Panghang, spicy.
Good luck to SRG. We already broke Team HAQ's win streak. Yours is next.
Wow! All right, guys, before they go back to their respective seats, a round of applause. All right, good luck. Good luck. Nampaknya bukan just dengan Ripo je yang pandai taunting. Pemain import Filipina kita pun pandai. Korang rasa pedas tak? Pedas? I tengah berpeluh atas pentas ni sebab panas sangat. Alright, nampaknya let's not waste any more time. Let's throw it over to the casters. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Seems like taunting is an international language here on the MPL MY stage. We already know about Gojus and Rippo, but just like Rose told us, even our imports have a thing or two to say to their opponents right here in MPL MY.
My goodness, that was so hot, so spicy. And you know, to be honest, I've got a little bit more spice as well, because before we go into the details here, my name is ICBaby12 and he is Tafa. We are at your service. It's going to be your casters for today. But of course, in terms of spicy, here's another level of spice.
Okay.
Just now, when Rain was walking by to this alley here, he looked at me and he said one thing. RSG 2-0. That's what they're aiming for.
Feeling confident, I like that. That's exactly what you need here. They already made a statement up on stage. I did not expect Stone to be the one to do it. He just looks like he's such a quiet guy.
Right,
He gets that mic, he instantly makes the statement. We already broke Team HAQ's win streak. Red Giants, you're next. They're one of the only two teams that have an undefeated streak so far. And RSG looking to be the combo breakers.
And of course, you know, for these guys here, who are you guys going to be supporting? Because right now, we are going to be having the MVP predictions here. You got to scan the QR code right below right now and predict the MVP of each game. And if you get your MVP predictions correctly, 5 of you lucky winners will be walking away with amazing skins by the end of today. But all things considered, I am extremely excited to see what kind of drafts is going to be happening as well. RSG has been gaining a little bit of form back here in this coming week here, whereas Selangor Red Giants seems to be the undefeated kings right now.
That is true. We've seen some really intense gameplay from both these teams so far, and although RSG isn't undefeated, their score is still looking pretty good. 2 wins, 1 loss right now, having 2 games less than what Red Giants has played so far in the season. They're still looking to set themselves up in a better position here. And well, if you guys want to set yourselves in a better position on the Land of Dawn, you know you always need the best emotes.
Exactly. Join and support our amazing Independence Day here, where you actually get exclusive deals here. It's only until the 6th of September where you can log in the game right now and get yourself special Hari Merdeka emotes, which is pretty much voiced by 3 MPL Pro players, MPL MY Pro players in particular. And guess what? You gotta be quick, because why? It's only 3 days left.
Only a couple days left. In fact, I think one of the players voicing in this emote is up on stage right now. So you guys want to show some support, make sure you guys go ahead and participate. It's something you don't want to miss out on in your future emote taunting sessions. But of course, taunting sessions aside, we have the king and the prince perhaps of taunting up on stage right now. We already know Rippo, but Gojus as well has been bringing something to the table. So let's just talk about the people who are going to be going head-to-head in the Land of Dawn.
Of course, when it comes to the King of Taunts here, we are going to take a look at RSG MY. We have Demon Kite, Storm, Loleo, Izanami, and the King of Taunt himself, Rippo, to start things off the roster here from RSG MY. Ever since Izanami has gotten back to the roster here, his pairings with Storm has been very on point here. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, it does seem like they've been slowly improving over time, where initially it didn't quite seem like the synergy was there yet. Now, I do think that RSG's gameplay is looking a lot cleaner and more like the classic RSG we know. Obviously, Rippo still a very solid EXP laner, and Demon Kite, even though when the season started, it definitely felt like this MNC champion was a little bit lackluster. I think he's been regaining a little bit of his mojo here, and his KDA right now is looking very strong at a 10.3, only 6 deaths in 7 games.
Wow, pretty insane rosters here coming from Demon Kite here. Arguably one of the best thus far. Can he maintain his consistency? But of course, their opponents currently #1 in the standings here, the Selangor Red Giants, starting things off with Super Zak, Super Red, Super Gojas, Pancake, and Super Sekis.
We got quite the lineup of players up on stage right now, and we have to remember a lot of these players are still fairly new to the MPL. The Red Giants themselves only debuted last season, yet look at the legacy they've already created for themselves. Look at the strength and capabilities of these pretty new players when given the resources as well as the teachings necessary. So right now, we have to point out Super Red, of course. He's been doing a stellar job. His KDA actually is equal to Demon Kite, 10.3, and that's in many more games played.
Well, that's the thing. All things considered, there can only be one after this series here. Who's going to be the better one? Is it going to be the Demon Kite, or is it going to be Super Red? However, let's talk about the white elephant in the big room right now. The King of Taun and the Prince of Taun. The biggest talkers of these two teams. They've been talking so much smack. Now, who's going to be able to back it up and walk the talk?
We got the player head-to-head for none other than Rippo and Super Gojas up on screen here. In terms of KDA, Rippo going to be a little bit higher. In comparison, I do think that their playstyles actually do have some variations. While both are pretty aggressive players, Gojas typically will jump in purposefully to set up for his team, whereas Rippo is a bit more of an opportunist. He wants to come in, make sure that he has the correct angle, and see if he can pick off someone here and there, which is why you can see that his KDA is a little bit higher as compared to Gojas.
Well, of course, when it comes to stats as well, we know Rippo definitely having the better one as well. The question here is, the King of Trash Talk and the Prince of Trash Talk, now side by side, going head to head here. Will Rippo be able to humble Gojas down? Or are we going to see a little bit of a usurp here, where Gojas is looking to usurp the throne?
It's a good question. Will it be the new blood or the old guard that'll come out on top in the EXP lane? Because that is going to be a bloody battle. King of Taunting, Prince of Taunting, we've already brought this up many, many times before. Two members of royalty right here. So it's going to be a Royal Rumble.
Obviously, it's going to be a Royal Rumble here. We are looking at two of the greatest showmen in MPL MY here when it comes to showmanship and entertainment.
The greatest showman.
But of course, speaking of shows here, what kind of spicy taunts are we going to be expecting coming from both sides here?
I couldn't even possibly predict. There's a reason they're the King and Prince, and I'm just the caster on the desk. I'm just waiting to see, because I thought we were going to get a little bit of taunting before the game started. Instead, we let the PH imports take the stage for a short while.
Exactly. Sometimes you got to warm it up, you know, you got to save the main event for the winners of the series.
But it also means only the winner gets to leave a mark.
Okay. I'm excited here. But of course, now when we talk about coach as well, I did mention as well, Coach Skadaga coming in from RSG is going to be leading the coaching for the team itself. And of course, when it comes to analysts as well, Rain is going to be providing the data. He was the guy that told me that, hey, we're going to confidently take 2-0 against Selangor Red Giants.
They have pretty good drafts here. RSG so far has not really run into draft issues. A lot of times it does come down to being a little bit outplayed here and there, but ever since their first loss, they've really been recouping things and returning to form. Whereas on the opposite side, Coach Arcadia, ever since his introduction to the Selangor Red Giants, has brought these newer players to a completely new level. And Ozorveki, who has been with them since the very beginning of the Red Giants' introduction to the MPL, is very familiar with his boys up there, and they seem to be masters in drafting and prepping their players for whatever their opponents throw at them.
You know, to be honest, Ozorveki has been one of the underrated coaches and drafters here in MPL for so many seasons, and finally he's given a chance to kind of shine and support Arcadia. And so far, when it comes to masters and drafting and preparing their players, it is going to be very, very important for them now, especially right now when they need to counter draft the players of RSG. And here is going to be some stats to actually back it up on what kind of heroes we are going to be expecting of RSG MY.
RSG MY has so far only played 7 games. Among the fewer ones, on the teams of MPL so far. But despite that, the KDA looking very strong. 100 kills, 50 deaths, 230 assists, and so they do like a bit more flexibility in the way that their team comp goes around, and they don't want to have to deal with a lot of crowd control because this is a team that likes to move around. They like to control the momentum, so Franco, Kaja will often not see the light of day.
Yeah, and of course, when it comes to heroes as well, we don't see a lot of Demon Kite's heroes being specifically targeted coming from other teams here. In terms of picks as well, they do kind of have prioritized onto Loliu's hero pools, a little bit more coming from RSG MY. However, when it comes to Selangor Red Giants here, let's take a look at the priority picks coming from them as well, as we do see the Terizla, Farsa, and Grok being priority picks for them, and bans here going to be Kaja, Angela, as well as the Paquito.
Yep, the Kaja is a common ban, Paquito as well, but Angela is the difference here for the Red Giants. In comparison, RCMY are quite happy picking up the Angela for themselves, which is why you don't see it on their most banned list. Both teams do like to contest for the Grok, and the Terizla is an obvious choice because Gojas does love going for those big setups. Since they, of course, have nearly double the games RSG's played so far, their numbers are going to be notably higher, but in terms of scaling, the proportions, the ratios, actually pretty close.
Agreed. And now Selangor Red Giants here, they do have a lot of fans as well. The family is here to support the team. And without further ado, may the winners be decided here in the first draft in this game as we're heading into the drafts here. Selangor Red Giants on the blue side and RSG MY on the red side. And now we do see Kaja, Angela, Terizla, Fanny, as well as the Joy being banned off from both sides here. Thoughts on this?
Both teams seem to be sticking to their most commonly banned heroes so far. Kaja, Angela make a lot of sense. Joy as well. While it was let through a few times today, it's still an absolute terror, and unless you have the right team comp to be able to handle it, it is usually more worth it to just get rid of it from the get-go. Whereas RCMY are instantly showing some respect over to their opponents. Gojas' Terizla is too dangerous to let through, as is Super Skies' Fanny.
I don't know. I saw an Ultraman mask in the, as well as a Spider-Man mask in the crowd. But the comments in the section from the fans here, they're saying that, hey, you know what? You talk too much, Gojas. It's about time we slay you. That's going to be coming from RSG MY. It's such a heated match here between this rivalry of taunts coming from both sides.
It does feel like there's a lot of pride on the line, especially considering how similar the Team acronyms are as well. RSG, SRG, we already talked about how it could be a little bit confusing, but what is not confusing is going to be that first pick, the Red Giants taking the Valentina, and not that common here. Even though Super Zack does like the hero, I get the feeling this is respect over to Izanami, because so far Izanami is 100% win rate on the Valentina.
Well, that's actually a pretty on point as well. So when you talk about that, it is going to be denials coming from him. However, need I remind you here, the Prince of Mage, Izanami, has been known for playing a Kanita here to a point that in the early stage of games, Peaks has kind of respected his Kanita, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it being picked later on. However, RGMY, they're sticking to prio picks here. That is going to be Demon Kai playing the Mortis as well as the Edith. Even though it's very straightforward drafts coming from RGMY, but they still have a little bit of leeway to kind of flex it as a roamer for the Edith and maybe even XP for Mortis.
Yeah, a very flexible start here for RCMY, and I think that's exactly what they need here. I actually wondered whether or not they may contest the Paquito, but I think this is totally fine. The Mortis does have higher value under current circumstances, and Edith brings a lot to the table. So this does open up Paquito for the Red Giants, but I'm not sure if they'll really want to go for it. The Red Giants have already shown us they're capable of bringing in some pretty surprising picks, such as when Skies brought in the Hanzo previously. But the X-Borg, which has basically been ignored for the entirety of today, surprisingly going to get locked in a very nice EXP laner that doesn't really get countered.
I really like this as well. Like, it just provides enough slows coming in from the X-Borg to actually allow the Irithel to kind of give chase and poke and weave, pull and weave against those team fights here. But my question here is going to be on RSG MY's side, because personally, I've seen a lot of Edith and XP. Do you think is this going to be him playing on XP, or is it going to be Storm playing Irithel?
Okay. I mean, the thing is, it usually is flexible, right? That's part of the goal of it, and I do believe we've been informed that earlier that was Rippo's girlfriend in the crowd right there.
Wait. I heard for production, it's gossip potentially Rico's
Gossip.
girlfriend. Not official, not sure
Not
yet.
official.
I don't know.
I don't know if they're telling us gossip while we're live on stream.
I don't know why, but all right, okay. That's new. That's new to know.
That is new. That's never happened before. So hey, Rippo,
Hey,
big news here.
sometimes in life, you know, we gotta have a little bit of entertainment, right? We're only human. Sometimes, besides the games, we want to know the personal lives of our idols. You know, don't they want to
True,
know what
true.
kind of personal lives they're like? Whether or not are you single, are you not? You know, who knows? Maybe some of us might get an opportunity to maybe even go out and get asked for an autograph. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it at there.
Yeah,
I'm
let's
gonna
just
stop the
leave it at
conversation
there.
there.
It's time to stop. The Hanzo does get banned out, and unfortunately, it's not going to be the Kadita this time. Izanami went for the Eve to provide a bit more team fight control, but that means giving the real world manipulation to Super Zack, which is kind of weird.
Interesting. That is a little bit weird, but at the same time, that's the thing about their draft, right? Like, I know they're trying to cut their back lines a little bit more. It might be because of the fact that Eve doesn't have the mobility to kind of back through. If the Hanzo comes in, Eve is pretty much going to be completely chain combo and forced to either cancel off the real manipulation or just run for their life. And running is obviously not an option when an Hanzo is going to be right in your face. So it kind of makes sense why RSG MY is showing respects despite it was Selangor Red Giants that actually brought it to the table, which kind of scared her of yesterday's games.
It does seem like they're focusing really hard onto Super Skies' hero pick here. They're trying to force him onto a tank jungle like the Fredrin. Of course, it's not impossible for them to flex that X-Borg into the jungle at this stage. So I think it's still fine for Skies at this stage. As for the Red Giants, we do see that Harif ban, which makes this very interesting. You usually see this banned out against Claude, but the Claude has already been removed from the pool itself. So that means that Super Red on the Irritel, they do want to put a lot of focus onto that gold lane.
This is kind of interesting here. Banning of the Yu Jong coming from Selangor Red Giants, it seems like they want to play with the Farsa coming from them, I guess. But at the same time, here is a little bit of fun fact as well. Ixia literally in hiding because Ixia is pretty much the only new hero who has 0 picks thus far in MPL after its debut release.
Feels bad.
And to be honest, I don't really want a stationary marksman not being able to move and also, despite the buffs, to be very, very played here. It feels like a marksman version of a Gord.
It basically,
That's how I
the
feel.
thing is, like, part of the strength of Ixia is, of course, the amount of AoE damage you can do with her ultimate. But if you're gonna do that, you may as well just bring Melissa, who already has the inbuilt defensive ult, or you bring Irritel, whose arrows just explode and do a bunch of armor shred. It's understandable why people wouldn't want to go for the risk. Not to mention that Ixia is so vulnerable, even in the laning phase. It's not really worth bringing her to the table. But the Beatrix will get brought to the table. One of Lolil's signature picks here. I think that's pretty solid against the Irritel. And the Red Giants close out their draft. Ooh.
Okay, I like the Baxia pickup. We finally see a little bit more standards here. And the Chow coming in from Selangor Red Giants. So that is going to be a tank Chow coming in from Selangor Red Giants. So I like the standards here. Baxia really, really good here in just tanking their way through. Not necessarily the greatest against a Mortis, but it does kind of slow things down before he hits the decimation threshold for Demon Kite. So I guess there is some idea potential there. To also deal with the spell bans coming from Edith, but personally, RSG MY, I like RSG MY's draft a little bit more because of the early phase, but towards the middle and late stage wise, I feel like this export is going to be a big problem for RSG MY.
X-Borg is always a massive problem. As for RSG, are they still looking for Rome? Ooh! The Rippo Khalid. This actually doesn't match up too badly into the export. Go for extra aggro, break the armor quickly. Rippo gonna be straight up challenging Super Gojis on home turf.
Wow, I'm curious to see what Repo is gonna go in terms of emblems here. Does he go for like Master Assassin just to deal with it, etc.? Because I haven't seen that build for a very, very long time. But seeing the surprise Khalid here in terms of sustains here, I like it.
It's a flex, and I like it as well. It speaks to the confidence, it speaks that they want to go for comfort, that they have a bit of ego challenging happening here, because Rippo really wants to win his EXP lane matchup against one of the most oppressive EXP laners in the current meta.
Yep, And of course, when it comes to these drafts here, you can hear the fans already chanting their names here. It is going to be a battle of pride, a battle of a taunt. The winner will have the biggest bragging right here up on the main stage here. We are heading in towards the land of Dom. Ladies and gentlemen, this is game 1 of Selangor Red Giants versus RSG MY.
Already some good damage there from the mid lane combo of the Selangor Red Giants, poking down their opposing mid and roam combo. Shouldn't be too much of a problem though for Izanami and Storm. In terms of, oh, you were wondering about the emblem. Rippo has lethal ignition on the Khalid. He is going for full aggro damage here.
Okay, technically he's got the capabilities, right? He's got the combos on down. He's going for fighter emblem. He's got spell of wham. So technically he is going to be very, very sustainable here. And that's the problem when you're facing against an export. Can you out-sustain it? So I guess with the Sand Guards coming in from Repo, as well as this little bit of spell wham here, he's hoping to kind of match it as compared to maybe even a Uranus, which is kind of out of meta. However, we do see a little bit of a poke damage coming from Selangor Red Giant that is going to open up a little bit of space and mid-pressure for their vicinity. Top side though, Super Red forced to use, to actually back off here. Meanwhile, they do find a nice pick on Super Zang. Beautiful setup coming from Storm.
A really nice counter right there. Both teams were matching each other's movements and pace very well. And actually it was the Red Giants who were gaining some momentum because they already poked Storm down to very low HP in the mid lane. But then they dropped their guard a little bit. I think Super Red dropping that load was not expected. And because of that, they got caught out. The timing was perfect. And that's going to be a nice start for RSGMY.
Agreed. Brave Smite up for Jason.
That's so many minions.
Storm as well. But of course, Repo, you know, able to out-sustain right now against the export. It's kind of expected as well, right? Early game, it is supposed to be in RSG MY's favor, but mid-game, that's going to be something that Selangor Red Giants will have a little bit more of a far-fetch. However, first turtle coming in here, Pancake, only level 2, very far away from his Way of the Dragon, where Storm is already close to that Primal Wrath. So RSG, they are going for the fight as well, but Storm, he might actually die to this here. He's forced to flicker out. Demon Kai secures the turtle, but here comes the Primal Wrath, folks, as well as the Insanity. They're looking to punish off Storm. He's trying to chip them down low. He won't fall, but RSG MY says, you know what, it's just not worth fighting right now.
Yep, trading Storm for the turtle is pretty worth for RSG here, giving him a small gold and EXP lead. Looks like we're gonna go into a bit of a pause once again here, so do bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. We gotta make sure that any technical difficulties will be resolved, but I do like the way that that fight was engaged on, and some really big respect coming out of RSG as well. You saw how Storm retreated so quickly. You saw how Rippo jumps in with the Raging Sandstorm and then instantly flickers out to make sure he's not caught out by the last Insanity. Otherwise, that could have actually been much more disastrous.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that RSG MY didn't actually, you know, went for it if you think about it. Because Storm was level 4, Cho was only level 2. Technically, they do have that level advantage, but because Storm's health was so low, they kind of just hesitated. So it might be a little bit of miscommunication coming from RSGMY, but Storm definitely dropped everyone from the side of Selangor Red Giants to at least 30% health left. So technically, if they went all out, they could have gotten a couple trades.
I actually don't quite agree with that. I think the choice that they made was the correct one, not going too far in this situation, because they don't have enough members in the area, especially with Storm already dropping low, Rippo already tanking a lot of damage as well. They cannot afford to lose their early game advantage. And if they stayed to fight that, there was a very big chance that that could have happened.
Well, that's my opinion. That's your opinion here. But at the same time, for these guys watching at home, take a gander. What do you guys think? Who should have won? What should have been done? But for now, that's going to be just now's problem, because making the sound of retreat here coming from RSGMY is going to be playing it safe. They want to make sure that Demon Kite secures that farm. But for now, Selangor Red Giants, they do have a little bit of advantage here. They managed to get a little bit more space to kind of flex it out. So far, this export, we haven't seen too much of it yet here, but his first last Insanity definitely set things up for their team.
That's why you gotta respect it, right? That's why RSG are afraid. They knew that the last Insanity was coming out. If they stayed, Rippo would have died to the last Insanity. Then Storm would have died from them chasing him down, and then the fight just is over at that point. And you lose your entire early game because your EXP lane died around the turtle pit, not getting an entire wave of minions. That is the process that we're thinking right now. And that's why even though RSG should have the stronger early game, I like that they didn't push their luck.
Yep. At the same time here, we've got a lot of fans here just hoping that Repo is gonna be able to win this game. And so far, his Khalid looks to be doing pretty okay in his XP lane just now. We caught a glimpse here when he was facing off against Export. It feels like, you know, like I said as well, Export is going to be very vulnerable here unless you get your first item. Usually, personally, I'm a big fan of Immortality first item pickups. But in team play, Ice Queen 1's first item helps way much more in team fights compared to Immortality. But if you're playing your pop games here, Immortality first item is always a good purchase.
We got a few other pro players in the arena as well. Saksa, Miko, we got Rose keeping an eye on them, making sure they're not up to anything funny over there. But up on stage, the players are going to be prepping themselves for once we jump back into the game. I think this is a pretty even start. Slight advantage for RSG since they did get that turtle and now allow them to keep a certain degree of early game lead. The important part is to not allow themselves to fall behind in terms of map control.
Yep, I agree. And of course, we are going to be jumping into this game very, very shortly here. But let's catch a glimpse of what the fans have to say here. And, oh, wow, that is, I don't know how to translate that. You gotta explain that to me.
I thought you were the one in charge of this stuff.
You know what? It's a little bit too sensitive to talk about here. Let's not translate it because why? The marshals sound the horn. We are gonna be jumping back into the game.
All right. Looking at things here, yep, RSG with a slight gold lead, but not too much. Gojes was able to get a kill on Storm earlier, so this Export is going to have a slight bit of an advantage, but I don't think it'll matter too much, at least until he does get that first item, depending on which one he decides to go for here. Otherwise, Red Giants can just continue to take this early game a little bit slow. They want to get farm on Super Red especially.
Now that I think about it here, you know, our Filipinos did taunt each other, and in this case, RSG MY, they did taunt on Pancake, hey, come on, play your Cho again. We wish you the best. And this time, he is going to be here to demonstrate himself. And so far, we haven't seen that major kick yet. He's just hit his 4, maybe looking for the play. He still has the flicker as well. But it seems like RSG and Super Lango Red Giants, they just don't want to fight yet.
I do get what they mean though. Like Demon Kite, I feel like he could have definitely delivered his taunting a little bit better, but he is pointing out that Pancake's Cho recently has not been consistent. He oftentimes misses his flicker kicks. He doesn't quite land the right targets and then gets picked off too early on. And when you're playing on Cho, it's expected that you're going to die a bit more than you usually would on a roamer just because of how you want to dive in. But Pancake's success rate has not been the best compared to other roam heroes. Therefore, this is a little bit of a test here, as well as Pancake proving to them that, hey, I can still bring the Cho against you and come out on top.
Yep, agreed. Now, Demon Kite does have his purple buff just in time for this first turtle. Likewise can be said for Selangor Red Giants. So they are going to be trying to sink this fight. And Gojes going to be zoning out Demon Kite for now. Repo looking for the flank with the backlines, but where's the rest of the team? RSG MY is down to 20% as well. The Real Division has been used as well. Is Nami looking for the push, but it's going to be Skies that secures the turtle. A little bit too late here, but the stolen Real Manipulation does help out a little bit more. Izanami trying to get a couple of trade backs, but RGMI says, no, I just want Ludius to get some farm.
Yeah, that was some really nice positioning from the Red Giants, as well as Super Zack using the stolen Real World Manipulation to zone things out while making sure not to stand too close together that they made stack for the Raging Sandstorm. Because of that, RC had no chance of entering the Turtle Pit to try and contest that, so they tried to make a play across the map on the gold lane side, but Super Red playing it safe.
Beautiful ambush coming in as well. They've dropped the damage on Pancake, but now Super Zack, he wants to re-engage this, but thinks twice, you know what, we don't have Pancake. That's going to be a reset coming in, so there's going to be space created for now. Super Ray shows himself here. Ooh. Storm looks for the catch. Unfortunately, doesn't connect. Demon Kite as well. Going to be kited out with Sekis. But RSG playing this very slow, very disciplined right now. They don't really want to make mistakes, and it feels like Selangor Giants is also making the same play. Real Manipulation to try and zone out Pancake. Pancake doesn't have a lot of room to work with, but the tier 1 will fall, and that's going to be RSG MY taking a small edge and just backing out.
Good trigger finger from Red Giants, understanding that RSG definitely have the advantage at this stage of the game, and it's better to play safe and play slow, even if it means sacrificing the tier 1. Whereas for RSG, they're doing a good job as well, making sure to pile on the aggression, not allowing the Red Giants to hit their power spike, but they do need to be able to start getting some pickoffs. Super Red especially, the slower they can make this Irritel, get her second or third item, the better it will be. And right now, 0-0-0, that's exactly where Super Red wants to be.
Exactly. Now, first item purchase, Ice Queen 1 already up on Xavvsz. We are going to start to see the power spike of this export in all this long drawn out team fight. So if RSG MY is caught out with those insanities or even those fire stakes here, they are going to be very, very slowed down alongside with the E. But now Storm in the floor gonna catch as well. They find Super Red very quick as well. An immediate disengage. Pancake now looks for the way of the dragon, finds the Prince of Mage, and Lolios looks to try and return the damage, but they lose a mage for a gold laner. In this case, RSG, they're looking pretty strong here. They are gonna try and secure the turtle. Meanwhile, we do see Super Xavvsz already trying to tear the tower as well. But Super Xavvsz, they take the turret, and Lolios gets the shot on Pancake. And RSG MY, they also secure the turtle.
Man, I haven't seen a Wesker kill in so long, and that always feels good. Lolios with flicker forward to get that final hit on the Pancake. A 2-for-1 trade, and RSG get the turtle as well. Excellently done. I literally just mentioned they gotta kill Super Red to slow down the Irritel, and that's exactly what they did. Storm waiting perfectly for the chance to go in with a flicker Earth Shatter, sets it up into the Bandit's Rage. They do cut their losses a bit with the split push, but now they're fighting again.
Again, Storm now going to force a Prohibitor off as well. This Railway Ridge comes in, slows them down, but Xavvsz will finish from Storm. Instead, they will also trade Xavvsz in. So that is going to be a roam for a XP laner. And again, RSG MY having the better trades here. And Lolios also trading the tier 1 down bottom. Super Red also going to be looking to retrade as well. So 50-50s across the map, but still RSG MY still taking an inch by a little.
A lot of macro play happening right now. The top and bottom tier 1s on both sides have actually been exchanged for some kills and plays on the center of the map. So we're seeing some very similar movements and rotations right now for both teams. RSG going to have a pretty nice gold lead as of right now. It's still pretty even though. As long as Red Giants doesn't fall more than say 2 or 3k behind, they still have a chance of scaling back into this. They just gotta avoid allowing Super Red to get caught out like that again.
Yep, Demon Kite tried to go for the steal. They forced the retribution up on Shaky, so that's gonna be huge. However, well, Lord is gonna be 28 seconds here, so it is gonna be able. It's gonna be up online for Shaky in a while. However, now, interesting enough, Repo actually opted to go for Malefic Roar as a Khalid damage. So I'm not sure what's the intention there, but he is gonna be extremely squishy, but he will hit like a truck.
Well, if we get, oh, hold on, we get the
Oh
kick.
my goodness, Repo! As soon as I said it, he got checked, and Pancake gets the catch as well. Xavvsz does not have the insanity. He gets popped the Firaga armor, but here comes the collapse from Lolios to catch him with the root coming in from Izanami, so they won't be able to trade him off. So they finally equalize the kills here for RSG MY, but now with the Lord up and open as well, Demon Kite, they are looking to try and force this wall. Lolios trying to go for the push Storm, catches Pancake, but not enough damage. Lolios forced to disengage, but they are trading in terms of HP here. Super Zap used the stolen Wesker, but it is not going to be able to do a lot here. Storm for the catch.
That's
Doesn't
close.
connect again. Repo joins the fight now. He's a little bit fast. He does have the mobility, so they are in position now. But the kick catches the Lolios, but he gets out to safety. A big Lord Storm is going to be Kite. That steals the Lord, and now it's going to be a free for all. But Lolios, he starts from afar. He finds Pancake, and Red will trade. Storm in the contrary here, and that's going to be the full disengage for both teams.
The scrappiness of these fights is insane right now. Perfect synchronization though from RSG MY and Lolios. He's got some damage there, nearly taking out Super Zack as well. The Beatrix is a signature hero for a reason. 4-0 on the Beatrix. Definitely out farming that of Super Red right now, which is something not a lot of gold laners can claim as part of their achievements.
There's too much pixel perfect moments right now coming from both of these teams, and it's scary because one small little mistake is going to cost up the entire fight, and you can see the respect coming from both sides is just phenomenal. But with the Lord pushing from the top side, RSG MY, they've just got all the time in the world here to pick their fights in this next upcoming few seconds.
Red Giants are still in the range of gold difference that can be scaled into, but RSG are really piling on the pressure here, not giving them the space to breathe, not allowing them to retain map control. The structures are no longer being evenly traded.
Oh my goodness, though. He's going to force out the insanity, but the Lord will be traded off. So RSG MY will settle with that here. You know, with just only one skill, I was able to force out insanity as well as Selangor Red Giants. That's going to be a big win. Demonkind, however, going to be forced to back out as they try and trade objectives across the map.
Yeah, things are looking a little bit dicey for the Red Giants here. I mentioned that they needed to make sure they don't fall more than 2 or 3K behind. And this is that threshold for RSG MY. Now that they've hit this, RSG should be able to play the next like 3 or 4 minutes quite comfortably as long as they don't throw too many bodies into the Red Giants. And this is going to allow them to secure the first Lord, maybe even set up a good positioning for the second. What's important is to make sure that any plans the Red Giants may have will be scouted out. And I think that's exactly what Stone is doing.
Well, that is going to be a very, very difficult one. But as we had, again, mid-control coming from RSG MY, with that Lord push advantage, only 1k gold earned and 1k XP earned from RSG MY. So it's still not that far of an inch. It's only a 3k difference, but still, it's very manageable for Selangor Red Giants to still kind of bounce back with the right fights to take.
RSG honestly has been doing a great job this game. They've been managing their waves, they've been balancing the EXP gain. We can see that in terms of the EXP lane matchup, although neither side is particularly one out, Super Gorgeous is definitely in a less than ideal spot.
Oh my goodness, they found Gorgeous. He's gonna be prolapsed as well. Lil drops the out to try and zone him up, and he's gonna be able to flicker out. Meanwhile, Pancake will be caught out, misses the angle away of the dragon here, and that's gonna be RSG forcing them to back off. Sekis finally takes away the aggression to try and draw them into this fight, but RSG says, you know what? We got one. That is good enough for me.
Unfortunately, that's one of those moments we talked about for Pancake here. The chow mechanics can be a little bit lacking, especially in the chaos of battle. The fact that he just jumps in, isn't able to find the kick, and then dies before he's able to set anything up for the Red Giants means that they're able to get things for free. The Lord is now completely open.
Lolios, what are you doing? He's got the Winds of Nature. He's trying to do a lot of damage, but he flickers out of there. Used himself as a bait for the kill. Is Tsunami finishes off Zach, finishes off Red, and Selangor Red Giants loses the Lord again. What a ballsy play from Lolios.
My goodness. RSG had already gotten really solid control of the game for the next 3 or 4 minutes earlier, but after that, they are almost guaranteed a win here unless Red Giants are able to create the space that Super Red needs. RSG have understood perfectly what they need to do, and it does seem like all the preparation they've had for these worthy opponents has now come into fruition, as Super Gorgeous is not able to frontline on one of the most easy to frontline heroes in the current meta, just due to how much damage RSG has been able to build.
Now, interesting enough, we do see Repo going for the Blade of Hephaestus as well. He's looking to try and shred as much armor while trying to tank through all this damage coming from Selangor Red Giants. He's got the Oracle as well, which is a little bit of interesting fact, but it does boost us out his second skill. Meanwhile, the Lord coming in as well. Super Gorgeous doesn't have his immortality, so he's going to be playing a little bit more defensively to actually try and clear off the Lord. So that's going to be one inhibitor down, while RSG MY looking for the play. Storm going for the conceal here. Super Gorgeous going for Insanity, trying to finish more, but they don't really want to commit to this. So RSG MY is going to back out. Meanwhile, Pancake! Stop! How do you know? You blindly went for it and actually caught him. That's going to be Pancake completely taken out of the equation before the fight even began. And now Leos, he's going to try and pressure even more. The inhibitor will fall. And RSG is going inch by inch, slow and steady, wins the race. Insanity from Gorgeous, try and zone them out. And RSG, they just not feeling it. We're not giving to you. We're playing it slow. We're playing in our own tempo. Slow and easy wins the race. And that is RSG MY's gameplay right now.
This is excellently done by RSG MY. They have figured out the Red Giants completely. And Storm, his aggression, his taunting on stage before the game started, he came to play today, understanding exactly where Pancake might be.
Oh my goodness, Gorgeous is going to try and force his minus ball, 4-man Insanity, but here comes the collapse. He's got the immortality, that's going to be the first one. He still survives, but eventually, will he pop available? Yes, he can, but Storm! He gets the auto attack in with Izanami to finish him off at the last tick. Beautiful stuff here coming from RSG MY. Pixel perfect moments coming in from RSG MY to be able to win this.
The Red Giants have not been put in a corner like this for a very, very long time. And RSG MY seem very eager to recreate their victory in Season 11 against their rivals right now. All inhibitors have fallen. The Lord is going to be up for in another 5 seconds. An 8,000 goal lead for RSG MY. And the Selangor Red Giants do not have a foothold to play around here. The front line's not bulky enough. The back line doesn't have enough damage.
That is some insane high-level plays here. Seki's going to the box here. He's getting zoned out. You can see Lolio's going for preemptive shots with those rockets here. Roar now 50% health. Xavvsz doesn't have the immortality. He's gonna be a two-man stun. The collapse comes in. Repo goes in for the armor shred as well. Nima can find Xavvsz, and that's gonna be a four-man stun as well. And now RSG MY, they know they got them by the back. They find Saka as well. 3 down. Seki's running for his life here, and RSG MY, they've got 5 men alive. Is this endable? It seems like it is possible. 30 seconds on the sidelines for Zach, Xavvsz, and Pancake. RSG MY, they're gonna go for it as well. They're hitting on a crystal. Super Red is so low. It's gonna throw bodies, but it's not gonna be enough. It is endable, and RSG MY takes game 1.
A clean victory by RSG as the king of taunting retains his crown, and the crowd is there to support their endeavors. The Red Giants have been figured out. They've been planned against, they've been prepared for, treated like just any old boss in a video game. Taken down and tossed aside.
We've got the King of Taunt. We've got the Prince of Mage. We've got the Demon in RSG, Demon Kita, as the locals do say it. What a performance coming in from RSG MY. But for them to take this win, it shows you the amount of discipline, responsibility, and communication between the 5 of them. It is phenomenal.
The draft was good, the execution was great, the individual mechanics were on point. RSG, for a long time, has been struggling to try and regain the same sort of performance we saw from them when they were able to achieve champion status all those seasons ago. And now we are seeing glimmers, sparkles of that returning to form. Lolil was playing out of his mind. The Khalid choice to really counter the exports, so smart, and Storm on another level.
Yup, let's take a look at the MVP is here because I'm curious to see who it is. It is going to be none other than Lolios himself here. Pretty clear cut here. His snipes has been on point and his decision has been spot on. Beatrix is his hero, and I'm happy to see how precise he has been throughout this entire fights.
The Season 7 Playoffs MVP makes a grand return to the MVP stage right here. 5-0-7 game KDA. The emblems all pretty normal in terms of the build as well. Actually going for a slightly more aggressive variant there. Having the Hunter Strike and Malefic Roar to go for full pen. And then actually getting both Rose Gold Meteor and Wind of Natures to make sure that if the Red Giants weren't able to bite back at any point, the defensive utility would be there so that RSG does not give up their lead.
Yeah, what a game coming from RSG. But I'm curious to see what they have to say because with that dominating performance, there has been some insane communication here. But let's take a look at their mic checks with RSG MY.
Guys, you know where the Lipo girlfriend?
Where the people? Cukup lah, Bas. Kita menangin dulu, Bas.
Okay.
Fokus lah. Lupa lah fokusnya.
Wait for team first, wait for team first.
Xbox.
Xbox.
Chonoki.
Xbox.
Wait guys, I can... Nice.
Go. Open.
Chono, try to kick.
Back kami.
I cancel the show.
Can you contest lot?
I got the Lord. Let's go. Game fight.
Can we back, guys?
Back.
Show that.
Nice. Careful, guys.
I cannot out.
Okay. Out, guys. They conceal, guys. Be careful of Cho.
Show that.
Can we still go?
Cho in this bush.
What bush?
Nice one. Go top.
Guys, can you go?
Norma.
I got the 3. Go!
Go! Super Red dying, Super Red, no nature.
I will float.
No nature. Go, we can tower lock.
Tower lock,
RSG MY, they're feeling it there, and the mix of excitement, of fun, as well as discipline looking to be on point here as we secure a very easy victory, in fact, against the Selangor Red Giants.
What a... I'm sorry, man. Like, after hearing the mic check here in the opening here, they're so chill, and then, you know, it's like, hey, they're just having a little bit of fun here, but the confidence from the Leos to say that, hey, Cho date before the shot even hit, damn, that is crazy confidence coming from him.
He really thread the needle there. I hope we get to see that in the highlights again, because that is a moment worth reliving. Looking at the performance here, we got a 9k goal lead, 7 extra towers as compared to the Red Giants. In terms of objectives, things are pretty close initially, but then RSG got complete control over the map. Skies, Xavvsz not able to walk up in front at all, and when you're not able to do that, this lineup from Red Giants does fall apart.
And in terms of itemization as well, even in the final fight, Repo, even though I'm not a big fan of him going for the damage for the XP, but his job was to almost shred the AoE fights in order to allow both Demon Kite and Lolios to kind of pop off in those AoE combos. So he got the shredder, he went for the Malefic Roll, went into the fight, dived it, get his armor reduction off, and then tanks it with the Sand Guard and Oracle to heal himself up, which is ridiculous.
The role of this Khalid specifically to counter the X-Borg is actually very effective. Considering that Rippo went for full damage, he's got lethal ignition, his job here isn't actually to kill Super Gorgeous, it's to break the armor. Because X-Borg really relies on being able to apply some ticks with the fire missiles before having to use the last Insanity, and oftentimes, Gorgeous wasn't even given that chance after the laning phase, thanks to the damage that was being built in by the rest of RSG as well. Lalil going for a lot of penetration, Izanami fulfilling his support roles very well as well.
I was surprised as well. Why didn't he go for any kind of physical defense at all? But let's take a look at the physical defense coming in from Selangor Red Giants. The only physical defense that is going to be bringing in a lot of value damage is pretty much coming from the Xbox as well as the Irritel. Cho pretty much doesn't really do a lot of physical damage. Irritel takes a little bit longer time to actually pop off, whereas Xbox, well, physical or not, he is kind of just a tank, and you know, he just does true damage.
RSG seem very confident that they wouldn't need the physical defense, because they know that Super Red is going to take a little while before he really starts coming online. Like you mentioned, Pancake isn't really going to threaten them. Other than that, Super Gorgeous, as long as you remove him from the fight straight away, which happened quite a lot because Stone seemed to read him like a book every single time, they don't have to worry. They go for full aggression, and by melting down the Red Giants before they're able to start their extended fights, means they instantly have to retreat.
Yep, they called him out on his show. Definitely a big statement here, especially from RSG MY, looking to break their win streak. They broke HAQ's one, now they're looking to break Selangor Red Giants. And of course, when it comes to the stats here, make some sense into this here for me.
Well, of course, we do have Lolil as the rich guy, and the carry, the Beatrix, got completely free reign. He was already beating Super Red in the lane, and because RSG and Y were gaining control and priority over the rest of the map, it's pretty obvious that the Beatrix would be able to farm very comfortably. Gorgeous will obviously be the sandbag in this situation, because he was getting caught out every single time. And typically you expect Xborg to be in this position, but Gorgeous was not comfortable walking up in front at all, and he still had to do it. And because of that, it just gave Stone free reign to like grab him, toss him behind once the X-Borg is gone, which was synced up very well too. Izanami was using that real-world manipulation to set up kills with the Bandit's Rage beautifully. And I really love the way that RSG was orchestrating their team fights.
Yeah, and that's the thing about deciding like how and when to choose the team fights as a swarm. It's scary how slow and steady they took that approach and how disciplined it is. And it takes a very, very high level of gameplay to actually do that here. So in case you miss out on the highlights as well, there's going to be a little bit of highlights here to see how precise the fights usually go happen as well. Because they know when one person out of position, they get the kill, they just back off. They know perfectly well whether or not it is worth it or not worth it. It feels like they're complete robots in all these fights.
Yeah, actually, it felt like in every single fight, RSG knew perfectly what their limitations were. Early on, when they started engages, they realized, we cannot win this, it's time to go. Instantly, the flickers come out. And then there were points where Selangor Red Giants were able to get nice pickoffs, but Pancake didn't really get a chance to do this often. Then the nice real-world manipulation sync here, and here, the needle thread onto Pancake in between all the members of the Red Giants, and you know that RSG MY are feeling themselves. When you add on the fact that Pancake makes that massive mistake, doesn't get a kick there, and Lalil survives the 1v3 while killing 2, yeah, it just falls apart.
Yeah, they used him as a bait like really well as well. Like for him to actually be so confident to kind of switch up their playstyles and positioning in the team fight. It could have gone south real quick, but the trust between teammates is just phenomenal. And look at this place. The moment they realized that Selangor Red Giants was out of position, the instant collapse coming from RSG MY securing the win. What a game. What a high-level tactical gameplay coming from RSG MY.
Selangor Red Giants are undefeated, and even they felt like they were really desperate, like they were stressed out at the end of the game, trying to push out, trying to contest the Lord, when it's pretty obvious that so far team fights have not been working in their favor. Then they all funnel in, Ribbo gets his chance to shine finally with a 4-man Raging Sandstorm, and then the game just ends off of that play.
Yep, what a game coming from RSG MY. And you know what's really interesting here? I like myself some really good merchandise.
Okay.
And I like to collect stuff with MLBB because right now Mr. Potato official snacking legend is having a little bit of a promotion where you can see MLBB heroes here. This is gonna be the Beatrix logo on top of it here, and who knows, if you guys are collectors, you can get yourself one right now and feel the crunch and snack like legends because it is gonna be very nice.
And we even got a Mr. Potato ad right down here with some familiar faces. We got Rose, we got Gideon, we got Chibi, and they really look like they're enjoying that. Honestly, I gotta get myself some Mr. Potato after this because I heard they also help enhance your gaming experience and they allow you to crunch your way to become the MVP of the Land of Dawn.
Exactly, and speaking of spiciness as well, because they have those spicy flavored one. You have the sotong flavored, which is squid, spicy squid on the Mr. Potato itself as well. And when it comes to spiciness, we've seen so much spicy match coming out as well. Because right now, in the
I believe that sign just said if RSG loses, he auto go back Indonesia.
Oh. Well,
that's quite a statement.
Doesn't he need to go back to Indonesia if he's from Indonesia regardless?
Well, I don't know. I don't know the stories of the fans. Right now, he's definitely putting some stakes onto this game. Some very personal ones, in fact.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. But of course, adaptations needs to be made here because Selangor Red Giants, it felt like... I don't know if it's the drafts or is it execution because it felt so difficult to actually pinpoint what was wrong.
Now, we do have a bit of a topic here of how to slay the Giants. RSG has already proven that they could do so. And it's not as if the Red Giants haven't lost games before this season, but they haven't lost matches. So what is going to be a big question is going to be game number 2. But if we're talking about draft and execution, in terms of draft, the Red Giants draft was okay, but there was one glaring issue in the fact that their damage is not consistent. And both Super Zack and Super Red need time to actually start dishing out that DPS. Time which needs to be bought by Super Gojas, which is why so much pressure was put on him. After that, in terms of execution, I think the Red Giants did as best as they could, but there were definitely some mistakes. Pancake not being able to get the kicks that were necessary, disrespecting Storm, resulting in Super Red getting caught out. But it's not that big. These are not mistakes that usually cost you a game. It's just that RSG was operating very clean.
To be honest, they are so clean to a point that I felt like if I were in Super Red's position, I would be a little bit clueless on how we actually lost that game because it was so difficult to pinpoint what went wrong. It came down to those micro skill plays, that little pixel perfect shots coming from Lolios that made them kind of shake their own base core. And as of now, is it shaken or not? That's going to be the question because now we're heading to the drafts here. Game 2, RSG MY on the blue side, Selangor Red Giants on the red side.
The Selangor Red Giants definitely have experience coming back from deficits here, and this is a team that, despite being very new, has that mental strength, that psychological capacity to not feel too down after a loss, and that's what allows them to keep this win streak going. But RSG MY right now very close to making do on their promise of breaking the Red Giants win streak, and if that happens, it would be a massive topic of discussion here. We do see the Claude and the Terizla band up once again, so some very good respect over to the signature picks of the Red Giants, and Joy and Fanny will get removed to make sure RSG doesn't have too much mobility to play with.
Claude as well as Terizla. These are pretty much same bands coming from RSG MY, nothing out of ordinary, same from the side of Selangor Red Giants as well. But the thing here is, are we going to see Angela or not? But as of now, you can see the fans, they're still taunting Gojess as well, saying that, hey, how's it going, Gojess? You know, you talk the talk, you know, can you walk the walk right now? The fans are getting a little bit eager now, because this seems to be a little bit personal, but you know what? All things considered, it's all fun and games.
I think we're all pretty eager to see the results of this match, right? And we're very eager to see what's going to happen during the interview session. Because like we mentioned, only the winning team will get a chance to go up on stage and talk to Rose and leave their final thoughts on the matter. Considering this will be their only meeting in the regular season as well, the stakes are high, because it means you have to wait until the playoffs before you can really make a counterplay.
True. But at the same time, Kaja being banned as well as the Angela. So very, very similar bans here coming from game 1. Priority pick from RSG MY. Are they going to go for the Xbox now?
The thing is, they already dealt with that. I think the Edith is actually a hero that beats the... I was actually thinking, should Red Giants respect this? Because Storm on that Edith was actually really scary. And we're talking about Edith as well. Pancake so far, 100% win rate on that hero. So RSG having that first pick does lock it in, making sure it's not going to go over to the Red Giants.
Well, Roam Edith is going to be the way to go coming from RSG MY. We've seen teams playing on XP as well, so there is the flex possibility coming from them. However, Paquito is in the pool, so does Selangor Red Giants decide to bring in the Paquito as a priority and also deny Demon Kite the Mortis? And truthfully enough, Demon Kite has only been playing Mortis and Fredrin a majority of the time thus far in MPL MY.
That's a fair observation right there. Mortis is not a bad shout here. It's something that Skies is quite comfortable with. In terms of Paquito, I feel like it can be kind of risky because Edith actually matches up pretty well into him as well. But the Red Giants go for a very safe opening here. The Valentina for Super Zack again, and then Pancake's Grok.
Interesting. Okay.
I do see where they're coming from a bit, because this is most likely going to be a Roam Grok, and I think it's most likely a Roam Edith as well, unless RSG will counter after this, because Grok does not get flipped if he plays it right.
I guess they're not showing too much cards to kind of limit their options here, because Grok does have the possibility to be played in XP as well, does a decent amount of damage, so I guess that's the angle they're going for. And the reactions here coming from RSG MY, again, Demon Kai going to be playing Mortis only, and Eve going to be coming from Izanami. Pretty straightforward drafts coming from RSG MY, and Selangor Red Giants takes the hint and say, you know what, they're playing the same thing again. We are going to try and deal with this. And as of now, this next pickup here, Marksman, are they going to deny the Beatrix or are they going to force ban later on?
It's definitely time to switch out the Iritel. I think
the Iritel's
RSG
definitely not working out.
is playing too high of a tempo for the Iritel to be a safe choice. They can take the Beatrix away. Otherwise, Super Red's quite comfortable on the Clint. Ooh.
Okay.
Assassin Jungle. It's going to be the Sky's Lancelot.
Okay, the Lancelot matchup here to kind of do a little bit more in terms of mobility to cut the back lines, especially against Lolios, who's been narrowly escaping a lot of time. The Baxia from Selangor Red Giants didn't exactly work out. So I guess with this adaptation here, Selangor Red Giants is looking to try and deal with Game 1's draft coming from RSG MY. But now, coming with this as well, do they start banning off mirror drafts? In this case, Lolios' Beatrix is going to be one of those heroes. What else? Carry, perhaps, maybe?
Carry. Do they really want to focus that hard onto the gold lane right now? Because Super Red's hero still hasn't been picked up yet. They do ban the Iritel, which is interesting. Otherwise, what RSG is still going to be looking for right now is that gold lane and potentially EXP, depending on where the EDIF will go. Paquito is still open, so that's something to consider. That 1-1 gets banned out by RSG MY.
Okay, interesting. They're trying to limit each other's marksmen here, so forcing this move means that they are going to be prioritizing on that. But the question here is, it doesn't matter what marksman they ban, eventually Export is still in the pool. So, to be honest, knowing that next hand is going to be in Selangor Regiant's favor, they might lean to the Export once again.
But the Export already got really destroyed by Storms on the EDIF previously. The thing is, if Red Giants lets it through, they don't pick it, then RSG can actually pick up the Export EXP. So that also becomes very scary. But they will choose to hard focus onto the gold lane. So this does create a pretty interesting question for Super Red. What exactly is he looking to play? There's still plenty of marksman options. The Clint is good. He's played the Harif before. That could be interesting.
I think based on this situation, it's either going to be the Clint or the Moskov. It feels like Moskov gives a little bit more value to actually, combo with the wall barriers. I know it's a little bit far-fetched. We haven't seen that for a while. But I feel like Moskov isn't too bad of a matchup if they decide to go for it. But of course, they are going to be keeping the marksmen first. They might take the Export right here, right now, and just see what kind of matchup Lodios is going to be playing later for the next pickups.
Is it worth going for the X-Borg here?
They should.
It's still a pretty safe hero overall. Otherwise,
you can't go wrong with X-Borg right now. But
wow,
oh my
okay, that's fun.
Okay, that's cute.
That's a great meme. I like that a lot. Did he just make that?
I think so. He might bet. He might be.
But we'll see whether or not that meme does come true right now. Red Giants gonna be looking for a pick. The X-Borg is open. Otherwise, we've seen Go just play on things like the Labu before, although not too successfully. They do probably want the gold lane though, because there's so many gold lane bans already. So the Bruno comes out from Super Red.
Okay, seems like it is going to be a Brew yesterday, but so far we haven't seen a Bruno that won a game for today.
Really?
So, unfortunately to say, yeah, we haven't seen a single Bruno game won today thus far. So even though he's got a lot of damage, unfortunately it just didn't work out in today's games here. We saw a couple close moments here, but looks like Selangor Red Giants is looking to try and break the curse, I guess.
What is going to be the choice for RSG MY here? Will the EDIF go EXP? And I'm very curious about Lolios' hero now. The Harif is gone, the Beatrix is gone, a lot of his signature options are no longer in the pool. Brody, maybe Melissa, alright, playing it safe. And that is an EDIF EXP. We'll see Storm playing on the Kufra instead.
Okay, Kufra going to be taking advantage of the Guardian's Barrier as well. Can use your enemy's weapons against themselves. Try and slam for those Tyrant Revenges, Tyrant's Rage here. So I guess that's going to be the idea here in case... Well, I would say it's a good response to deal with the punctures coming from the Landslot himself. But personally, last pick here, Export, I guess isn't too bad.
Since we know it's going to be against the EDIF now, yeah, Export is
unless
not
he wants
too
to force
bad.
a Franco, which I don't think they should put in XP Grok here. I might be overthinking a little bit here, but Franco is a pretty okay way to deal with the Ballista. But it feels inappropriate to play this right now, considering how RSG MY have played that slow and steady playstyle. So, oh, they're not going to go for the Export, they're going to play the Yuzhong instead. Okay, Chaos is the name of the game.
Wait, have we seen Gojas play on the Yuzhong before?
It's been a while, we have. During, it was during the SPS, he did play a lot of Yuzhong as well. So, I'm excited to see this, but I'm curious, is this Vengeance Yuzhong or not?
I guess we'll find out. I do still feel like Petrify Yuzhong is always going to be the way to go. The team fight combination from the Red Giants here definitely looking to be much more solid, and their early game potential is definitely there in comparison to what we saw in game number 1. As for RSG, things are definitely going to be a little bit more balanced, but I do think that Red Giants might have the slightly better comp this time. But based on their execution, that's not going to be a big limiting factor, because I'm very excited about this one.
Agreed. With the drafts being set in stone here, Selangor Red Giants handles the problem with a different composition, brings in a slice of life, trying to bring life to Bruno to actually secure a game. Or will RSG MY, the king of taunts here, with Repo driving the charge on this EDIF to try and close out the 2-0. Without further ado, we're heading in towards the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. This is game 2 of RSG MY versus Selangor Red Giants.
RSG MY on the blue side, currently 1 game up and 1 game away from ending the Red Giants win streak, which has persisted through half of Season 12. Red Giants wants to avoid this from happening. They've already been in this position before, though it's definitely not something they're used to. So we'll find out whether or not the adjustments in their draft will be sufficient. We can see a good amount of tenacity on the side of RSG MY, recognizing that the Red Giants are going to have a lot of damage overall and more agility on the Red Giants side.
Now Storm going to be looking for the setups. Oh,
the
great combos coming in from both Storm and Repo to set things up. First blood in the hands of RSG MY. Meanwhile, Super Red, they do get first blood on top themselves, taking a kill on Lolios. A 1-for-1 exchange, but still, it seems like Selangor Red Giants has got the better trade.
It is arguable about which one is the better trade in this situation, because EXP lane going even or even having a lead at this early stage matters a lot, especially for early objective contestants. But since Super Red is on the Bruno, early kills are actually very valuable, so it probably does end up in their favor for this extent.
Agreed. But as of now, like you said as well, Gojes just got his 4 as well. Xavvsz trying to be a little funky here, but at the same time, Demon Kai not going to be able to chip him away to get the decimation proc, but it seems like they don't really want to play a team fight here. It is going to be a lane matchup coming from both sides. And Storm, for the jump, unfortunately, doesn't see him at all. So he is going to be backing out for now. Demon Kai looking to get a little bit greedy with the crab. Xavvsz, he's going for the steal, but it is going to be Gojes that yoinks it away from his jungler.
Super Sky's gonna use Phantom Execution for the gold crab when the turtle just spawned. That's kind of an important resource for a neutral take at this stage.
Agreed, but at the same time here, Demon Kite, he does have the advantage here. Pancake looking to go for the reset on towards the turtle, but here comes the Black Dragon from the back lines. Well, Rubenich comes in, he collapsed on 4 of them, but at the same time, Super Zach, he needs to get out as RSG collapsed on him. They get the kill on him. Meanwhile, Demon Kite is so far back behind where he is going to be finished off, but the turtle will be secured by Selangor Red Giants instead, and RSG, they're looking to bat out. And that is going to be Lolios getting free farm.
Super Gojes is still chasing.
Oh my goodness, what are you thinking? Gojes.
Wow, really?
Okay.
That seems unnecessary.
Okay, what are you doing?
But Gojes was doing a very good job. He won against Demon Kite. He got a double petrify. There was no reason to chase that far. But Izanami is already going to be forced to go back to base anyway. That feels like a big mistake.
Agreed. Meanwhile, Pancake now going to be playing a little bit slow approach here. But need I remind you as well, Super Red actually died 1 time in that fight. It was I think it was Lolios that got a solo kill pick off on the top side. So that's a huge one coming from him. Meanwhile, Super Red does have the Heart's Claw. Still very far-fetched before his next item power spec. So I guess it's back to the drawing board of just safe farming from both sides.
Yeah, play it safe now. RSG MY are in a position where they're quite comfortable going even into the mid game. The Red Giants are the ones who ideally want to have a certain amount of lead.
Okay, Pancake getting dived on here. Follow up a little bit slow coming from RSG MY. So that's going to be the reset coming in. Pancake, half HP. Will be forced to regen himself, but nothing out of the ordinary. He's all okay. Whereas making sure that Super Red has his farm is going to be the way to go from the side of Selangor Red Giants. Xavvsz going to be farming on the other side of the map. RSG MY just, I guess, just mirroring each other as well.
Yeah, things are definitely going to slow down for now until the next turtle comes out, and that's going to be in around 20 seconds. There's going to be a lot of pressure towards the gold lane. Whoever's going to be able to pick off and get prio first here will secure the turtle for free, but neither team going to be willing to invest too hard into that. This is the right play by RSG. Red Giants, though, not having Gojes is going to cost them in this fight.
Yep, so Gojes now getting caught out. No combos available. Chain stuns all the way through. No Black Dragon for Gojes. No Petrify. So that is going to be RSG MY 5v4 now. And now Super Zang is going to get bursted down by Lolios and Izanami. Turtle exposed. Demon Kai, can he get the skill? No, he cannot. Xavvsz yoinks it away. However, RSG MY, they got the kills, and they will get a gold plating for Repo as well.
Guy's still impressive, being able to get that turtle despite being caught by the wild charge, getting knocked up there. but I think it's fine. In the end, RSG are the ones that come out on top. I agree with you there. Ripple being able to get the gold shield. Already 2-0-2 thanks to that roam from Storm. And Xavvsz is really not having a good time. Seems like there is a little bit of a personal vendetta here.
Yeah, it seems like that's going to be the case. But for now, you know, RSG MY takes a little bit of a slow lead as well. Even though in terms of kill-wise, they've got 6-2. I'm surprised that Selangor Red Giants is able to match the economy, which is a very, very important factor here. Because kills don't really matter that much if you can match the XP and gold lane.
That is true, that is true. But the Red Giants have to be aware not to fall too behind here. They should ideally be ahead in terms of gold because of how many tools they have at level 4. You do see a conceal play.
Okay, Storm looking for the angle. Pancake trying to set things up for the team. Here comes the combo way through as well. Pancake force the flicker out of there. Storm looking through and punish Zach as well. They do force a flicker, but Storm is getting chipped away. Goes for the Tyrant's Revenge. He connects on Wolverine. And that's going to be the decimation here. Very precise movement. And Demonkite now with the Ashura's form as well.
Ooh.
He's looking to try and chain the decimation. Cooldowns are down, and so Selangor Red Giant says we are out of here. But RSG, they still have the strength to do so. Super Red still farming very aggressively, and now they're calling Sekis for the wrap around as well. They need to get out. Demonkite is running in for it as well. Storm is there to provide the assistance, and Selangor Red Giants manages to scare them off, but RSG gets out, losing only a tier 1.
It's still great reaction timing from RSG MY and a lot of respect despite the fact that they've been doing a great job of delaying the power spike and aggression that the Red Giants want to play around. Super Xavvsz definitely on the receiving end of a lot of these because he is going to be the main frontliner for the side of the Red Giants, and RSG MY have so much CC with the combination of Storm and Rippo. RSG MY are still perfectly content to play this slow, make sure that they do this calculative, disciplined. As long as Red Giants never get too substantial a lead, the game will naturally fall into their hands.
Yep, and now Coach just waiting for the right move for him to steal as well. Repo looking for the catch as well. Skies manages to dodge his way through, but here comes the Black Dragon. Demonkite steals a turtle, but Repo is in the midst of it all. He does need to pop the Paravis round, but he gets terrified and he's going to get picked off as well. And now this is going to be Selangor Red Giants with Gojaz chasing the back lines. He finally catches Izanami. You taunt me once, not going to be happening again as well. I'm going to make a second attempt and I'm going to get a kill this time.
Red Giants gonna give RSG MY a taste of their own medicine right there, as the frontline EXP laner Rippo not gonna be given a chance to pop the Primal Rafts thanks to a beautifully timed Terrify from Super Zac, and then Black Dragon from chasing the back.
Oh boy, what a surprise! They get on Lolios, but he's alive! He don't have damage! Pancake now needs to run for his life. Not gonna happen. Double kill for Demonkite. Mistakes were made by Selangor Red Giants, and RSG MY gets away with it.
That is a very costly mistake right there. They thought they could get a cheeky pickoff onto Lolios, but beautiful reactions with the CC to not only save the Melissa's life, but set up a double kill, one of which going to Loliel, who I'm pretty sure this Melissa is going to really start scaling up now.
This is scary. This is really, really scary coming in from both the teams. But despite all this scuffles here, what really surprises me is that how is Selangor Red Giants losing members but still keeping up an economy? And that's crazy because as of now, Demonkite is having a huge lead on Sekis, but Super Red has so much more economy to kind of compensate this, which is crazy.
Super Red just farms insanely quick right now, but I don't know if this is the right style he should be going for here, because on a Bruno, you want to farm kills.
Okay, conceal play comes in. Storm goes for the blind Tyrant's Revenge. Needs to force the goal for the retreat as well. Gojaz looking for the right moment to try and force them out for this first fight, but Black Dragon still available. Zach doesn't have his ultimate as well. Choosing the fights, but with the Lord already about spawned in 3 seconds here, it is still very 50-50s between both these teams.
The AI prediction is honestly very close. It's just shifting back and forth constantly because both these teams are giving each other an adequate amount of respect while executing on their game plan pretty effectively. RSG MY have so far been able to get more successes, but like you mentioned, Super Red has been farming very evenly, so even though the Red Giants have only half the kill score of their opponents, they're still keeping themselves in this game.
Yep, RSG MY, they realize that if they clump up with the ult coming from Super Red, he is going to hurt like a truck, and this is not going to be a favorable matchup here if that's going to be happening here. Slice and dice, isolation kills is going to be the way to go. Meanwhile, Super Red shows himself on the top side. He's still going to be farming his way through. Lord, half HP. RSG waiting for this dance here, and it is going to be a pretty long one as well. Malefic roll up on Super Red. That's huge.
This is quite scary right now. The Lord dance, some good rotation, making sure that the map isn't too easily pushed up. We do have a pretty big wave by the Red Giants down bottom, but it's still going to take a while before it collides in a way that will actually be a threat to RSG MY. I think Red Giants are trying to play around for that and making sure that Skies will be able to get all of his buffs before they go for the contestation. And I'm pretty sure Super Red should be nearing another item power spike now too, so they want to delay this.
Yep, they're going to make an attempt as well. Skies goes for the fight as well. Storm needs to back the hack out, and he knows he made a mistake. And yes, you said as well, Super Red, he just got his Malefic roll. Likewise can be said for Lolio's getting his Winds of Nature. So that's going to be the power spike coming from both sides before they go in for the scuffle. However, now makes an attempt! He gets a two-man storm as well. The knockup stops him from Tyrant's range, and now Selangor Red Giants stops the tempo of RSG MY. They go in for the collapse. Super Red finds Storm, and Lolil will scare them all with the Voodoos here. And now he's looking for more as well. Selangor Red Giants, can he get out? The damage is not good enough. And that is going to be Selangor Red Giants that gets out with 1 kill. But RSG MY is not over yet. They still have lot control. They're all half HP. But it seems like it is going to be back to the drawing board and going for the full reset.
That is so unlucky for Storm. That was a beautiful Tyrant's Revenge. Catching out 2 in the back line. We have to relive that moment. Here's the instant replay. Storm jumps in, gets knocked up the moment he collides with Pancake and Super Red. Forced the flicker out to safety, but he's not going to be able to escape. And that means that RSG has to play defensively. And when they try to counter-engage, they're not able to catch up.
Very unlucky here, and again, Storm makes the attempt, but Skies, he steals the Lord, and now RSG MY, they're gonna fight for scraps here. Pancake going over the war charge, runs away, Repo, 2-man stun, but where's the follow-up here? The Terrify from Zach is gonna slow him down, and that's gonna be RSG MY not gonna be able to win those 50-50 trades.
Things are definitely reaching a bit of a fever pitch though. Super Red just got his Dragon Spear as well. The gold lead actually going to the Red Giants now because of some small mistakes earlier, and Skies being able to secure a Lord, which means that the AI winning prediction instantly shifts back onto the Selangor Red Giant side. But I do still feel this is anyone's game. RGMY's late game scaling will fall off just a little bit unless they're able to maintain a certain degree of relevancy. We see that Lolil is electing not to go for the full Trinity, instead getting the Wind of Nature first. He knows he needs to stay alive, whereas Super Red is just going for full damage regardless. We do see quite a good number of items on Skies as well. Otherwise, things are proceeding apace. But Skies is now feeling confident enough to start working the map too.
Yeah, agreed. Now, RG, they're looking for a quick conceal play. Pancake out of position, but he does have the Guardian's Barrier as well. But Go Chaz with the Black Dragon, he's looking to try and stop them one. But at the same time, Super Red, inch by inch, they're focusing on Demon Kite. He needs to get out, and now they're looking for the kill, and they find Demon Kite as well. But that's not all. They find Storm as well, and Selangor Red Giants, they bounce back, getting a double. Just like that, with one mishap play coming from RGMY.
The scaling has completely reversed now. In one fell swoop, a 3,000 net worth swing, 5k gold lead for the Red Giants. I am very curious how much of that is on Super Red alone. The towers are dropping to these 10-ton footballs being kicked by the Bruno. And RSG are not able to find the openings they need to re-engage.
Super Red. A crazy, crazy comeback. Finally at a situation where it's just so far ahead. Skies also coordinating really, really well to find Demon Kite at the most unexpected times here. Selangor Red Giants now just playing an absolute monster. And finally, the biggest lead we've seen thus far out of the 2 games between the 2 Giants playing right now.
The Red Giants definitely seem to be playing for the late game. Normally, when you have the Bruno around, you want to play really aggro in the early game and start farming kills because the hero can, and it would accelerate you really quickly. But Super Red is so confident in his ability to farm that fast that Red Giants just took a backseat. They were willing to sacrifice the early and mid game somewhat, and now it is revealing itself with Super Red having the GPM nearly 100 more than Lolia's 72% kill participation, despite the fact that it didn't really feel like he was part of a lot of the kills earlier on.
Yep, it is indeed something that is happening right now. Now with the Lord coming in against Selangor Red Giants, they have position, they have match control. Storm Going for the blind play. Does connect! He finds the backlines and focusing on Super Zang. Instantly bursts him down. Gojax might be next, but at the same time, the tier 1 fall survives as well. But Selangor Red Giants will gladly sacrifice Zak for the Lord.
Yeah, I don't think it was worth it there. RSG MY, it's pretty okay for them. They at least get a kill, because it's probably going to be difficult for them to try and contest the Lord as of this stage right now. But with a 6,000 goal lead, Pancake delaying the Lord just a little bit as well to make sure that they can sync up the waves. One inhibitor standing, that's basically 0 inhibitors for RSG because of how low it is on HP. Blade of Despair on Super Red. This man is not going for any defensive items at all.
Yep, I like this delays coming from Pancake as well, syncing up the lanes and buying time for Zak to kind of join the fight before RSG MY takes it down. So they're trying to get every little bit of advantage for this fight. And with that being said, inhibitor middle pretty much gonna fall guaranteed regardless of weapons, but Super Red, look at the damage that he's bringing to the table as well. But Skies, he has immortality, he just bought it as well. He's gonna go for the Pancake! Gets the 2-man wall charge! Here comes the collapse. Super Red, killing spree available, and now Selangor Red Giants, they're throwing everything on the crystal, and they bounce back, tying the series, dragging this to game number 3 against RSG MY.
We got a match on our hands here, ladies and gentlemen. The rivalry continues. The vendetta persists as neither side is willing to give an inch upon the land of Dawn. They got so much to prove, so much to show right here. And I am excited that we're going to get one more game to truly strut their stuff.
Definitely a difficult one here, a different approach to the wall they faced in game 1. They found a solution and the execution was good. Selangor Red Giants definitely giving us a masterclass performance in this game too.
The draft definitely seems to be a bit more favorable right here, having a solid amount of damage and then slowing down the game, knowing that there's going to be a good amount of aggression from RSG, willing to sacrifice members, willing to put people behind, even if it seemed like it might be a bad position, because that is actually drawing attention from RSG MY away from Super Red. After all, if the rest of his team isn't doing too well, he shouldn't have enough space to farm, right?
Yep.
Wrong.
Okay, fair enough here. But at the same time, I'm curious to see who the MVP is here because it's so hard to pinpoint here. We gotta check out the production here. The MVP for that match is gonna be none other than Super Red himself here, the marksman, the Bruno. Sue!
This man farms so fast. It is insane. Like I mentioned, RSG's point of perspective, Gojax has died 4 times. They can't roam around the map safely. Surely Super Red should have no safe place to farm, right? Super Red says, I'm just scrounging up whatever I can and somehow having a higher game GPM than Lolio.
Yep. Sue! That's gonna be the way to go because the first Bruno win for today, they have definitely broke the curse. But of course, in terms of itemizations as well, I don't know how he drags it for so long, but you know, ultra late game is where Bruno starts to hurt a lot. And for him to actually get the Blade of Despair as well as the Malefic Roar, doesn't even need the Winds of Nature considering how oppressive he is. And I'm surprised he's able to get away with it.
It's such a greedy build. No defensive items, no immortality. He has Weapon Master, he has the crit chance. So it is a full DPS. And if he goes for full DPS items, then that's where these emblems will get the most use. But you typically want to make sure that there is some kind of fallback plan if you do get caught. Super Red though, he just say, hey, damage is a form of mitigation.
Yep, at the same time here, I'm curious to see what kind of mic check are we going to be seeing here coming from Selangor Red Giants because right now we're jumping into mic check with them.
Can we go, hero, hero.
Wait.
Wait.
Balin. Balin is low. You all good here? I'm okay.
Yusong, just kill the Yusong.
Nice one, Elton. I saw that.
We can still war. Okay, war. Okay, target. Edit dulu.
Yeah, for Jess.
Push me.
This one, Jess. Nice one. Me.
Tracing Cobra.
I think. Boy, Grok here.
Valentina guys. Valentina.
Nice, Valentina died. Nice.
You cannot kill me lah. Bruno is low, guys.
Can we take bottom?
Yeah. Let's go. Take bot. Go.
Go. Ada. Try. I will ulti out. I will ulti out. Just out. No flicker. Back out. No ward, please. No ward. Okay. Punish. Go back, Ade.
Kufra guys. Go. Kufra.
Nice. Nice. You can out, Red. You can out.
Yeah.
Nice.
We got out.
First. Back up, Red. Can Melissa?
No, not you guys. Not you and...
Santaya. Protect Red. Tower, Ade. I help you, Ade. Nice! Santay.
Just based on the comms, it feels like not everything was already going according to plan for the Red Giants right from the beginning. No matter how downtrodden the situation seemed to be, they were able to keep their spirits up. They were able to focus on what was important, making sure Super Red got his farm, making sure that Bruno was protected, while keeping themselves a certain degree in the game, even if it's behind, and they will get their chance, and that chance came.
Yep, and at the same time as well, in terms of damage-wise, well, Lolios wasn't able to catch up in terms of economy as well as 3 came behind Super Red in this entire fight. And on top of it all, Super Red, he's got 5 items all the way through, whereas Lolios has only got 6. And on top of it all, if I do remember correctly, he also had Weapon Master in his emblem, which is a big power spike when it comes to this kind of a late-game, end-game scenarios.
When you go for full damage items, you just get so much value out of the Weapon Master emblem. So Super Red going for that shows a degree of confidence. And well, it's understandable. The efficiency at which his farms, the ability to be able to find that space is really impressive. But it's also impressive that the Red Giants were able to keep themselves in the game despite how much oppression they were under. Super Gorgeous especially was having the worst time of his life, dying 4 times within the first 6 or so minutes. And yet, the usefulness still came into play. The utility was still very strong. Once he got a couple of items and caught things up, he was still able to dive the backline, threaten RSG MY. That's the value of these types of heroes and the value of maintaining that tenacity so that you don't just give up when you fall behind.
Yep, at the same time as well, let's take a look at the items here coming from RSG MY. And of course, when it comes to the items here, I think one of the biggest comparisons would be definitely the Marksman, right? So in Lolios' case, he actually opted to go for the Marksman emblem. He's got the Quantum Charge, Tenacity, and a little bit of penetration here. But besides that, it feels like that is just more on you winning the early to mid stage of the game, which I think Lolios did kind of win his 1v1 early on. But after that, when it came to in-game territory, Weapon Master is going to completely outshine the damage, especially when, in this case, I feel like Lolios didn't get 6 slaughtered at all.
I think something that we can notice here is that RSG MY may have played a little bit too safe with their emblem and item choices in comparison to the Red Giants. And it's understandable to do so. It already worked for them in Game 1, right? But Red Giants went for the full extremes here. Lolil, he didn't get his Golden Staff until he got the Wind of Nature, so that definitely slowed things down a little bit. Izanami got the Brute Force Breastplate to try and survive against Super Gorgeous, but considering how ahead they were, I feel like they could have definitely gone for a bit more items. Lolil especially wasn't really getting dived on, so getting the full Trinity would have probably given enough damage for RSG to continue pushing their momentum.
No, even though in theory, the Weapon Master should be able to hit a little bit more into his later stage game here, what I'm surprised is that despite all that, Lolios is still able to match in terms of damage with Super Red, who's only about 51,000. And, you know, technically, it feels like RSG MY is just winning in all the overall damage dealt department, but just can't seem to find the finishers instead.
Yeah, because Red Giants were honestly gluttons for punishment this game. They were getting killed very often, and then they started playing safe, started sacrificing bodies to trade for towers, sacrificing them to create space for Super Red, and they were ready and willing to do so. In comparison, RSG MY seemed very much looking for these teamfight wins. They don't exactly have split push potential because Rippo is on that Edith, so they gotta play together, they gotta fight together, and that does end up reducing the farm speed for some of their cores a little bit.
Agreed. And of course, in case you missed out on the action here, this is going to be some highlights on how Game 2 actually went by. You can see that the RSG MY, they had a couple of trades here and there, but eventually it came down to a lot of very pixel moments as well. And yeah, I was right as well. Early game, Lolios was able to win his 1v1 against Super Red in pre-4 in this first turtle.
Yeah, so Lolios is definitely still a very mechanically gifted player, but in this case, I do feel like the need for RSG to win team fights did end up costing them, because even though it looked like Super Red was in a lot of these team fights, I'm pretty sure he was just there to pelt down a little bit, and once the team fight was over, he would leave, farm another part of the map. And because of that, Red Giants did have to take a lot of these fights down a map, which is why you see a lot of deaths on their side, a lot of punishment. This felt really bad. I get the feeling if Storm was able to land that Tyrant's Rage, the game would have gone very different, and RSG may have been able to maintain control for a lot longer. And you see there where Lolil is doing a lot of damage as they try to re-engage onto the Red Giant side, but this is where you see he didn't have his full build yet. He went for more defensive options in the Wind of Nature. Perhaps if he had that one extra item, it would have made a difference. But this is all a lot of if. The fact of the matter is, Red Giants have evened up the series.
Agreed, and seeing how this is actually happening as well, it came down to a little bit of a luck as well. Game 1, it came down to pixel perfect moments. Game 2 seems very similar between both of these teams here, and it's scary to see that one wrong mistake is what cost them. And like you said as well, that one stun coming from Storm, getting cancelled by the Lord Storm there, oh, it's gotta hurt so much in that fight, because that completely swung in Selangor Red Giants' favor.
Yeah, it would have given RSG MY a lot more time to play around with, but just based on the way that the Red Giants were maintaining their composure and sticking to the game plan, which is buy space for Super Red to get farm, I feel like even if Storm did land that, all it would have done would buy RSG a bit more time. Obviously, with that time, they could have done a lot more. But again, these are all ifs. What matters is it happened. Red Giants did a great job of sticking to the game plan and adjusting when they realized that, ooh, Gotis is getting punished very early on. Let's not take team fights anymore. Let's wait until the late game, because they're confident that they can outscale RSG. And that's what happened.
Agreed. And now coming into his game number 3 here, it is going to be adaptations coming in here. You know, Selangor Red Giants, they definitely adapted really well to their mistakes from game number 1. Found a different solution, it worked out in their favor. However, there needs to be adaptations now coming in from the side of RSG. Can they make those changes in the quick of time? Because it feels like Storm and Repo having the roles reversed in terms of playstyle with the Edith kind of messed it up for them.
I think nowadays you really gotta make sure your EXP lane has a little bit of late game insurance, right? Have a hero that's able to split push, able to create pressure. Because the Edith Kufra combo was really oppressive early on, but it eventually falls off, and that's what the Red Giants were counting on.
Yep, and in this case, hopefully we are going to see a little bit more of a revamp here, because we are going to be taking a very, very short break here to kind of figure things out how Game 1, Game 2 is going to be happening as well. The teams need their break to settle down, because they are going to be settling the most important score, and that is who is going to be able to have the bragging rights of taunting it over. But before that, we are going to be throwing it over to our stage, as we have something special prepared for you guys up on stage with our amazing host, Rose. Rose, take it away.
Hi guys, sekarang it's Rose with Team SMG punya pemain import. Kita ada Saksa dan juga Miko. Okay guys, first of all, I want to ask, what are you both doing here at Dewan Street Putra since you guys have no game today? Saksa?
Supportan ko si Storm.
Storm? RSG. Kaya tayo to support RSG. Storm.
My ex-teammate.
Oh, your ex-teammate. Okay, Miko, what are you doing here?
Sinusuportahan ko po yung Red Giants.
Why?
Kasi ex-teammate ko si Storm.
Oh, okay. Kalau dia sokong Storm sebab dia punya ex-teammate ialah Storm, Miko datang sokong Red Giants sebab ex-teammate dia Storm. Okay, pandai, mantap. Alright. Bakit ayaw mo kay Storm? Why don't you like Storm?
Kasi sila daw po ipuputol sa win streak namin.
Oh! Okay. Dia tak suka Storm sebab Storm cakap RSG yang akan stop win streak SMG. Das. Okay, ikaw naman. Why don't you support Red Giants? There's Pancake and Super Red inside.
I changed my mind. If Storm do that, Pagka ganyan sinabi ni Storm, ayoko na siya supportahan.
Red Giants kami, Red Giants, Red Giants.
Okay, kita ada lalang kat sini sebenarnya. Dia cakap, since Storm cakap, RSG akan putuskan win streak SMG, dia dah pindah side dah. Dia nak sokong Red Giants sekarang. Okay, I'm going to ask you, just now, IESF, the Philippines won. All right, 3-1 if I'm not mistaken. How are you feeling as a Filipino right now, Miko?
Sanay naman tayo sa laging panalo.
Wow!
Wala naman bago.
Wow! Dia cakap, Filipinos dah biasa menang. So, tak adalah terkejut sangat. Okay, Saksa?
No.
Pakiramdam?
Parehas lang. Pilipinas lang malakas.
Okay. I'm pretty sure perkataan yang semua orang selalu dengar, Pilipinas lang malakas, maksud tu Philippines je yang kuat. Alright, one last question. Alam natin, we both know that this is a battle of taunts, right? Selangor Red Giants, RSG, they have Gorgeous, they have Ripo, they even have Super Red and Pancake who's really good at taunting too. So, in your opinion, Miko, who has taunted last week, laying down on the stage, who's the better taunter?
Me.
Huh?
Me.
Setuju tak Miko lagi pandai taunting? No daw eh.
Babe. Mabait lang ako.
Oh, because you behave.
They start first.
Oh,
Let's do this.
wow. If they start first. Okay, Saksa. Who's the better taunter? Gorgeous, Ripo, or someone else?
The king of taunting. Ripo.
The king of taunting, Ripo. All right. Before we throw it back to the casters.
Ayoko na sa kanya.
Huh?
Lipat na siya ng team. Hindi niya ako binoto.
Dia cakap dia dah tak suka Saksa dah. Saksa dah boleh keluar SMG sebab Saksa tak cakap Miko is the best taunter. Dia punya gelak reminds me of Anik punya gelak. Okay, you want to say something to Red Giants. Give them a word of encouragement. 1-1.
Coach Arcadia, Pancake, and Super Red. Panalo na tayo. Atin na tong game 3.
Wow! Okay, untuk Selangor Red Giants, dia cakap, Coach, Pancake, Super Red, game 3 ni kita dah pegang, kita dah menang. Alright, a statement. Oh, ikaw, RSG. Ha?
Ayan mo yun.
No need to vote for Storm? Kurang ni guys.
Galingan nyo Storm na NT1 kahit. Nakachamba lang yung Red Giant.
Okay, untuk RSG pula, dia cakap, Storm dengan Demon Kite buat yang terbaik. Sebab game kedua tu tadi, Selangor Red Giants luck je tu yang menang. Wow!
Galingan nila sa lower bracket.
Alright, okay.
Galingan nyo sa lower bracket finals. Sakit sa finals.
RSG?
This.
Oh, this too. Okay. One word before they end it. They're gonna taunt sikit. Diorang cakap, do your best in the lower bracket finals and we shall see you in the grand finals. Oh, makin lama makin pedas. Alright, let us throw it back to the casters untuk mulakan game ketiga kita untuk match ni. Casters, silakan.
The imports for SMG bringing the same kind of spiciness we saw before this match not even onto the stage, just in the crowd right there. This has been such an entertaining season of MPL MY. Things have just gotten heated up, spicier, even more fun. And you can imagine that these teams are really having to develop some thick skin very quickly.
I don't know about you, but what I do know is that Malaysia is a very harmonious country where we have multi-racial people and multi-languages from all around the world.
That's correct.
And we are very, very appreciative of our thickness of our skin, and we are the best in the world, baby.
That is true. And you know what you need when you got thick skin? You gotta be able to defeat acne fast like an MVP with Garnier. Man, we actually have a little bit right here, right now. This, of course, is the real hero of today. It is the nemesis of acne. It is the nemesis of non-smooth skin. And all you gotta do, a little bit of Garnier Man goes a long way. You wanna win in life, use it to smooth out your obstacles and clear everything in your path so that you can rank up free from stress, free from any worries, and grind your way to minute.
You know, when I look at this here, I like to see my entire, skin kind of just peel off with all those dirt and scrubs and all that here. And this thing just scrubs like a lot of soap out, and it's kind of like a very thick foam as well. It just completely just rushes it away. And that's the reason why I look so white most of the time, if you think about it.
That sounds pretty good right there. Thick foam for thick skin, just like our players right there on stage. Game 3, this is gonna be an exciting one. We already got the opinions of Xavvsz and Miko down in the crowd. They're supporting Red Giants, supporting RSG for reasons that are good and reasons that are not so good. We definitely don't have to revisit some of those. But one thing's for sure, these teams are pretty evenly matched, and there's a lot of respect up on that stage.
Yep, and of course, when it comes to respect here, you know, a lot of us can say it could have been luck as well, coming from Selangor Red Giants for game number 2. That Storm, Tyrant's Rage, a little bit unlucky because of the Lord Storm kind of messed it up and allowed Selangor Red Giants here. But to be honest, I don't know, sometimes luck is a skill, you know? Sometimes luck is a skill. Luck is not just an excuse, it is skill as well.
I hate to admit it, but it technically is true. As someone who's not all that lucky myself, I definitely understand the opposite end of the argument. So hopefully we won't get to see a repeat of that situation again, because that really was a feels bad moment. But this game 3, I think it's going to feel very good for all of us. The crowd is hype, the atmosphere is great. We got the Red Giants fans right there, still raising their flags. I'm really surprised that their arms are not tired at this point. Goes to show the strength of their support.
Yep, I agree. Of course, to settle the score on who's going to have the bragging rights here, the King of Taun, or is it going to be the Prince of Taun? This is going to be game 3 here. Selangor Red Giants on the blue side, and RSG MY on the red side.
Starting things off with the pretty default band so far. We got the Kaja and the Angela removed from the blue side, the Claude and the Terizla again. So RSG is definitely not allowing these signature picks to go through. These are heroes that can basically solo carry the game in the right hands, and the Red Giants are definitely the right hands.
Yeah, in this case, you're having the Kaja and Angela being banned right from the get-go. It feels like they're just mirroring their drafts from Game 1 and Game 2. And when it comes to adaptations, are we going to see RSG MY try to pull off the same thing again from Game 2 and Game 1, but with a little bit of plot twist?
I think they'll definitely try to go a bit more for their Game 1 draft here, because it was much more flexible, it worked out pretty well. So of course, I think they would like to adjust the Khalid if necessary, because the hero did end up being picked specifically to counter Gojas there. It worked well, but they gotta be able to open up something else here. Unless the export for some reason comes out again, then hey, why not?
I think Beatrix priority coming from RSG MY for low deals isn't too bad if they decide to go for that angle, if you think about it. But of course, you know, forcing the draft into this game number 2 where the marksmen were the 2 final bans coming from both Selangor Red Giants and RSG MY put them in a very, very awkward position. But of course, all things considered, the Bruno still came up on top. They broke the curse. And now it's up to Xavvsz. What is he going to play? Is he going to bring the Yujong again, or are they going to prioritize on that export? Or, in this case, Valentina again.
What is the priority? Valentina is open. The Edith so far has been a really hotly contested pick as well. Pancake definitely felt more comfortable on the Grok in comparison to the Cho. So Red Giants, they're actually going to pilfer the Edith away. This means that Izanami may get his hands on that Valentina. Remember, 100% win rate on this hero so far.
Well, okay, on Pancake, by Pancake, of course. But as of now,
on the Valentina.
Oh, okay, on the Valentina,
but Pancake is 100% on Edith too, so you're not wrong.
So I was talking about the Edith here, where if you think about it here, this game is, well, all 3 games. First game, Edith won. Second game, Edith actually lost in the hands of Repo. So there needs to be a little bit of adaptations here, but Edith setups has been extremely annoying. We've seen variations where Roam Ediths were faced with Cho. Sometimes Cho wins, sometimes Edith wins, depending on who has the faster fingers. So in this case, RSG MY, they won't deny the Valentina away from Selangor Red Giants. So they are stealing off each other's draft right now in game number 3. So this animation is an improvisation coming from both sides now.
I do like that the Fredrin comes out now though, because it's not actually being shown as a flex pick, it's actually because the Lancelot already got revealed very early on by RSG MY, most likely a deny pick from Skies as well. And since Fredrin no longer has to deal with a jungle Martis or a jungle X-Borg, this will make Skies feel a lot more safe to go for this very reliable tank jungle. I am curious about the Eve pick though. Yes, it worked out pretty well previously, but it does give the real world manipulation over to Izanami again.
What?
And now the Yu Song is stolen away by Rippo.
Okay. You know, I like how they're just playing the exact same meta-ish, but there's RSG MY is just taking, saying, you know what, I'm gonna steal all of your usual heroes from game number 2 for Selangor Red Giants, and I'm gonna try and turn things against you. And you can see the fans, they're extremely hyped out as well to see who's going to be winning and losing. And I agree, the memes, amazing. Where was the time where we start to see meme spams in our community group? Guys, please, if you guys are in the Malaysia MPL official Facebook group chat, please give us more memes, give us more loves. We love quoting you guys.
It's such a great time looking through the Facebook group, seeing all the memes you guys can put up and see just how creative you guys are. We got some fans there having a good snack of Mr. Potato as well. Make sure you guys grab some, crunch like a legend. I really want to have some after this. The 1-1 does get banned out by RSG. So once again, a lot of focus towards that goal lane. The Harif removed by Red Giants. So this is instantly giving RSG the idea that Super Red might want to play the Bruno again.
It might be the case here, considering that, you know, this time they've not... I think RSG MY did bring the ban with the Irritil coming from... sorry, it was Selangor Red Giants that actually banned the Irritil, but I don't think Lolios doesn't really care whether or not if they go for the Irritil, if you think about it. And I personally think that him sticking to his Beatrix is going to be way much more important, because he has been hitting some insane shots and just shutting down Selangor Red Giants in game number 1.
Yeah, agreed there. I think Lolio on the Beatrix feels very comfortable, feels very good. So we'll see whether or not the Red Giants decides to remove it from his pool here, as the Franco is actually the choice for RSG MY to remove. They're actually considering that this could be an EXP lane EDIF instead.
That is indeed going to be something that's happening as well. But at the same time, they do want to try and open up options for Demon Kai to be cutting the back lines with this Lancelot, right? So Selangor Red Giants, they might be forced to play the Kufra this time to kind of stop a little bit of momentum, like how Storm kind of did it. But that is because they had this function here. So RSG MY had this idea from game 2, didn't work out. But whether or not Selangor Red Giants do the same is going to be a completely different question. This time, they just don't want to take the risk. No Beatrix, Lolios, play something else.
It's game 3. Better not to take risks when you're uncertain of how well you can match up into it here. So RSG MY will see what they lock in here. The Irritel, yep, they do take it away for themselves. So this will give an open field for Super Red to go for the Bruno once again if he decides to do so. The Clint is still available too, but I feel like both of these heroes will be pretty vulnerable to the Yuzong overall, and that's probably what RSG MY are hedging their bets on.
I think Brody from Selangor Red Giants isn't too bad. It's not the greatest, but it isn't too... Oh, no, wait. On second thought, Melissa also isn't too bad. The go away kind of shoves the Black Dragon away. Kinda.
Maybe. I think it's kind of risky though. And so far, it doesn't feel like the type of hero that Super Red likes to play. Otherwise, I think we would have seen more of it. But hey, anything's possible here, and we'll get to find out where this EDIF does go. Yeah, I think Bruno is probably the safest option. But this is the Red Giants we're talking about. We could see a surprise. Let's find out. Yep, Bruno and the Benedetta. Oh, in the hands of Gojes. It's been a while since we've seen this.
I like this. This is a different approach here. They are going to use the Benedetta to cut the creep waves, and we know for a fact that Yu Jong can't necessarily match that up unless he is going to be forced to play the Paquito. So adaptations definitely needs to be made here. RSG MY, will they have a solution for this Benedetta? Or is this a jungle Benedetta? I don't think so, right?
I don't think so, no.
Jungle Fredrin for sure.
Yeah.
Right?
Because if they were to give Gojes the Fredrin, I would just feel like it's a disservice to the man.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Final pick here coming from RSG MY needs to be a roamer. Is he going to stick with the Kufra once again? And I think the Kufra
not bad.
It's not bad against a Benedetta.
I'm wondering if there's anything better though that we're not... Arlet Rogue.
Okay.
We have seen this before, not here, but in other tournaments internationally. There is a little bit of Arlet Roam here and there. Has a pretty solid way of CC with that final slash. Could definitely display some things, but does require a good bit of finesse. Does Stome have what it takes?
I'm curious to see how this Arlet's going to play. Ever since the start of MPL, people kind of strayed away here. It has lost his touch in terms of tankiness and damage here. 0% win rate thus far, only picked once. And RSG MY brings it up to the table to try and prove them grounds. What do you think about this?
I think this is going to be a very fun match to watch. Both teams are pretty balanced overall, so this Arlet Rome is definitely going to be a point of contention. I would love watching EXP laners on the Benedetta, and Gojis is definitely one of those that we haven't gotten to see in quite a while. Red Giants will want to try and delay the game again for the Bruno, while RSG MY actually this time quite comfortable doing the same. It's all going to be about that gold lane matchup once more.
Well, the decider match is on its way. Winner gets the bragging rights here. This is game 3 of Selangor Red Giants going up against RSG MY. And I'm excited to be your caster for today because this is the final game of this week here in week 3 for MPL MY Season 12.
Bragging rights as well as the title of the King of Taunting on the line here as everything is at stake, because this will be the only time these two teams will face off in the regular season. Izanami actually did end up stealing that camp back away to make sure that the Red Giants don't get anything for free. We get 3 tenacities on both sides here, so lots of respect, understanding that the damage potential this game is particularly high.
I like how they adapted their playstyles as well. There are teams that just plays like, hey, we're all going to go full agility here just so that we have some sort of mobility, but this time they balance it out by having quantum charge as well as agility, and on top of it all having tenacity, knowing that how slow the playstyles has been going here. So they are going to be trying to match this kind of precise coordination takedowns in order to win those team fights. So as of yet, in terms of matchup here, I think Loleo is doing a pretty fantastic job in the lane right now.
The thing is, this is Super Red just freezing the lane. He actually wants the minions to collide at that point because it forces Loleo to move very far up into the lane and perhaps set up for Pancake to roam. But Pancake going to be paying more attention towards the mid side right now, making sure that Super Zack will be able to hit that level 4 by the time the turtle comes up, since Izanami on the Valentina will obviously have that passive to earn EXP at a faster pace.
Yep, Brave Smite up on Pancake, but stolen Primal Wrath coming from Izanami. He's going to pop it off to do damage as well. He's going to try and use his zone out Skies. Look at this. Skies dropping the Brazos Wrath, doesn't connect, so no HP regen coming from him. He's going to go to buy a little bit more time, but Gojis, he loses the trade with the shards here, as that's going to be Repo getting killed now. The Black Dragon is going to collapse Selangor Red Giants, and they need to back the heck out.
That's a mistake there. We know that Gojis likes the ego challenge, but that's not the time.
Oh my god! Storm! The taunt comes in, he finds the catch and destroys Pancake right under the noses, and now he wants to go for more, but at the same time, mistakes were made. Mistakes were made, and he will be punished himself as well.
Both these teams are taunting way too much right here, but you know, they're having fun on the land of Dawn, and I appreciate that. But I think Gojis' timing was definitely a bit more inferior right there. He tried to challenge Rippo. I don't know who was the one to engage the fight, but he really needed to stay alive there. He was already level 4. He could have left the lane, joined the turtle fight. Lots of aggression in the mid lane. That will allow Super Zack to still get out though.
And now Repo, he's trying to farm up his shots as well. He does get a little bit more sustained. Sky is also going to be in a position to try and contest RSG MY. You can see the pressure coming from RSG MY to make sure that Demon Kite has the most efficient farm in their side of the jungle now.
Yeah, Demon Kite will be slightly ahead of EXP, and we're against Super Skies here, which will be totally fine. Neither of these teams has a particular need to start moving very aggro towards that early side, so we're definitely going to see a slightly slower game in comparison. Red Giants does have the option, since they have the Edith and the Bruno, and that can set up for some pretty easy kills, but if they're not going to do that, then yeah, both teams will be comfortable just going disciplined, taking it slow.
Yep, at the same time here, Super Red got his first item already, Haas Claw on this Bruno. So he is going to be having a little bit of advantage, just taking a little bit chill here, farm a little bit more, but he's not going to have his power spike anytime. So meanwhile, Zac, Ice Queen 1, and War X on Demon Kite. Now, that's a big power spike for these two heroes.
Yep, pretty scary right there. The turtle is going to be coming up pretty soon. Coach is already taking a lot of abuse right here. Dropping low on HP right before the turtle comes up. So this is very favorable for RSG.
Oh my goodness, Repo, he's going to try and force the fight as well. They are going to be forcing Selangor Red Giants under tier 1 protection, but it's going to buy enough time for Demon Kite to focus on the turtle. Pancake wants to go in for the setup. He pops the Primal Wrath as well, but here comes Collapse. Repo finds Skies. They go in for the finish, and that's going to be RSG MY just collapsing on 2 players. pretty much isolated from the rest of the team of Selangor Red Giants.
That was a bad idea by the Red Giants. They already know that Gorgeous is losing the EXP lane, so the Benedetta is not going to be around. Super Skies is getting zoned out really hard, dropping really low, and he can't even get close to the turtle. So at that point, it's time to just back off and give up on it. Instead, they allow RSG to get the turtle, they get 2 free kills, and now the lead is starting to build.
Oh boy, Super Red forced the flicker out as well. Go Jazz! Oh boy, the shard, 1 HP left. Repo giving Super Jazz a taste of his own medicine from game number 2. And now RSG MY full control of momentum right now as they try to get a little bit more farm. Meanwhile, Selangor Red Giants, they are going to try and set up an ambush for Lolios. And he makes one wrong move, he's dead.
Yep, scary, scary. I think Lolios probably aware, and here comes Demon Kite. So they're gonna try and look for Super Red. They'll spot out Pancake.
Oh boy, Pancake is gonna take too much damage. Small Lolios forces out the Primus Wrap. Meanwhile, Gojaz at the side as well is gonna be looking for a little bit more fight. And they are gonna go a little poke. Storm, he's gonna be out of the wrong side of the map, but he's dodging his way through. How is he alive? How is he dodging everything? And just like that, Selangor Red Giants, they could not make the decision on what they need to do. And Skies and Zhang, they just fall like that. What a play! Set up by Storm, and now Gojaz in the middle lane, gonna be run down by Lolios as he bursts him down with a heavy crossbow attack.
A sequence of events that instantly shift momentum in RSG MY's favor, and they're in full control already, just off of this 6,000 net worth lead, 6.5 minutes in. The top lane of towers for the Red Giants is completely gone, and you know how we talked about playing Roam Arlet needs a bit of finesse? Storm is flexing on us right now. This is not the footwork of a Roam player. I'm really impressed.
That is, you know, technically, you should not even be alive. Like, you technically don't have enough spells to get in and out. Like, once you go in and there's no minutes to back out, he took advantage of that, caused so much chaos, and it just completely collapsed on Selangor Red Giants. And that's crazy how RSG MY just managed to turn things around. And now Gojaz forced to go for the Electro final blow, connects to Lolios, he does the damage as well. But Lolios, he will be able to escape this here. Repo is there to save the day, and that's going to be killing spree for Repo.
This is bad. Gojaz needs to stop. I feel like going for the Benedetta may have been a bit too optimistic in game number 3. It requires a lot of understanding, a lot of small micro decision making, whereas Repo only needs to run him down, and Gojaz is now 0-3. While Repo is 3-0, we're wondering who is going to be the superior EXP laner in this matchup. And right now, the MPL veteran, the king of taunting, making his presence known.
Now Storm looking for the angle, he's looking for the final slasher. He doesn't have the right angles yet. Tier 2 still surviving, and RSG MY says, you know what, we can't play this safe here. Demon Kite, he is going to be trying to shove the top side of the lane here. Selangor Red Giants a little bit afraid to push out. With this 8k lead coming from RSG MY, it's a little bit too scary, to be honest, to actually be fighting outside of the base.
Red Giants are just way too far behind at this stage. I mentioned how both teams are quite okay playing it safe and slow, and the goal is to make sure that they are even in terms of EXP and gold, but 8,000 net worth lead is far from even, especially when Super Red is on a hero like Bruno as well. Loliel is already online, and that's a huge problem.
Boy. Ooh, the damage coming from Demon Kite starting to scare them off as well. But you can even feel the presence of the audience here in the venue itself. Everyone is just in absolute awe and silence, paying attention to every single move the players are making right now. And you can feel the suspense, the anticipation in the air right now.
RSG looking very clean in their gameplay here. I do notice a lot of the time when it comes down to power ranking between MPL teams, rather than just the straight up the strongest and then the weakest, there's oftentimes a lot of rock, paper, scissors situations where teams are perfectly equipped to deal with a particular opponent. And I feel like RSG MY has done a lot of research to understand the Red Giants.
Oh boy, Gojaz, he has no choice. He's trying to make space for the team. He tries to make a minion creep cut there. Is not gonna happen. RSG MY right now is in control of the Lord. 8k advantage. Selangor Red Giants, they don't have the necessary tools here. They're gonna crumble. Lolios, they don't see anyone, and it seems like they will get a free Lord in the hands of RSG MY.
Red Giants is running out of tools here. They already cannot win fights against RSG, and while they have a very strong split pushing tool in the form of the Benedetta, Goji's being 0 and 4 means that he can barely survive anything. Demon Kite has so much damage, so much mobility. Oh, hold on.
Oh boy, they found the catch as well. They find Storm. Can they finish more? But he survives. He gets his health back. He goes for the final slash. He turns things around. Pancake will fall, and now Repo gives Chase as well the shot. Does he get rid? It does! Repo finds him as well, and Izanami finds Skies while they're at it. Slango Red Giants losing 3, and now RSG MY is diving inside like no tomorrow. The dive composition, killing spree for Demon Kite, and they are still running them down with the tier 3 still standing, the Lord still alive as well. RSG, a very, very clean game opening here for game 3.
The Red Giants are being systematically destroyed by RSG right now. 11.5k lead before the 11-minute mark is massive. They are no longer any tools. This is now a ticking time bomb for the Red Giants that is just waiting for RSG MY to press on the detonator. There is no way of clawing back from this, not with Storm setting up like this.
Oh boy, here he comes again. Xavvsz, he tries to make a play. Can he get out? No, he cannot. And Repo picks him off. Unstoppable for him. And now, RSG MY, absolute domination in this round as they are about to slay the Giants here. The Giants currently 4-man clumped up in front of the crystal. Xavvsz, 10 seconds left on the sidelines. RSG MY, they're looking for the crystal dive. Real British comes in, but they're going for the pole approach as well. Pancake, they find Lilios. They hold on. The Giants takes down the marksman of RSG MY.
An overextension there, that could cost RSG, but with an 11k lead still, they're still going to be sitting very pretty. Irritel players, they do have a tendency of going a little bit too far here. Looking at the itemization, you can see that Lolil already having 3 items, but look at Super Red. He's actually matching almost item for item. The only difference being that his shoes weren't quite complete. Now they are only 2k behind. It's not that bad. A lot of this difference is coming in on Skies versus Demon Kite. This Lancelot is an absolute monster, going for mostly damage, but still having that Guardian helmet, whereas Skies right now is kind of a non-factor. The Fredrin is not nearly tanky enough to survive a lot of things, so that becomes a little bit of a problem. The most he can really contribute in these fights is going for that taunt, and that's kind of difficult to execute when he can easily melt.
Yeah, they need to find ways to buy time here, but RSG MY, look at this, conceal plays, they are going to scare Slango Red Giants back into the base again. Meanwhile, they're setting up Xavvsz to cut the creep wave up top again, but again, buying time is going to be very difficult here. 11k net worth difference, so difficult. Sky's not even in position to even contest the Lord, can't even do anything. And now RSG MY, slow and steady, wins the race again. Take it step by step, one step at a time.
One thing is for certain, if Red Giants are somehow are able to turn this around, it will be the ultimate flex. But now it's so difficult to do. It would require RSG MY to make like 2 or 3 big mistakes in a row, unless they just decide that they're all gonna die at once. That's the only choice they have. Xavvsz is still split pushing, but the Lord is crashing in and there's no hit.
Yep, Storm tries to go for the play. He pulls Zach off. Zach's going to flicker out as well. Black Dragon coming from Repo is going to try and collapse on them. And you can see Super Skies is trying his best to tank as much damage as possible. Pancake stops the aggression, but they do find Lolios again. But the Crystals are still exposed. Can they do any damage as well? But no, they don't have Lolios. They have to back out. The Giants, they hold on again, but they're so low. At the same time, Super Red is still alive. He's focusing them, but the minutes are cleared out, and RSG MY, they turn their tail and say, we are out of here. No Lolios, no damage. The Giants still hold on.
Another mistake by the RSG goal laner. That should not have been a save by the Red Giants. Look at how low the crystal is. All they had to do was hit it once or twice more. But there's no tools. The Red Giants are actually somehow holding on to this. Will they be able to keep this up? They've reduced the net worth lead now to 9.5k, but that is still massive at this point in the game. Despite how long it feels like it's been going, we're only 14 minutes in. The next Lord is another 80 seconds away. The question now, Does Red Giants have what it takes to go out and find something? Because RSG is looking for it.
Oh boy, Gorgeous. He's been doing this exactly twice now. Can he get out? He's going to try and go for the Lecto final blow. But his Tsunami will flicker forward and kill himself as well. But this might be a mistake. They're focusing on Tsunami. His Tsunami gets out, but Demon Kite from behind. They find Super Red. It doesn't even matter. The Black Dragon and the Demon Kite comes from behind. Strikes the back lines. They get the full wipeout. It is over. RSG MY has done it. It is over. They have slain the Giants. You can see the taunts, the celebrations by the players. Ladies and gentlemen, RSG MY slays the Giants 2-1. They break their win streak. And now, the King of Dawn, Repo,
showing us what is gone. Look at the crowd right there. Look at the man. The stage is his. He is the center of attention. He is the spotlight. The king comes out on top and the crowd is right there behind him to support a glorious victory by RSG MY as they live up to their words. They fulfill their promises. They wipe their tears for the Red Giants as their win streak in MPL MY Season 12 is officially over.
what a game coming in from RSG MY. What a game coming in from Selangor Red Giants. GG, well played, but the King of Dawn still survives. But all things considered, it is a beautiful game coming in from both of them.
A beautiful return to form right here. I imagine we are gonna see a very spicy interview after this one. What a hard-fought victory. Some mistakes that could have caused some risks at the end there. But let's take it over to our host, Rose. I'm sure she'll have much to say to the team.
RSG MY just put an end to Selangor Red Giants win streak. The King of Taunting does it again. Okay, King of Taunting. Sebelum apa, I nak tanya, apa yang you nak cakap dekat Gorgeous sebagai the Prince of Taunting?
Untuk Gorgeous sebenarnya dia okey lah buat taunting. Maksudnya buat jadi penerus lah. Tapi dia kena ingat, lawan match ni, I'm the King of Taunting!
Okay. So, sekarang Repo is still saying that MPL MY, I'm still the king, you're just the prince.
Yes. No. Newbie.
Newbie? Alright, demoted terus. Okay. Kejap. Oh,
I have one more.
Okay.
Okay. You know why Selangor Red Giant lose?
Okay, why?
Because they are afraid of blue. You know?
Why?
Because if I'm not wrong, JDT always win against Selangor. Blue is my color, man!
Wow! Tengok! Lafel, high five diorang Johor.
Johor! Johor! JDT libat!
Nasib baik orang Johor. Okay, alright. Okay. Alright. Okay, Storm. Just now, I'm not sure if nakita mo, I'm not sure if you saw, but during the one-on-one interview, I interviewed Miko and Saksa. They said they don't want you to win because you said that tataluhin mo lahat ng may win streak ngayon, right? You say you're gonna defeat everyone with a win streak. You will be meeting them next week. And you just defeated Selangor Red Giants. What do you want to say to those two rascals over there?
Kay Miko, wag kang masyado magpakampante. Alaga lang kita last season.
Oh my God! Korang tahu tak dia cakap apa? Dia cakap, Miko, jangan belaga sangat. Last season, you were just my pet.
Don't be too confident. It's just my pet last season.
Oh my goodness! Okay, so, this is interesting. But before kita continue kan, I nak tengok dulu MVP of the match. Sebab game ni sangat-sangat seru, sangat-sangat fun. So, MVP of the match, let us see you. Storm! Storm! Alright! Okay, Storm. Natalo mo si Pancake and Super Red. Next, tataluhin mo si Miko at saka si Saksa, according to you, okay?
Yes.
Who's next on your list?
No one. All eyes are on SMG only.
Oh, all eyes are on SMG.
Yes.
Alright. Paitanya, dia baru kalahkan Selangor Red Giants which ada Pancake dengan Super Red. Pas tu next one, dia cakap dia akan claim victory against Miko and Saksa. And dia cakap, he doesn't care dah selepas tu nak kalahkan siapa sebab all eyes are on SMG. Dia ada satu mission, it's to stop all the win streak untuk musim ni. Okay. Alright, thank you so much, Storm. Demon Kite. Demon Kite, amazing performance this time. Super duper amazing. But if you guys, kalau korang tengok kan, he had an online interview thing with RSG and he said the one jungler he wants to meet in MPL Malaysia is Skies. Now that you've met Skies, what do you have to say?
I'm more stronger than him.
Okay. All right. Okay. You're more stronger than him. We agree. Dorang baru menang kan? All right. So with that, Ripo nak cakap something lagi.
I want to say something lah.
Okay.
This because I doing a favor for Chico because he says that dia nak turunkan diorang tapi susah kan. It's okay Chico, aku dah turunkan diorang dah. Relax je.
Itu dia pemenang untuk match terakhir kita untuk hari ini. Once again, Dewan Sri Putra, give it up for RSG MY. A very, very well-played game. And with that, mari kita throw it back to the casters untuk mendapatkan apa yang menjadi dalam game ni. Casters, silakan.
All right, there's the spiciness we were waiting for right there from RSG MY. I imagine they can finally breathe a sigh of release as one win streak has fallen beneath their heel. And Storm, the MVP for this matchup, going to play a massive role in allowing them to achieve it.
No, very, very consistent gameplays coming from him as well. Even when he was playing either for game number 1, game 2, his Kufra was also on point. Maybe it had met with a little bit of unfortunate events, but game 3, pulling in the surprise Arla tank, completely destroying Selangor Red Giants' early game right from the get-go. And the confidence bestowed by this young man is just crazy.
That Arla tank was terrifying. The way that he could just dive in and constantly regen off of the Vengeance spam to the point that Red Giants would just not know what to do at all. I imagine it's going to be very entertaining to see what they have to say. So let's just jump right into it. Here's RSG's mic check.
Boy!
Careful,
Fred in low.
Yeah. They all dying. I'm on the way. The Bruno.
One, bro. Nice! Wow!
Arlo, God!
Go mid, bro.
Nice, Bruno still no flicker. 6, 7, 10, 7, 10.
Push.
Let's go mid here.
It's solo.
Just be careful, they might want to fight. Careful.
Just die. Go. Pancake, guys. If dying. Bruno dying. Careful.
Aman. Wow! Guys, go top.
Go top.
Go. Fight.
Okay, come.
Back up each other. No skill edit, no skill.
Super Red.
Wow! I go for pancake.
Go.
Guys,
Follow me.
Well, those boys seem to be having a lot of fun right there on stage. I think the realization that they have taken down one of the top contenders of MPL MY Season 12 and in such a clean manner as well is going to ring clean in their minds for a while. I'm looking forward to a very strong momentum by RSG MY next week.
hey, mental fortitude is a very, very strong and important factor. RSG MY, they have taken losses and they are used to it as well. So for them to bounce back like this, it's not that much of an issue. However, for Selangor Red Giants, it is very apparent that now, when they take a lose, it kind of affects them either mentally or maybe even the draft itself. But as what I know, this is not what I was expected for Game 3 coming from them.
Not at all. I feel like they may have been a little bit too optimistic with the way that they were drafting here. And this actually also breaks Pancake's 100% wins rate on the Edith too. So that's quite a thing. But Izanami's win rate on the Valentina going to persist here. This was a very clean game overall. Rippo being 6-1, cementing himself as King of Taunting and of the EXP lane here. Demon Kite having a great time, 5-0, going for full damage and still surviving almost everything. And then Storm, I think, really the breakout star here. The debut of the Arlet, being able to regen everything even though he dives in and not even having a lifesteal item there.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? The power of Brave Smite just brings so much more value as well. And his itemization just going full max HP builds, right? Anti-Kiras gives a lot of max HP. The Radiant Armor as well gives a lot of max HP. Anti-Kiras is, sorry, that's not Anti-Kiras. The Brufrost Breastplate gives a lot of max HP as well. We kind of capitalize on that. So I like the idea that it's going for as well. But what really surprises me is that he's able to get away with all this. Because if you think about it as well, Gojaz, he opted to go for damage build, which kind of puts him in a situation where he's not able to out-tank Yu Zhong nor Demon Kite at all.
When you go damage build on the Benedetta, it basically forces you to have to outplay your opponents every single time. And I don't doubt that Gojaz has the mechanics for it, but he's against some very well-established veterans here who also understand the capabilities of the Benedetta. Add on to that, I get the feeling that he may have been a little bit triggered here from the performances beforehand, wanting to prove himself on this stage now that they're in Game 3, definitely dying way more often than was necessary.
Yep. And seeing how this is going as well, I'm curious to see how the post-game stacks is going to be looking like as well, because in terms of the damage apartment here, my goodness, Izanami 62,000, Low Leo's 41,000, 46,000 for Demon Kite, and 38,000 for Repo. And it's crazy because even Storm has got 35,000 damage.
That's insane. That's more than everyone on Red Giants other than Super Zac on the Eve. And look at the GPM as well. Demon Kite 962 on a jungle hero. We already mentioned how like 890 was pretty high earlier in the day. This just blows it out of the park. Demon Kite was having a free game, Lolil was having a free game, and the Red Giants just didn't have any lane prio to be able to play around, trying to delay for that late game, but when they're already losing early games to this extent, RSG MY is not going to give them the chance, not after what they saw in game number 2.
Yeah, that is an insane game coming from both of them as well. GG, well play from both sides, but of course, when it comes to matches here, there will always be winners and also could be losers here. However, it's not over yet for Selangor Red Giants, right? Technically, if they make it to playoffs here, there is still a possibility they will be facing off against each other. So that's going to be the serious ones here, because now it's a time of place of learning. Losing is a step to victory. Losing is an experience gained to become a better version of yourself.
Yep. After seeing the performance of both these teams, I have no doubt that they'll both be making it to the playoffs very easily. So a rematch is basically all but certain. So taking this as a learning experience is gonna be important, and reliving these moments, just like in these highlights, brought to you by Republic of Gamers.
I have no idea where Storm gets all this confidence to actually just challenge the back lines and just punish them all the way through. The confidence is force Selangor Red Giants to commit to all these fights are just ridiculous. And even here on as well, like look at Storm, it's just like he's in the hands of 4 guys. He's sidestepping his way through like a madman, and it's like, you know what, I don't know what to do. And surprise, the rest of my team are here to just collapse on you.
Seems like RSG MY has been sitting on this secret weapon for quite a while, because you don't get this good on Arlet just by experimenting. Storm is familiar with this style of play, and that means they've been keeping it in check for the right moment. For a rainy day, this is that day. The way that he's jumping in, the way that he's dismantling the backline, Red Giants being forced on full retreat, which means that there's no longer any formation in the composition. Super Skies Guys not being able to tank at all, and hoping that this will mark the end of the prevalence of tank junglers as well. Look at what you can do with assassins, the amount of DPS you bring to the table.
Yep, at the same time as well, you can, whenever Storm kind of collapses on you, it's so difficult to actually get out because the amount of stuns and as well as CCs that the Arla is going to be giving to you is literally like, hey, once you get in, if you can't kill me, I'm just going to annoy you 24/7 until you try to back out. And by that time, you're literally not contributed anything to your team, and I'm just like, you know what, that's my job. I'm going to chip you away.
Yeah, there were definitely some mistakes though at the end where Red Giants got a breath of fresh air, but then they may have pushed their luck a bit, overextended, got punished, and that means that the Selangor Red Giants will have a loss on their match record, no longer undefeated, but still standing at the top of the charts because so far they are the team that has played the most games.
And of course, you know, RSG MY making their way to try and climb the leaderboard as well as they get the tie for 9 points with Homeboys. However, they are 1 game below Homeboys. That means Homeboys has played 1 more game ahead. So technically, it is still very, very possible for RSG MY to catch up as well. And of course, their next match, pretty much going up against the undefeated Team SMG as well. Looking for the top 2 finish. Not an impossible dream for RSG MY for this season.
Will they be able to take down another win streak? That is going to be the question of the ages right here. And now that we're halfway through the season, we can kind of remind you all that these teams are really vying for those top 2 spots to be able to make it all the way into the upper bracket semi-finals for free and avoiding relegation as well. Right now, not looking like a good place to be. But of course, next week, we have some more spicy matches.
Yep, when it comes to next week, week 4 here, we are going to be starting things off with Selangor Red Giants going up against Homeboys.
Ooh.
That is going to be another spicy one here because Homeboys, they are also itching to climb towards the top. So technically, they are going neck and neck. And of course, if Homeboys takes a win, means Selangor Red Giants will potentially lose out their second place to SMG later on. And of course, SMG will also be playing against Red Esports as the opening match for week 1. Week 4, day 1.
They're on a kind of a downhill drop right now. This is going to be a very uphill battle up against the one and only team that is still undefeated here in Season 12, maintaining their win streak from Season 11 itself. So quite a difficult one and definitely a match you don't want to miss.
You know, SMG, arguably the most consistent team since their debut here, since like what, Season 9, Season 10, Season 11, regular season always in top 2, and now they are still trying to be the strongest of the strongest, and I'm excited to see how it's gonna go down if you think about it.
A lot of things are going to happen, but that means that this is also the end of week 3 here, officially the halfway point for the MPL MY Season 12 regular season. We've had a lot of ups and downs, we've had highs and lows, we've had big shifts with the transfer window, and hopefully you guys have been able to predict all of these changes. It's difficult, but if you see your name at the bottom of the screen, that means you were able to guess all 3 of our MVPs today correctly.
I'm not gonna lie, match 1 and match 3, it seems to be a little bit predictable, right? Those are the star players and etc. But for match 2 Hyde, whoever predicted Hyde, you are a god because he is a substitute. Technically, he shouldn't be, you know, kind of be picked as well, and boom, surprise!
Yep.
He stood up, you know, came in to replace his team here, his teammate who's falling a little bit ill, and then boom, he dumpstered his opponents with his debut as a mage. It's crazy.
There really are so many hidden gems in terms of players remaining undiscovered who haven't quite hit their full potential here. If teams like the Selangor Red Giants are able to gain so much notoriety just from 2 seasons in the MPL, who else might be hiding out there for us to find out about? I'm excited to see because there's still 3 more weeks of the regular season. That means there's so many more changes in the standings can happen, and we hope that you can join us there for every moment of it.
And to be honest, it's been a pleasure casting with you guys here, and hope you guys enjoyed the show for today. And of course, we apologize for any kind of technical difficulties we had early on here, but all things considered, it was a smooth game so far. And you know, I'm looking forward to see you guys as well in this upcoming matches, which is going to be happening next week. And all things considered, we hope you have a great weekend, and we are about to bid you good night. My name is ICBaby12. Thank you for watching the show, and he is Staffa as we take you through these final moments. Bye-bye.